Chapter 912. The purple lightning sword unleashed its full power. Chen Mobai's eyes were solemn. He could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the poisoned dragon ancestor, a power far exceeding that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. The dark clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker, and crimson lightning stirred within them, creating an atmosphere of impending doom. As the poisoned dragon ancestor stepped out of the yellow dragon cave, his aura could no longer be concealed. With a deafening roar, the first bolt of lightning struck down, crimson as blood, seemingly tearing through the sky and instantly crashing down on the head of the poisoned dragon ancestor. Chen Mobai could sense that this crimson lightning was almost as powerful as the purple lightning sword. However, the poisoned dragon ancestor merely waved his snake tail, and the powerful lightning was instantly shattered by the vast and boundless demonic energy. Walk! Chen Mobai wasn't a stubborn person. Seeing this, he took advantage of the fact that the poisoned dragon ancestor was distracted by the heavenly tribulation and immediately turned around and retreated with Zhou Shenking. He retrieved the Tei 5 smoke silk, wrapped himself in Zhou Shenking, and flew towards Feng Yuwu. However, as Chen Mobai flew away, he felt a deep and mysterious divine sense firmly locking onto him. Although this divine sense weakened as the distance increased, it showed no signs of breaking off. A sense of foreboding arose in his mind, and it grew stronger as he drew closer to Wind and Rain Dock. Chen Mobai quickly realized that this was the Tengxianji realm of the Danfeng Kang painting, and that the heavenly heart was giving him a warning. He suppressed his unease and asked Zhou Shenking, who indeed also felt as if he were being locked onto by divine sense. "Senior brother, it seems this journey is going to be difficult." Chen Mobai spoke a few words and suddenly stopped the flight of Tei Wanliu, hovering in midair. "Junior brother, let's go back to Wind and Rain Dock first. There is a great formation protecting it. With the two of us stationed there, and by gathering all the cultivators of the 5 elements sect and forming the 5 elements Dao weapons, we might be able to stop the poisoned dragon ancestor." Zhou Shenking didn't know whether to comfort himself or Chen Mobai, but he advised them to retreat to the sect first. "Senior brother, if the poisoned dragon ancestor survives the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid the 4th order formation at Wind and Rain Valley won't be able to hold." Chen Mobai spoke again, and Zhou Shenking then mentioned the best-case scenario. The poisoned dragon ancestor has cultivated the true spirit bloodline, and his tribulation is no small matter. He may perish under the heavenly tribulation. Hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that Zhou Shenking actually understood as well, but as the 5 elements sect grew in power and influence, he was unwilling to risk his life in this situation. Now that the poisoned dragon ancestor is undergoing its tribulation, whether it's its true spirit heavenly tribulation or its divine transformation heavenly tribulation, it will undoubtedly be at its weakest point. If Chen Mobai wasn't mistaken, the reason he and Zhou Shenking encountered the poisoned dragon ancestor at this time was probably due to divine guidance, as part of the poisoned dragon ancestor's tribulation. If the two of them retreat and leave at this moment, then without a doubt, the chances of the poisoned dragon ancestor successfully transcending his tribulation will greatly increase. Such a nascent soul peak existence has even refined a true spirit bloodline. If he survives the heavenly tribulation, even if Chen Mobai wields the 5 elements Dao weapon or uses the Wind and Rain Valley's grand formation, he probably wouldn't be a match for him. It was precisely for this reason that Tianxin began to issue warnings after Chen Mobai left. The further away one is from the poisoned dragon ancestor, the more intense the warning signs become. "Senior brother, if we go back now and use the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill the poisoned dragon ancestor, the 5 elements sect will have no more worries. But if we leave now, the poisoned dragon ancestor may survive the heavenly tribulation. At that time, we may only have the chance to abandon the eastern wilderness and lead the sect's elites to migrate to the eastern barbarians or even the eastern lands to have any chance of survival." Chen Mobai shared his thoughts, and Zhou Shenking gave a wry smile after hearing them. He had naturally thought of this as well, but as his family business grew larger, he gradually lost the vigor and ambition he had in his youth. If they go back and use the heavenly tribulation to deal with the poison dragon ancestor, they will both die if they fail. The thriving five-element sect will also fall into the abyss in an instant. At the very least, the white crow ancestor of the Eastern barbarians will not let this opportunity pass. But Chen Mobai is right. Since the poison dragon ancestor dared to come out to undergo the heavenly tribulation, and even did so without any disguise, he was obviously very confident. If it survives the heavenly tribulation, the five-element sect will not even be able to stay in the eastern wilderness. And now, this is a glimmer of hope given by heaven. When one is undergoing tribulation, it is the time when everyone is at their weakest. This weakness refers to the fact that living beings need to expend a great deal of energy and spirit to overcome the heavenly tribulation. If an enemy comes to their door, then the heavenly tribulation and the human tribulation will basically occur simultaneously, and most living beings in the heavenly river realm will perish at this critical juncture. The tribulations faced by demonic beasts with true spiritual bloodlines during their tribulations are even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Zhou Shenqing took a deep breath and understood Chen Mobai's meaning. His gaze sharpened, and he made up his mind. Since you want to kill, I will naturally accompany you, but I have one request. Please speak, senior brother. If things become impossible, junior brother, you may leave on your own. I will hold off the poison dragon for you. Remember, even if it means abandoning the eastern wilderness, you must preserve the sect's legacy. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback, then nodded solemnly. I understand your decision, senior brother, but when the time comes, we can leave separately. Whichever of us returns to the sect will be able to lead the five-element sect through this tribulation. Chen Mobai believed that if he and Zhou Shenqing escaped at the same time, the poison dragon ancestor would definitely chase after him. But he had a way to leave this world and avoid calamity. He has always been steady and cautious, and in this battle, he was already considering defeat before even thinking about victory. All right, then I'll leave the rest to my junior brother. Zhou Shenqing was slightly moved by Chen Mobai's words and nodded firmly. Once they reached a consensus, the two turned around at the same time and returned the way they came. Before long, they arrived at the deserted island again. The Sun family's formation that had been covering the area had been completely shattered by the continuous bombardment of crimson lightning, and many of the formation flags on the mound of earth had turned to ashes. Only the altar remained intact, protected by the immense demonic energy of the poison dragon ancestor, which had coiled around it. Beside the altar, Sun Jude was still alive, but he was huddled up, trembling under the might of the peerless demon king. You two actually dared to come back. Seeing Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenqing standing on the colorful clouds, the poison dragon ancestor revealed a ferocious look on its face. It brandished its snake tail and drew a pitch-black trident from the void portal behind it. With a single slash of the trident, the crimson lightning bolts that had been falling from the sky were instantly shattered, landing on various parts of the island and melting into craters. Some of the remnants of lightning splashed onto the array flags on the mud mound, causing the flag's spiritual light to dim and then burst into flames. Chen Mobai remained expressionless upon seeing these scenes. After returning here, Tung Xianzhi's heavenly heart warning still existed, but it was not as intense as when he left. This means that his judgment was correct. Today, taking advantage of the heavenly tribulation is the best opportunity to kill the poison dragon ancestor. If Zhou Shenqing and I were to flee in fear of battle, it would not only destroy the great foundation of the five-element sect, but it might also cause great suffering to the people of the eastern wilderness and eastern Wu. Chen Mobai's crown of heaven and earth, and all living beings is based on the living beings of the eastern wilderness. So he decided to give it a try and see if he could kill the poison dragon ancestor here today. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai's divine sense surged, the void opened up, and a long sword shining with purple light fell down. Slay this poisonous dragon, and you'll receive 100 high-grade spirit stones. As soon as the purple lightning sword appeared, It immediately sensed the powerful aura of the poison dragon ancestor. Before it could even decide what price to ask for, Chen Mobai had already offered an unprecedentedly high price. $100. Master, did I hear that right? Zai Dianjian thought Chen Mobai had added an extra zero. This otherworldly beast is almost at the 5th rank, incredibly powerful, and the strongest I've encountered here. If we slay it, the immortal sect's position here will be firmly secured. Chen Mobai said that as long as he could kill the poison dragon ancestor, there would be no more enemies in the 3 border regions of the eastern continent that he could worry about. Therefore, this battle should also be the ultimate battle for the purple lightning sword. It's estimated that Chen Mobai won't need to lift a finger against any of his future opponents. Therefore, they set this terrifyingly high price of 100 high-grade spirit stones. Master, tell me how to kill him. As the purple lightning sword transmitted its voice, a terrifying sword intent that could tear the heavens and split the earth erupted, but it resonated strangely with the heavenly tribulations that were falling continuously from the sky. At this moment, Chen Mobai's connection with the purple lightning sword reached an unprecedented level of clarity. Through the touch of the purple lightning sword, he sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles, which was continuously surging in, transforming into wind, thunder, fire, and lightning, evolving into a raging heavenly tribulation that formed clouds that blotted out the sky and sun. The poison dragon ancestor is a water attribute demon beast, and these heavenly tribulations, which are specifically designed to counter it, are all fire-yang attribute. It perfectly matches the attributes of Chen Mobai's pure yang scroll, and even the purple lightning sword. Furthermore, the purple lightning sword inherently possesses the ability to manipulate the fire-yang tribulation lightning. In this environment, Chen Mobai, with the help of this sword, seems to have become the master of this world. He felt he could control the heavenly tribulation. Without hesitation, Chen Mobai flicked his sword finger, and the purple lightning sword immediately slashed at the trident swung by the poison dragon ancestor. Under the sword's aura and thunderous sound, the purple sword moved like lightning, avoiding a direct confrontation with the trident in the blink of an eye, and instantly landed on the neck of the poison dragon ancestor. Amidst the creaking sound, a crack suddenly appeared on the black scales, covering the neck of the poison dragon ancestor. Meanwhile, Zhou Shenking had also evolved a 4th-order tree species, but under the crimson tribulation lightning, he dared not unleash it. However, he did use the tree species to cast a spirit leaf talisman to help Chen Mobai block the trident. Good flying sword. After I kill you, this sword will be my collection. Seeing that the purple lightning sword had failed to break through his scales, the poison dragon ancestor carelessly used his trident to shatter the spirit leaf and then returned to Chen Mobai. He raised his other hand, and his palm, covered with black scales, directly grasped the purple lightning sword, intending to suppress this 5th-tier sword. Today, I have received the mandate of heaven and wield the power of heavenly tribulation to slay the demon. At this moment, Chen Mobai murmured something, then activated the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram at full power, enhancing various states, and then used his divine sense to control the sword. A huge, semi-transparent humanoid phantom wearing a white jade crown was also faintly visible behind Chen Mobai. Although this place is already within the territory of Eastern Wu, Eastern Wilderness is right next door. Moreover, Chen Mobai is now acting as a calamity in accordance with the will of heaven to prevent the poison dragon ancestor from undergoing his tribulation. Therefore, he can even feel that the will of heaven and earth in both Eastern Wilderness and Eastern Wu is tilting towards him. Needless to say, the heavenly tribulation seemed to have been formed from his own power. As he controlled the sword with his divine sense, the original sword intent of the purple lightning sword suddenly erupted, connecting with heaven and earth, and drawing upon the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! With a deafening roar, the tribulation clouds above the deserted island suddenly erupted with a thunderous sound. A crimson lightning ball, the size of a head but dazzlingly bright, fell from the center of the tribulation. Wherever it passed, even the void itself was distorted and deformed by the terrifying energy. This heavenly tribulation power was several times greater than Chen Mobai's, and even comparable to that of the poison dragon ancestor. However, the latter's demonic energy had long been refined and transformed into a true spirit bloodline, which was extremely condensed. Although the heavenly tribulation seemed vast, it had not yet evolved to its limit, so before that, it could only consume the poison dragon ancestor's vital energy. However, now that Chen Mobai has arrived, these heavenly tribulations, under the combined influence of the heavenly blessing, the crown of all beings and the purple lightning sword, have been perfectly controlled by him, transforming into pure and vast tribulation lightning power, which precisely struck the hilt of the purple lightning sword. Amidst the crackling sound, the hand that the poison dragon ancestor was holding the blade of the purple lightning sword suddenly crackled with wisps of purplish-red electricity, and a smell like burnt meat began to spread. A mere human being is actually able to control a heavenly tribulation. The poison dragon ancestor was also somewhat surprised to see this scene, and it immediately flung away the purple lightning sword in its hand. However, under Chen Mobai's divine sense controlling the sword, the purple lightning sword changed direction in an instant and struck down on the leader of the poison dragon ancestor once again. A muffled clang. The poison dragon ancestor retracted his trident, blocking the purple lightning sword by a hair's breadth. The moment the two magical artifacts came into contact, a terrifying energy wave spread out. With a scream, Sun Jude, who was standing below the altar, was crushed by the terrifying aftershock without any power to resist. On a secluded island in the distance, Sun Bailey, who was watching the battle through an ice mirror, clenched his fists upon seeing this scene, but his expression remained unchanged. "Are you sad?" Wen Baiyu suddenly asked a question, and Sun Bailey shook his head. "I want to walk the holy path, so naturally I must sever all emotions and desires. The mere bond between father and son has long been abandoned by me." Upon hearing this, Wen Baiyu remained silent, but Tu Diahua, standing beside her, offered a few words of praise, implying that Sun Bailey's mindset indicated he was destined for greatness. The poison dragon is much stronger than we imagined. It seems that the two nascent soul cultivators of the Five Elements sect are going to die in Yunmeng Marsh today. After praising it, Tu Diahua pointed to the scene in the ice mirror and sighed. "That's good. Without the Five Elements sect's suppression, the poison dragon will definitely run rampant, and human life will become worthless. Only in this way can our holy sect have fertile ground to develop." Sun Bailey spoke with an icy expression. The more chaotic the times, the faster the demonic path develops. On the altar, the poison dragon ancestor raised the hand that had just held the purple lightning sword. Only a white mark remained on the black scales in his palm, but wisps of smoke could be faintly seen between the gaps between the scales. It could feel the blood and flesh of its hand boiling. The powerful purple lightning sword intent, accompanied by the sword's fiery power of burning blood and armor slicing, although most of it was filtered out by its scales, still caused it some damage. If it wasn't dealt with quickly, it might seep into its more vulnerable bones and muscles, or even its entire body. Splash! At this moment, because of Sun Jude's death, the heretical golden elixir he had refined also began to lose control, turning into a reasonably powerful spiritual energy tide that made a sound. Just as it was about to explode, the poison dragon ancestor's hand, burned by the purple lightning sword intent, fell down, and this energy, equivalent to the self-destruction of a golden core, was easily suppressed by it. Even the poison dragon ancestor reached his palm into it, as if using the energy from the explosion of this water attribute heretical golden core to cleanse the tribulation lightning fire poison that was still burning his blood and chi in his palm. Not bad scales, but it seems your physical training is only so-so. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai calmly said something. The poison dragon ancestor's jet-black scale armor was undoubtedly a fifth-tier level of defense. Even his purple lightning sword could only break through the armor, but could not inflict a fatal wound. However, with the help of the tribulation lightning, and the burning, armor-shaving, blood-burning and defense-breaking effects amplified by Chen Mobai's sword aura. The attack penetrated the scales and directly injured the poison dragon ancestor's physical body. "How dare you, a mere human, be so insolent before me?" The poison dragon ancestor's expression turned cold. His left hand, which had been scorched by the purple lightning sword's intent, clenched into a fist. Instantly, the energy tide from the explosion of the external golden core dissipated, and at the same time, wisps of purplish-red sparks peeked out from between his fingers. This is because the poison dragon ancestor has expelled all the residual sword intent from his body. Seeing this, Chen Mobai's expression became slightly solemn. With that sword strike, he had almost condensed most of the power of the heavenly tribulation lightning, pushing the power of the purple lightning sword to its full potential. If he were to encounter the golden wind ancestor again, Chen Mobai was confident that he could cleave him into ashes with this one sword strike. However, the poison dragon ancestor showed no signs of injury, only a slight weakening of his aura. Is this the peerless demon king, who is equivalent to the peak of the nascent soul stage? At this moment, the poison dragon ancestor sneered, flicked his snake tail, and his black scales gleamed with a cold light. With the blessing of Tongshan Jai Kongu Jiyan and other status effects, Chen Mobai immediately sensed that the vast and boundless water spiritual energy in Yunmeng's, as well as the fifth-order spiritual energy in the void portal behind it, were surging in from the poison dragon ancestor in front of him, and after passing through its black scales, they transformed into the demonic energy it had previously consumed. "Junior brother." Zhou Shenking's worried voice reached Chen Mobai's ears, and he felt that there was no chance of winning. "Senior brother, I'll give it my all. If things don't work out, you can retreat." At this point, Chen Mobai could only trust Teng Xianzhi's warning from the heavenly heart. Moreover, he also sensed that, as the poison dragon ancestor used the spiritual energy of Yunmeng's and Huanglong Cave to recover his own losses, the heavenly tribulation, which had been drained of the fire yang tribulation lightning by him, seemed to be responding by drawing on the fire yang spiritual energy from a more distant area. The tribulation clouds, which had begun to shrink, started to expand again, quickly surpassing their previous range and even becoming more extensive. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately understood that this was the final counterattack of the heavenly tribulation, and immediately made another move. His entire body surged with pure yang energy, and the purple lightning sword's brilliance intensified, transforming into a crimson meteor carrying overwhelming sword intent as it hurtled straight towards the poison dragon ancestor. "HMPH, you're asking for death." The poison dragon ancestor's eyes flashed with ferocity. His scales suddenly expanded, and a powerful force erupted from his body. He swung his trident and clashed with the purple lightning sword once more. Another extremely dull sound. Chen Mobai felt as if his divine sense had been hit by a heavy blow. This was the drawback of his divine sense controlling the sword while simultaneously studying the purple lightning sword. While this would allow him to unleash the full power of this fifth-tier sword, if the opponent were strong and the sword were damaged, he would not fare well either. Unfortunately, the sword spirit of the Dinghai sword has not yet awakened and cannot participate in the same process. Moreover, due to the nature of his pure yang true energy, even if he could participate in the same process, he could only rely on the power of the Dinghai sword itself. However, the attributes of the Dinghai sword will actually weaken the heavenly tribulation of the poison dragon ancestor. Therefore, Chen Mobai's greatest reliance in this battle is still the purple lightning sword. As the poison dragon ancestor continued to absorb the water spiritual energy of Yunmeng Marsh and Huanglong Cave using his true spirit bloodline, his aura became increasingly terrifying, and the heavenly tribulation also rose accordingly. Chen Mobai had also collected enough data and entered the battle state of the Fangkun book. Golden lines began to emerge one by one in his pupils, outlining the contours of the poison dragon ancestor. The purple lightning sword was getting faster and faster, but the poison dragon ancestor's trident was just as fast, blocking almost 99% of the flying sword strikes. The remaining one, unable to withstand the speed of the sword fiend thunder sound, relied on the sturdiness of its scales to directly take the hit. Every time the purple lightning sword clashed with the poison dragon ancestor's trident or scales, a crimson bolt of lightning would fall from the tribulation clouds in the sky onto the sword, transforming into the energy source of this fifth-tier sword. Zhou Shenking watched in stunned silence. In every exchange between the two, if he were to get involved, his fate would probably not be much better than Sun Jude's. It can only hold out for a little longer at most. As the purple lightning sword accelerated once more, it dodged the trident and pierced the poison dragon ancestor's brow, unleashing a crimson lightning bolt. Amidst the thunderous roar, it seemed as if a crimson pillar of heaven stretched across the sky, cleaving the yin and yang, the light and the shadows. Far away, the demonic cultivators who were watching the battle through the ice mirror couldn't help but widen their eyes. Tu Deahua and Sun Bailey, in particular, were both shocked. Although Wen Baiyu's expression remained unchanged, her eyes had become serious. He estimated that even if he went all out, he probably wouldn't be a match for the poison dragon ancestor and Chen Qingdi. The poison dragon ancestor was one thing. After all, he was a 1,000-year-old demon king and had even cultivated a true spirit bloodline. But this Chen Qingdi, who has only been in the nascent soul stage for a little over 10 years, actually possesses such terrifying combat power. As the holy son of a major demonic sect, Wen Baiyu has now come to understand Chen Qingdi's level of swordsmanship. It's one thing to be able to do the sword fiend thunder sound alone. After all, he is a nascent soul sword cultivator, so it's not surprising that he can do that. But looking at the scene where the purple flying sword is connected with his mind and even controls the tribulation lightning, it is clearly an extremely profound realm where one sword can generate all kinds of laws. Sword light takes shape, sword form condenses intent, sword intent forms momentum, and sword heart becomes clear. Only the final step of imbuing the primordial spirit into the sword remains, which will mark one of the two pinnacle achievements in swordsmanship. Wen Baiyu also considered himself a genius, but he had only condensed his own sword intent. He had only just begun to grasp the basics of sword intent, evolving the great trends of heaven and earth, and even controlling the natural phenomena of the heavens. But Chen Qingdi did it so easily. No wonder the Yiyuan Dao Palace dared to let this generation of Dao disciples be raised in the eastern wilderness, even while the mountain was sealed off. Such a sword genius would certainly not have been able to cultivate such a terrifying level of swordsmanship if he had been protected in a greenhouse. Only after struggling and transcending, in such a treacherous place on the eastern border, can one unleash such an amazing and unparalleled sword technique. At this moment, Wen Baiyu began to reconsider his original plans regarding the Five Elements sect. He didn't want to provoke a nascent soul sword cultivator like Chen Qingdi. Chen Mobai was unaware that he had used the power of heaven and earth to unleash the full potential of the purple lightning sword, thus intimidating a demonic saint. As the battle intensified, coupled with Fang Kunchu's combat prowess, Chen Mobai was already completely immersed in the fight against the poison dragon ancestor. Without the suppression of various emotions, his latent instincts began to awaken, even complementing the Fangkun book. Under the various data models provided by the latter, although his pure yang true energy and divine sense were getting weaker and weaker, he began to suppress the poison dragon ancestor on the field. At this moment, the speed of the purple lightning sword had reached an unprecedented peak. Under the influence of the Cantong Qi, the purple flower sword intent of the previous master, Qingxi Shangren, within the sword body began to fully awaken. The purple lightning sword felt as if it were being controlled by its old master, carrying rolling tribulation lightning, tearing through the air, and pointing directly at the vital points of the poison dragon ancestor. Originally, the poison dragon ancestor could block most of the attacks with his trident, but now he can only block 70%. More white marks, cracks, and even wisps of charred smoke began to appear on its jet-black scales. The poison dragon ancestor roared, seized the opportunity, twisted his body suddenly, and after failing to block with his trident once again, lashed his snake tail like a steel whip at the purple lightning sword, trying to sweep it down and suppress it. But it failed to notice that a terrifying dark red light was shining from the center of the storm clouds in the sky. Just as its snake tail collided with the purple lightning sword, a thin but dazzlingly bright red lightning bolt fell instantly, like a ray of light, and tied to the hilt of the purple lightning sword. With a cracking sound, several scales on the snake's tail split open under the blade of the purple lightning sword. Mere tribulation lightning. Seeing this, the poisoned dragon ancestor was not afraid at all. He directly unleashed his vast demonic energy, intending to completely suppress the purple lightning sword. However, this was also Chen Mobai's battle plan. A deafening roar. The second crimson lightning bolt struck, even more violently than the first, and also landed on the hilt of the purple lightning sword. With this help, the blade of the purple lightning sword, which had been entangled by the snake's tail, fell another inch. A piece of scale suddenly split open and flew off the poisoned dragon ancestor's skin. The poisoned dragon ancestor's expression changed slightly, but at this moment the third, the fourth. Countless crimson lightning bolts, under Chen Mobai's control, flowed continuously into the purple lightning sword. The originally vast and scattered power of the heavenly tribulation was completely condensed and solidified through this fifth-tier sword, which also pushed the power of the purple lightning sword to an unprecedented level. The dozen or so black scales on the poisoned dragon ancestor's tail that came into contact with the sword blade shattered instantly. Without the scales protecting it, the purple lightning sword cut through the flesh of the snake's tail with unstoppable momentum, piercing into the flesh that shimmered with seven-colored light. A large pool of colorful blood suddenly splattered onto the altar. The purple lightning sword sliced the snake's tail in two. If it weren't for the scales on the other side holding it together, the tail would probably have been severed. End of this chapter. Chapter 913, Intercepting the Heavens, Slaying the Dragon. Chapter 913, Intercepting the Heavens, Slaying the Dragon. After unleashing this sword strike, Zai Dian felt as if he had broken through some kind of limit. Along with it, Chen Mobai, who was studying at the same time, also completely comprehended the purple flower sword intent of the green stone master at this moment. The entire contents of the purple flower sword manual flashed through his mind. This sword technique created by the azure stone master left him with no more doubts. As long as he was willing, he could cultivate this sword technique to its peak perfection without any bottlenecks or obstacles. Furthermore, Chen Mobai even obtained an astonishing possibility through the deductions in the Fangkun book. If he were to switch to cultivating the purple flower sword manual, and also study the purple lightning sword, there would be a nearly 10–20% chance that he could entrust his primordial spirit to it, and reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship that even the white light ancestor had achieved. This greatly surprised Chen Mobai, because even someone as exceptionally talented as Qing Shi Shangren had not reached this point, and had passed away before reaching the threshold of the nascent soul stage. This is why the Zihua Sword Manual does not have a chapter on the nascent soul stage. So why is he able to deduce this far now? Is it the power of a small book, or the power of introspection that makes one feel superior to all living beings in the world? Chen Mobai was puzzled, but at this moment, the poisoned dragon ancestor, who had been severely injured by the purple lightning sword, had gone berserk. The excruciating pain of having his snake tail almost severed caused this peerless demon king to unleash a sharp roar of rage. The blood gushing from the wound was seven-colored, and a sweet fragrance that was refreshing to the senses spread along with the splashing of the seven-colored blood. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenking, who was in the distance, began to appear slightly ethereal. "This is bad, junior brother. The poisoned dragon ancestor has condensed the bloodline of the true spirit colorful serpent, which contains a deadly poison that can directly attack the mind. Zhou Shenking is a nascent soul cultivator, and he no longer has a physical body, so ordinary poisons have virtually no effect on him. However, upon first contact with the poison of the colorful viper, he felt his mind begin to become muddled. If it weren't for the combination of the longevity scripture and the fourth-tier tree species, which also contained the function of detoxification and purification, he probably would have already lost control of his power, and his nascent soul would have collapsed. "Senior brother, you should retreat first. I'll take care of things here." Seeing Zhou Shenking's condition, Chen Mobai immediately told him to leave first. As for the poison of the rainbow snake, he had already mastered the phoenix facing the sun painting and was immune to all poisons, so he had nothing to fear. "Junior brother." Zhou Shenking wanted to say a few more words, but immediately realized that staying here would only affect Chen Mobai's performance. In the end, he sighed, put away the tree seed, transformed into a streak of azure light, and withdrew from the battlefield. Boom! Meanwhile, the ominous clouds above the island were already brewing their final attack. At this time, Chen Mobai also gathered relevant information through the Fangkun book. It was an ancient Taoist book recorded in the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which talked about the true spirits between heaven and earth. Chen Mobai scanned it into the heavenly calculation bead. According to the records above, if a creature born after birth cultivates a true spiritual bloodline, it must pass the test of heaven and earth before it can be born. In other words, the tribulation of the poison dragon ancestor is not the tribulation of the nascent soul stage, but the tribulation of the transformation stage, which is unique to the acquired true spirit bloodline. The poison dragon ancestor didn't know how he cultivated the true spirit bloodline of the rainbow serpent. If he really let it pass through, then with its peak fourth-order essence power, it could plunder the resources of the eastern wilderness and eastern Wu regions, and perhaps it wouldn't take long to break through the limit and truly become a fifth-order demon beast. It was precisely because of this that Chen Mobai understood that he had to stop the poison dragon ancestor from taking human form today. Because in the heavenly river realm, this kind of true spirit bloodline, cultivated after birth, will only trigger one heavenly tribulation of transformation. If one succeeds, it means one has entered the path of the demon realm. In the future, one can overcome tribulation step by step and may even become a complete true spirit, comparable to ancient gods and demons such as the jellyfish celestial venerable. However, if one fails to pass the heavenly tribulation of transformation, then the true spirit bloodline of an acquired demon will have no further opportunity to progress and will be forever shackled. Therefore, the poison dragon ancestor will certainly not retreat back to the yellow dragon cave today. This is the path to heaven that it has cultivated for 2,000 years. Once it retreats, it will forever remain a lowly venomous snake. With its power, it could have survived the mere tribulation of transformation at most by losing some vital energy. But little did they know that besides the heavenly tribulation, there would also be a human tribulation. Moreover, this human tribulation actually triggered a heavenly tribulation, and the two tribulations combined, inflicting the greatest injury on the poison dragon ancestor after his cultivation had reached its peak. Rumble! The tribulation clouds in the sky had completely shrunk by this time. From originally covering the entire sky, they now only enveloped the head of the poison dragon ancestor. However, the bright red lightning arcs made the poison dragon ancestor, who originally did not care about the transformation tribulation, turn his attention to them. The purple light shone again, and the purple lightning sword, under Chen Mobai's divine sense, prepared to soar into the sky, drawing upon the final power of the heavenly tribulation to deliver a fatal blow to the poison dragon ancestor. You human junior, since you're courting death, don't blame your ancestor. Upon seeing this scene, the poison dragon ancestor's eyes turned ferocious. No longer caring about its own losses, it focused its gaze on its severed snake tail, muttering incantations as if casting some mysterious spell. Soon, the seven-colored blood flowing from its wound began to turn into light. At that moment, the purple lightning sword, stained with its blood, suddenly began to flash with seven-colored light as it flew into the air. Chen Mobai immediately felt a sharp pain in his consciousness, as if he had been stabbed with a sharp arrow. Master, this monster's blood is highly poisonous. The terrifying sound of the purple lightning sword rang out, and then Chen Mobai saw the seven-colored light on the blade of the fifth-order flying sword growing brighter and brighter, and his consciousness suffered a second time. Chen Mobai quickly realized that this was a desperate measure taken by the poison dragon ancestor. Unexpectedly, the true spirit power of the rainbow snake could not only damage the sword spirit of the flying sword, but also damage the sword rider along the path of the flying sword. If the purple lightning sword hadn't absorbed half the damage, and if the phoenix facing the sun diagram hadn't been able to resist and filter out most of the poisons, Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness would probably have suffered severe damage from that attack alone, or even suffered direct mental confusion. After realizing this, Chen Mobai's mind was already subjected to the third shock. Although he could still withstand the attack thanks to the phoenix rising sun diagram, Chen Mobai's fighting instincts led him to make a choice at this moment. He gave the purple lightning sword a final command, and then severed his connection with the fifth-tier flying sword. Since the purple lightning sword was no longer his natal sword, the true spiritual power of the poison dragon ancestor could no longer shake his purple mansion sea of consciousness. The poison dragon ancestor soon discovered this as well. It caught sight of the purple lightning sword, which had absorbed all of its true spiritual power, in midair. It began to fall unsteadily, grinning maliciously as it gripped the trident in its hand. Ignoring the heavenly tribulation above its head, it charged straight at Chen Mobai like a giant cannonball. "Wait, that trident." Upon closer inspection, Chen Mobai seemed to discover something. Immediately his figure flashed with silver light, and the moment the trident fell upon his head, he transformed into a phantom and disappeared from the spot. With a loud bang, the trident crashed down heavily, instantly cracking the ground. The entire deserted island was divided in two, with this as its center. Such terrifying power, if Chen Mobai were to be hit head-on, even with the protection of magical artifacts, would probably consume a huge amount of pure Yang true energy. Chen Mobai appeared beside the falling purple lightning sword. Because the sword was covered with the highly poisonous essence blood of the colorful serpent, he dared not touch it directly. Instead, he used the Tei 5 smoke silk to transform into a 5-colored cloud hand, grabbed the sword, and flung it directly towards the center of the tribulation clouds in the sky. The purple lightning sword is extremely yang and strong, and the heavenly tribulation contains power specifically targeting the true spirit of the rainbow serpent. He believes he can use the power of the heavenly tribulation to purify the deadly poison on the blade. Boom! At this moment, the poison dragon ancestor had once again rushed in front of Chen Mobai. With a swing of his trident, the boundless waters of Yunmeng's transformed into raging waves, sealing off all the surrounding space. It assumed that Chen Mobai had just used an extremely fast escape technique, and that by sealing off the space, he could force Chen Mobai to confront him head-on. Unfortunately, the power of walking through the void caused Chen Mobai to disappear directly from the center of the seamless, raging waves. After missing his target again, the poison dragon ancestor frowned deeply. However, at this moment, it had already turned its gaze to the final heavenly tribulation in the sky, ignoring Chen Mobai, and directly wielded its trident to rush towards the center of the heavenly tribulation. It planned to overcome this tribulation first, and then properly deal with this human cultivator. But halfway through its flight, a chilling, bone-deep coldness erupted from behind the poison dragon ancestor, and a clear, bright sword light slashed towards the back of its head. The poison dragon ancestor sneered, and disregarding everything, directly took the sword strike head-on. Ding! The slender blade of the azure frost sword pierced the pitch-black scales, scattering sparks and bending slightly. Chen Mobai even heard a muffled groan from the spirit of the azure frost sword, which seemed to be dissatisfied with him and somewhat unwilling. "Master, I'm sorry." The sword spirit's voice echoed in Chen Mobai's mind. He immediately comforted him, explaining that it was his fault because the pure Yang True Qi was incompatible with the sword's attributes, thus preventing it from unleashing its full power. Upon hearing this, Qing Shuang's sword felt that its master was truly kind-hearted. "We'll continue our attack, giving Purple Lightning a chance for one last strike." Chen Mobai reached out and grasped the azure frost sword. using the Cantong Chi to transform this peak 4th-tier flying sword into his own natal flying sword. At that moment, he sensed something was wrong again. When the Azure Frost Sword became his natal flying sword, the Azure Sky Sword Manual, which was originally just text in his mind, began to evolve from text into a complete sword intent. He seemed to transform into a peerless female sword immortal, creating something from nothing, and finally achieving the supreme sword intent at the peak of the 4th rank by wielding and practicing the sword. Master, you're the old master. At this moment, the Qing Shuang sword's confused voice echoed in Chen Mobai's mind, leaving him somewhat bewildered and unable to discern the truth. If Chen Mobai was able to evolve the purple flower sword intent, it might be because he had been studying the purple lightning sword for a long time, and the pure Yang True Qi was compatible with its attributes. However, his ability to comprehend and evolve the Azure Sky sword intent now is definitely not due to this reason. Chen Mobai activated his folding book and checked something he hadn't paid attention to for a long time, and immediately found the answer. No, this is merely the sword intent I've cultivated, extracted from your sword's past to best unleash its power. At some point, the heaven-slaying sword intent, which had been stuck at 99% progress, had now crossed the final 1% and reached 100%. Chen Mobai had obtained this sword intent a long time ago using the great Tao tree, but he had never been able to comprehend it. Even with the inner self-examination using the crown of heaven and earth, there was progress at the beginning, but it got stuck at 99%. Clearly, if a cultivator is not able to match this longevity sword intent, they will never be able to comprehend or use it. Chen Mobai never put all his eggs in one basket, so he stopped paying attention to this matter after that. And now, it seems he has met the requirements. A clear and pure sword intent, like flowing water, permeated his mind and spirit. Suddenly, in Chen Mobai's eyes, the scene of receiving this sword intent inheritance in front of the great Tao tree appeared. He eventually became a tree branch floating in the flowing water, caught in a spider web. In this situation where life and death are beyond our control, the branches seize every opportunity for life they can reach to sustain themselves, until the first tender bud sprouts from the branches. So this is the eternal life sword intent that cuts through the heavens. Chen Mobai realized that the celestial venerable was a spiritual plant that, after being born, extracted the life force of all things in heaven and earth to nourish its own growth and sprouting. All things in nature, even those that living beings regard as natural disasters such as storms, thunder, fire, ice, and frost, are a glimmer of hope on the path of a celestial venerable's growth. After the celestial venerable took human form, he used this experience to evolve the longevity sword intent of the heavenly line. This sword intent is profound and extensive, even involving the supreme mystery of intercepting the rules of heaven and earth and the profound secrets of the great Tao. It is clearly the most exquisite and core part of the heavenly venerable Tao fruit. Chen Mobai is only at the beginner level now, but even so, his sword intent is already extremely powerful and terrifying. If he so desires, he can extract a line from the past years from the flying sword's blade, trace its origins, and find the sword intent that unleashes its greatest power, evolving it into the longevity sword intent. It was precisely because of this that Chen Mobai and the purple lightning sword were in perfect harmony, which led to the emergence of the purple radiant sword intent of the green stone master. By utilizing the heavenly tribulation, the power of this fifth-order flying sword was brought to an unprecedented level. He even used this to synthesize all his knowledge and deduce the path of entrusting his primordial spirit to the purple flower sword manual. This is because the purple lightning sword is indeed powerful and possesses extraordinary spirituality, making it possible for a primordial spirit to reside within it. Now that Chen Mobai has intercepted King Jing Shangren's King Sale sword intent, Fang Kun book, and the crown of heaven and earth, and all beings have no reaction, which means that the Qingshuang sword is not qualified for him to entrust his primordial spirit. Or rather, the path of the Azure Sky sword manual is not a good fit for him. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai drew the Dinghai sword from the boundary with his left hand, which was behind his back. Unfortunately, his heaven-slaying sword intent is only at the entry level. Without the cooperation of the sword spirit and the clarity of his sword heart, although he can see the three lines, he can only trace back a part of them and cannot completely extract the sword intent of the three nascent soul true monarchs from the past. Even so, Chen Mobai was able to unleash even greater power from the Dinghai sword. It might just be the key to changing the course of this battle. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai took out the netherworld heavy water stored in the hilt of his sword, and then released the Dinghai sword from his hand. Under the cover of the sudden surge of azure sky sword intent, this top-grade 5th-rank flying sword silently landed on the split island's ground. The incomparably sharp Dinghai sword, under Chen Mobai's divine sense control, pierced the ground without hindrance and traveled underground, quickly landing at the altar located in front of the void portal of Huanglong Cave. Since the seal had already been broken, the altar was powerless. Under Chen Mobai's control, the Dinghai sword with its tip pointing upwards quietly pierced through. Meanwhile, on the other side, the poison dragon ancestor was already wielding his trident, enduring the bone-chillingly cold azure frost sword on his back, and charging straight into the center of the heavenly tribulation clouds. Accompanied by a crisp, clanging sound, the azure frost sword seemed to be playing a melody on the black scales on the back of the poison dragon ancestor. However, at this moment, Chen Mobai poured his drop of netherworld heavy water into the azure frost sword. Then, the azure sky sword intent he had extracted from his mind perfectly melted the essence of the black water technique. Using the great technique of forming a sword from a drop of water, he condensed all the icy sword intent into a single point at the tip of the sword. Clicking. The azure frost sword has reached its ultimate level, and this strike has broken through to the 5th tier. Fang Kunchu found the most flexible, yet most vulnerable piece of black scale on the neck of the poison dragon ancestor, and cleaved it open. The tip of the azure frost sword pierced an inch into the back of the poison dragon ancestor's neck. Just as Chen Mobai was about to unleash the azure sky sword intent again, he sensed the painful cry of the azure frost sword spirit. He saw the blood glowing with 7 colors in the wound where the sword tip had pierced, and the true spirit power of the azure serpent erupted once more. Chen Mobai immediately drew his azure frost sword. Then, enduring the excruciating pain of being stabbed, severed his connection with his comrade. Boom! At this moment, before the heavenly tribulation, the poison dragon ancestor turned around, grinning maliciously as he swung his trident and smashed it heavily towards Chen Mobai. My true spiritual power may not have much effect on you, but it can prevent you from being distracted for a moment. Die. Having cultivated for 2,000 years, the poison dragon ancestor possesses incredibly rich combat experience. This time, it directly charged into the heavenly tribulation. If it succeeded, it would signify that it had embarked on the path to enlightenment for demons. However, if Chen Mobai stopped it, it could seize this opportunity to kill this human tribulation. In any case, it is advantageous to it. After killing Chen Mobai, it was able to rest easy as it faced its tribulation. The golden lines in Chen Mobai's left eye had completely outlined the model of the poison dragon ancestor. Fang Kunchu, based on the information he had obtained, provided the most perfect solution in this crisis. He used his primordial chaos true qi to dispel the water elemental demonic energy on the trident, and then used the 5th-order heavenly origin pearl to withstand it. After surviving this wave of attacks, I immediately used Void Walk to leave. Chen Mobai did as he was told. He spat out the brilliant, multicolored primordial true qi, which landed on the trident. Although his true qi was far inferior to that of the poison dragon ancestor, the divine power left behind by the One Yuan true monarch was truly formidable. The moment the primordial true qi landed on the trident, 80 or 90% of the powerful water elemental demonic energy attached to it dissipated. You are a descendant of that scoundrel Hun Yuan, very well. Let's settle both old and new scores. After I kill you today, I will immediately go to the eastern wilderness and wipe out that scoundrel Hun Yuan's 5-element sect. The moment he saw the primordial chaos true chi, the poison dragon ancestor's eyes turned even redder. Although the demonic energy of the trident in his hand was only 1 or 2 tenths, his physical body possessed terrifying strength close to that of a fifth-order being. The fifth-order light shield supported by the heavenly origin pearl was constantly twisting and deforming under the enormous force of the trident, seemingly about to shatter at any moment. However, the fifth-tier magic weapon was indeed extraordinary, and in the end, it still managed to block the fatal blow for Chen Mobai. "You brat, you are doomed to die today." However, the poison dragon ancestor had completely gone mad at this moment. 7-colored light seeped out from the gaps in the black scales on its wrist. This was because it had once again used the true spiritual power contained in its essence blood to cover the light shield of the heavenly origin pearl. After a burst of dazzling colorful light, the light barrier and the power of the true spirit shattered simultaneously. At this moment, Chen Mobai's turbulent mind was almost calmed down, and he was just one breath away from being able to use the void walk technique. But the poison dragon ancestor's trident was already upon his head. After exhaling the last of his primordial chaos true chi, which broke through his opponent's powerful water elemental demon chi, Chen Mobai ignored Fang Kunchu's advice to either self-destruct his pure yang immortal robe or use the Tei 5 smoke robe to ward off the tribulation, and instead chose the wisp of inspiration that instinctively surfaced in his mind. He raised his left hand, and a golden light burst forth, then made contact with the trident that had fallen above his head. The powerful and fierce force instantly cleaved his palm open, splattering blood and flesh everywhere, shattering finger bones, and even his arm and torso began to turn into a bloody mess, with joints breaking inch by inch. However, at this moment, Chen Mobai's falling treasure golden light had already seeped into the trident. The poison dragon ancestor suddenly felt that his magic weapon, which he had refined for 1,000 years, had suddenly lost contact with him and stopped in front of Chen Mobai's face. The poison dragon ancestor was somewhat bewildered, but quickly reacted and immediately used his physical strength to try and kill the boy in front of him. With a rumble, the tribulation clouds in the sky completely contracted, revealing a purplish-red sword. It was the purple lightning sword, which had been refined by the power of all the heavenly tribulations to cleanse the poison of the rainbow serpent. It seemed to have completed a transformation, and the blade became crystal clear, like purple jade, flashing with terrifying brilliance amidst the endless lightning. Although the purple lightning sword had been released from its companionship by Chen Mobai, it would always regard Chen Mobai as its dearest master, and thus obeyed the last command given by Chen Mobai. It gathered all the power of the heavenly tribulation, suppressed the spiritual injuries caused by the poison of the colorful snake, and slashed fiercely at the poison dragon ancestor right in front of it. At the same time, Chen Mobai had already used Void Walk and disappeared from the sight of the poison dragon ancestor. The trident missed its target again. The poison dragon ancestor instinctively wanted to wield this weapon to deal with the ultimate sword strike of the purple lightning sword that would draw upon the heavenly tribulation. However, it discovered that, although its demonic energy could be infused into the trident, it could not unleash the weapon's power as usual. It felt very unfamiliar, as if it were the first time it had ever held this weapon, and it was very clumsy in using it. This is why its trident swings became much slower, and even if it turned around in time, it couldn't weaken the power of the purple lightning sword with this weapon forged from fifth-order Xuanyu cold iron. Left with no other choice, the poison dragon ancestor could only infuse his demonic energy into the jet-black scales on his body, hoping to use his armor, which he had cultivated for 2,000 years, to block the sword. Boom! The terrifying lightning, transformed from the purple lightning sword, struck heavily on the most vulnerable yet weakest point of the poison dragon ancestor's neck scales, where a wisp of 7-colored blood light flashed. The moment the scales were broken, the poison dragon ancestor desperately unleashed his cultivated true spiritual power, attempting to shatter the spirit of the purple lightning sword. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai arrived in front of the poison dragon ancestor. Under the influence of Fang Kunchu, he calmly and coldly gripped the purple lightning sword, injecting the wisp of innate pure yang true energy that he had never used before into the sword. The purple lightning sword, which was originally in pain from the impact of the rainbow serpent's power, suddenly gained boundless power. With a flash of sword light, it pierced through the scales of the poison dragon ancestor and pierced its neck. The poison dragon ancestor roared in pain, and cracks began to appear on its body, starting from the wound on its neck. Its eyes were filled with disbelief, unable to accept that its defenses had been breached head-on. Are sword cultivators really that terrifying? Not far away, Wen Baiyu and the others, who saw this scene through the ice mirror, were completely shocked. With a clang, at the critical moment of life and death, the poison dragon ancestor also demonstrated his combat experience, directly smashing his trident onto the blade of the purple lightning sword. Although his neck was cut open as a result, he broke free from the heavenly tribulation sword. Then, without looking back, it flew towards the altar on the island below. The heavenly tribulation has disappeared, which means that its true spirit bloodline has been completed. There is no need to fight to the death with this terrifying sword cultivator in front of it. But how could Chen Mobai let it escape? He poured the last of his pure yang energy into the purple lightning sword and began to bluff. He used the purple flower sword intent to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, transforming it into purple lightning that stabbed towards the back of the poison dragon ancestor's neck. The poison dragon ancestor threw out the fourth-tier trident made of fifth-tier materials, which blocked the purple lightning sword in midair before landing on the altar. It saw the void portal leading home and breathed a sigh of relief. Once it returns to the yellow dragon cave and recovers its vitality with the help of the fifth-tier spiritual vein, consolidating its true spirit bloodline, it will lead its thousands of demonic beasts to massacre the eastern wilderness. With a flick of its tail, the poison dragon ancestor was about to leap from the altar into the void portal. At this moment, the Dinghai sword, hidden within the altar, pierced out and, under Chen Mobai's divine sense, precisely struck the wound on the poison dragon ancestor's tail that had been cut open by the purple lightning sword. There was no black scale armor to defend this place, and Chen Mobai had not attacked this point all along, all for the sake of this one sword strike. The fifth-tier Dinghai sword pierced the tail wound of the poison dragon ancestor as easily as cutting tofu. The physical body of the fourth-tier peak was no match for this top-tier flying sword of the immortal sect. The Dinghai sword easily pierced through its lower body and entered its chest cavity. Finally, the blue-green blade emerged from the neck wound pierced by the Xidian sword and disappeared into the top of the poison dragon ancestor's head. Unfortunately, its skull was protected by jet-black scales, and even the Dinghai sword without the enhancement of sword intent could not pierce through it. But that's enough. The poison dragon ancestor, whose sea of consciousness had been pierced, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. In the final moments of its life, it saw a shimmering silver light before its eyes, and the figure of Chen Mobai appeared before it. He raised his left hand, which had been almost broken by the trident, and after straightening the bones, a rich, vibrant green light appeared as if time had reversed, and muscles, skin, and blood reappeared. After a few breaths, Chen Mobai had fully recovered from his injuries. End of this chapter. Chapter 914, Heavenly Warning. Chapter 914, Heavenly Warning. After killing the poison dragon ancestor, Chen Mobai should have breathed a sigh of relief. But Teng Xianzhi's divine warning shone even brighter in his mind. It was even worse than when the poison dragon ancestor left after his tribulation. This shocked Chen Mobai greatly. There are still enemies. Who is it? It should be noted that in order to kill the great enemy, the poison dragon ancestor, and completely eliminate the hidden dangers in the eastern wilderness, he had already used every means at his disposal, and his energy and spirit were almost exhausted. At this moment, if any nascent soul-level cultivator were to appear, he would only be able to activate the turtle treasure teleportation to return to the immortal sect for refuge. But if I did that, wouldn't I be giving away all the spoils I had painstakingly obtained from killing the poison dragon ancestor? Chen Mobai looked at the fifth-tier yellow dragon cave behind the void portal, suppressed the violent heartbeat of the heavenly heart warning, used his longevity Dao body to heal his injuries, and then took out a storage bag to first collect the corpse of the poisoned dragon ancestor and the trident made of fifth-tier materials. If enemies really come, at least we can't leave behind anything that we can take with us. Unfortunately, the most precious things inside Huanglong Cave will be looted by the enemy first. Just as Chen Mobai took the corpse of the poisoned dragon ancestor and the trident, preparing to click on the turtle treasure to retreat, he suddenly discovered that the originally intense heavenly heart warning was gradually subsiding. What happened? Just as Chen Mobai was surprised. Wen Baiyu, who was watching this place from afar with an ice mirror, saw Chen Mobai recover with the longevity body and appear completely unharmed, suppressing the greed surging in her heart. Wen Baiyu naturally knew that with Chen Mobai's cultivation level of just over 10 years since he formed his nascent soul, even if he used the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill the poisoned dragon ancestor who had cultivated the true spirit bloodline, he would definitely suffer a great loss of vital energy. If he were to make his move at this moment, he could very well become the victor, not only killing this stunning Taoist of the One Yuan Dao Palace, but also obtaining the true spirit bloodline of the poisoned dragon ancestor, and even venturing into the legendary Yellow Dragon Cave to search it out. But what if? Chen Qingdi's talent in swordsmanship is terrifying. If he had a life-saving trump card bestowed by the One Yuan Dao Palace, even if I could defeat him by running into him, I would probably have to pay a considerable price. And when Baiyu narrowed her eyes, recalling the silver light that Chen Mobai had used to move instantly during the battle. As the holy son of a major demonic sect, his knowledge far surpasses that of beasts like the poisoned dragon ancestor. That wasn't an escape technique, but rather a teleportation through the void. Is it the void body of the Taixupayomil Palace? Chen Qingdi actually mastered it too. Having operated in the 3 border regions of the eastern continent for so many years, Wen Baiyu naturally knew that the first major sect Chen Qingdi destroyed after his debut was the mountain-shaking sect, and the latter's famous cultivation technique was the vacuum body. He didn't have anything specifically designed to counter teleportation. If Chen Qingdi escaped, the latter would definitely hold a grudge and might become a lifelong enemy. Although it is only natural for the disciples and saints of the righteous and demonic paths to become enemies, when Baiyu was able to survive and cultivate to the nascent soul realm because of his caution. Once there was any sign of enmity, he would definitely wipe out the enemy's entire family before he could feel at ease. After some calculation, Wen Baiyu realized that there was only a 30% chance that he could take down Chen Qingdi himself. If Chen Qingdi escapes, he will not only have to be constantly wary of this peerless swordsman who possesses a 5th-tier flying sword, but he may also face pursuit from the Yiyuan Dao Palace. And when Baiyu pointed the ice mirror towards the direction of Dongwu, following the wisp of aura that had been unintentionally revealed after the death of the poisoned dragon ancestor. A few breaths later, the figures of a man and a woman appeared in the ice mirror. But before Wen Baiyu could use his abilities, his actions seemed to have been noticed by the female cultivator in the mirror. Her silvery white eyes stared at him, and with a light wave of her hand, she turned into a blurry mist and disappeared into the mirror. Hehe, junior sister, it really is you. I thought you had been killed by that old bastard long ago. That's good, now I can avenge myself. Wen Baiyu was not surprised but delighted by this scene, and let out a cold laugh. On the shore of Dongwu, Hang followed respectfully behind a tall, slender female cultivator with snow-white skin. The female cultivator had long, ink-black hair, but her face was covered by a light veil. Her silver-white eyes, like the bright moon, were cold, empty, and lifeless. After Hang took the water element golden core pill given to him by Chen Mobai, he successfully formed his own core. Just as he was about to leave Dongju to see the world overseas, the restrictions within his body reminded him that he was now a member of the demonic path. Left with no other choice, he followed the guidance of the prohibition and returned to Yunmeng's. The female cultivator before him was none other than his nominal master. He didn't know her name, but after Yu Jai Sanran was exposed, and with Hong He forming his core, this female demonic cultivator finally began to teach him demonic techniques. What she asked Hong to do was very simple. That is to go to the eastern wilderness to gather intelligence on the Five Elements sect, especially the movements of the two nascent soul cultivators, Zhou Shenking and Chen Qingdi. Hong concealed his cultivation level and identity, pretending to be a demonic beast hunted in Yunmengs. He would occasionally go to the eastern wilderness shore to gather information, and then tell the female demonic cultivator what he had learned when she summoned him. 3 days ago, after Hong finished reporting the intelligence he had gathered over the past few years, he was about to leave when he was stopped by the female demon cultivator. Through the ice mirror, he witnessed a battle that filled him with immense pride. The demon king poison dragon ancestor, who had ravaged the eastern wilderness and eastern Wu for 1,000 years, was killed by the sect leader who used a flying sword to summon a heavenly tribulation. Tusk. Just after the battle ended, the female demon cultivator suddenly frowned slightly, her silvery white eyes fixed on a direction deep within the Yunmeng marsh. I didn't expect Wen Baiyu to be here too. With a gentle wave of her hand, the female demon cultivator wiped away all the moisture from herself and Hong, and also abandoned her plan to attack Chen Mobai. Her thoughts were similar to Wen Baiyu's. She wasn't entirely confident that she could win over this Taoist disciple of the One Yuan Dao Palace. However, if it weren't for Wen Baiyu, she would be willing to give it a try, since Chen Qingdi wouldn't be able to find her. Even if she failed, it would be difficult for him to retaliate against her. But while Chen Qingdi can't find himself, Wen Baiyu might not be so lucky. If Wen Baiyu were to lose her mind and reveal her information to Chen Qingdi in order to seek revenge, she wouldn't want to face this peerless sword cultivator, whom the Yiyuan Dao Palace had raised for over 100 years. By a twist of fate, both of the nascent soul cultivators in the demonic path decided to give up. Even after discovering each other's existence, they were both contemplating how to use Chen Qingdi's peerless sword to kill their opponent. Be careful when you're operating in the eastern wilderness from now on. Seeing that he couldn't find his junior sister, Wen Baiyu put away the ice mirror and spoke to the two people beside him. Tu Daohua and Sun Bailey nodded immediately, without needing him to say anything. Chen Mobai's terrifying feat of summoning heavenly tribulation and slaying dragons with his flying sword had already left a huge shadow in their hearts. They even made up their minds that, if possible, they would never set foot in the eastern wilderness again in their lifetime. Tu Daohua, in particular, was bewitched by Xuanxiao Dao Palace and used a demonic secret technique to curse Chen Gixian. Although he now knows that he failed because Chen Gixian's real name was Chen Qingdi, if word gets out, he will probably be killed by this Yiyuan Daozi with a single sword. As the two nascent soul cultivators removed their ice mirrors, Tengxianji's heavenly heart warning weakened considerably. This relieved Chen Mobai, but it also reminded him that he must never let his guard down in the heavenly river realm. However, the warning from heaven had not completely dissipated, so Chen Mobai sent a message talisman to Zhou Shenking, who had left, while he himself held the fifth-order heavenly origin pearl, hoping to recover by using the fifth-order spiritual energy he carried with him. But he suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy of the heavenly origin pearl contained a barely perceptible amount of poison. If it weren't for the fact that his Phoenix Rising Sun painting already made him immune to all poisons, and that there wasn't much poison, he probably would have been injured by refining and absorbing it all at once. Chen Mobai recalled that when he fought with the poison dragon ancestor, the latter used the true spirit power of the rainbow serpent to break through the defensive shield of this fifth-order magic weapon. He did not expect that the poison could still seep into the magic weapon. As expected of the true spirit, renowned for its poison. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately took out Zidian and Kingshuang. After killing the poison dragon ancestor, he put the two flying swords, which had consumed a lot of his essence, back into the realm. Later, because of the warning from Tiangxin, he was in a hurry to collect the corpse. I only have time to check now. Upon seeing this, he felt both heartache and delight. It's heartbreaking that, as expected, Zidian Qingshuang was also tainted by the poison of the rainbow serpent. Not only was the sword body damaged, but even its spiritual essence was harmed, and it has now been forced into a deep sleep to recover. Cultivating the spirituality of magical artifacts is extremely difficult, and it's unknown whether the two swords can be restored. To his delight, both swords showed signs of improvement after the battle. The purple lightning sword, in particular, has been upgraded to a mid-grade 5th rank after being tempered by the heavenly tribulation. The same applies to the azure frost sword. Previously upgraded to the 5th rank of profound gold, it was completely fused with the sword body through this battle. Coincidentally, the poison dragon ancestor's trident was made of 5th rank profound nether cold iron, which could perfectly integrate into the azure frost sword. Once Chen Mobai uses his weapon refining technique to forge the cold iron into the sword body, even if the azure frost sword loses some of its spiritual essence, upgrading to the 5th rank will definitely not be a problem. This is somewhat similar to the approach taken in the Heavenly River realm. First, maximize the material configuration of the magical artifact, and then consider the spiritual properties later depending on fate. Just as Chen Mobai was about to investigate whether there were any methods within the immortal sects to refine the sword body and restore its spirituality, a streak of azure light landed on the island. Junior brother. Zhou Shenking was overjoyed to see Chen Mobai sitting on the altar. But he quickly hesitated because he didn't find the corpse of the poison dragon ancestor. However, when he saw the void portal behind the altar, he suddenly realized something. Did the poison dragon ancestor escape back to the yellow dragon cave? Junior brother truly lives up to his reputation as a nascent soul sword cultivator. He was even able to repel a peerless demon king who had cultivated a true spirit bloodline. Before Zhou Shenking could finish speaking, Chen Mobai patted the storage bag at his waist, and the corpse of the poison dragon ancestor appeared below the altar. Zhou Shenking's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. After a fierce battle, we finally killed it, which can be considered as eliminating a scourge for both the Eastern Wilderness and Eastern Wu. With the purple and green swords resting on his lap, Chen Mobai spoke calmly, uttering words that deeply shocked Zhou Shenking. Junior brother, you are really fierce. After a long while, Zhou Shenking could only give a thumbs up and say those words. There is also a 5th-level yellow dragon cave inside, but since it is the lair of the poison dragon ancestor, I will wait until I have recovered my strength before going in to take a look. Chen Mobai has always been cautious and steady in his actions. After all, the cave behind him was left behind by the true spirit that accompanied the ascension of the One Yuan true monarch, and no one knows what kind of methods are inside. Moreover, and most importantly, the warning from the heavenly heart of Tengxianji has not completely dissipated even now. Therefore, Chen Mobai plans to focus on recovering his energy first. After all, the Yellow Dragon Cave has fallen into the hands of their 5-element sect, and they can explore it whenever they want. This is simple. The poison dragon ancestor is dead, so there is no need for the seal left by our master at Wind and Rain Dock. I will order junior brother Nujiang to open it, and then let the sect disciples go in to explore. No matter what dangers there may be, they can help us get out in advance. Zhou Shenking's words made Chen Mobai's eyelids twitch. This is typical of locals, but since he comes from a celestial sect, he still cares deeply for his disciples. There's no rush. Let's wait until we've both recovered before opening the seal on Fengyu Dock. What if there are other 4th-tier demonic beasts in Huanglong Cave? Chen Mobai's words made sense, so Zhou Shenking nodded in agreement. Should we reseal this place, or leave it as another entrance? Or should we call over cultivators from Eastern Wu and have them sacrifice their lives to clear the way for us? Zhou Shenking pointed to the void portal behind Chen Mobai and made another suggestion. The core of the seal, the 9 streams plate, no longer exists. In addition, the island and the Great Formation were completely damaged in the battle between Chen Mobai and the poison dragon ancestor. it would be quite troublesome to reset the seal. Let the sect members come and guard it first. In order to prevent powerful demonic beasts from emerging from the Yellow Dragon Cave and causing trouble in Yunmeng Marsh, our five-element sect has an inescapable responsibility. Chen Mobai spoke up, saying that he had long regarded Huanglong Cave as his prize, and also as King Nu's future cultivation cave, and he would definitely not allow Dongwu to get a share of it. Moreover, as a fifth-order array master and a fifth-order geomancer, he did not believe that there were any restrictions inside that could stump him. Zhou Shenking nodded after listening. The two then stayed there, waiting for the sect members to arrive. Chen Mobai also notified Qing Nu to come over, and then took out a top-grade spirit stone that could be charged to begin restoring his depleted energy. Summoned by the two nascent soul elders, Nujiang quickly led the disciples of Feng Yuwu across the border to this fractured island. Their large and imposing group naturally couldn't be kept secret from the Eastern Wu. Soon, Sun Huanglong led the allied forces of treasure ships from the major families of Eastern Wu to the area. He naturally sensed that the sealing formation set up by his ancestor had completely disappeared. The poison dragon ancestor, who should have been rampaging in theory, was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, judging from the charred marks left by the island battle, Sun Huanglong vaguely guessed what was going on. Seeing the five-element sect's army of cultivators resetting the seals and formations on the island that had been split in two, following Chen Mobai's command, Sun Huanglong gritted his teeth, and along with several core formation cultivators representing the Eastern Wu family, requested an audience. Sun Huanglong and the other core formation cultivators from Eastern Wu, who had just arrived on the island, all stared blankly at the corpse of the poison dragon ancestor lying beneath the island's altar. A female cultivator in a green dress, wearing a white mask resembling a veil and white gloves, was using a small knife to cut off scales one by one along the seams of the dark scales. Although Sun Huanglong and his companions had never seen the poison dragon ancestor in person, the corpse, which still possessed a powerful aura even after death and made them almost unable to breathe, led many to speculate that this corpse was the Lord of Yunmeng Marsh, whom the Eastern Wu people had lived in fear for over 1,000 years. The one who dissected the poison dragon ancestor was naturally Qing Nu. Chen Mobai stayed by her side while she was doing the dissection to prevent her from being corrupted by the remaining power of the colorful snake. Qing Nu didn't care much about the Yellow Dragon Cave, but after hearing that Chen Mobai had killed a peak fourth-order demon beast that had cultivated a true spirit bloodline, her eyes suddenly became brighter than ever before. In the immortal sect, the most she had ever come into contact with was a part of the body of a third-tier spirit beast, which was donated after it passed away naturally. The organs and tissues of fourth-tier spirit beasts are only available at the Kunpeng Academy. Even the three absolutes master needs to apply to go there to study them. As for the true spirit bloodline, it is something that Qing Nu can never come into contact with in her lifetime, even within the immortal sect. So as soon as she received the news, she immediately dropped everything she was doing and came over as quickly as possible. The longer a monster's corpse has been dead, the less valuable it is for dissection. Moreover, the true spirit bloodline might dissipate, so Qing Nu was about to take action on the spot. However, her cultivation level was insufficient, and she was unable to break through the poison dragon ancestor's physical body. Fortunately, Chen Mobai was highly skilled in weapon crafting, and with the addition of new fifth-tier materials, he simply cut a piece of Xuan Yuhan iron from the trident and used Du Shui fire to forge a set of scalpels for her. With Chen Mobai pointing out the weak points on the corpse of the poison dragon ancestor, and Qing Nu using the dripping water sword to enhance the scalpel, she was barely able to cut open the gaps between the scales. Master Sun, it's been a long time. Upon seeing Sun Huanglong, Chen Mobai spoke to Qing Nu, who then stopped her dissection. Without Chen Mobai's protection, the remaining trace of the colorful viper's poison on the poison dragon ancestor's corpse would have been enough to kill her. Greetings, sect leader Chen. Sun Huanglong, accompanied by 6 core formation cultivators from Eastern Wu, bowed to Chen Mobai. However, many people's eyes were still fixed on the corpse of the poisoned dragon ancestor. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, one of the core formation cultivators suddenly turned slightly pale and began to cough. The poisoned dragon ancestor was covered in poison, and the aura he emitted after his death has made the air here contain a lot of toxins. You should all hold your breath for a moment. Chen Mobai had forgotten about this matter, and immediately reminded him upon hearing the cough. Upon hearing his words, Sun Huanglong and the other core formation cultivators from Eastern Wu all widened their eyes. Although they had already guessed, hearing with their own ears that the corpse was indeed the poisoned dragon ancestor still shocked them like never before. Sect leader Chen has rid our Eastern Wu of this 1,000-year-old scourge. His merit is truly immeasurable. Sun Huanglong was the first to react and immediately bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. This demon is not only a scourge to Eastern Wu, but also a thorn in the side of our Eastern wilderness human race. I have wanted to get rid of it ever since I reached the nascent soul stage, but unfortunately it has been hiding in the Yellow Dragon Cave. Now that it dares to come out, I will naturally act on behalf of heaven to slay the demon. Chen Mobai's casual remark caused all the nascent soul cultivators from Eastern Wu, who were unfamiliar with the ways of the world, to prostrate themselves in awe. They all knew that Chen Mobai had only been a nascent soul cultivator for a little over 10 years, yet he had managed to defeat a peerless demon king at the peak of the nascent soul stage, while only at the early nascent soul stage. He truly lived up to his reputation as the Dao child of the One Yuan Dao Palace. Such talent and ability can only be found in a handful of people, even across the entire Eastern continent. There is one thing that is very painful. The Sun family cultivator who guided me and senior brother Joe became the first victim of the poisoned dragon ancestor's birth. I failed to protect him, and I am very sorry. As Chen Mobai spoke, he handed the storage bag left by Sun Jude to Sun Huanglong, who immediately thanked him repeatedly before accepting it with both hands. It is an honor for a member of the Sun family to dedicate himself to the exorcism of demons. Although Sun Huanglong said that, he was actually relieved. This time, the poisoned dragon ancestor's emergence was witnessed by him from the sidelines, and he even gave a push at the crucial moment, allowing Sun Jude to steal the Taoist book that was sealed and refined from the family, which enabled him to succeed. Originally, he thought that if the Five Elements sect and the poisoned dragon ancestor were to be mutually injured, and if that didn't work, it would be good if both of the Five Elements sect's nascent soul cultivators died, and Eastern Wu and Eastern Wilderness were to recover to their previous strength. After all, once the poisoned dragon ancestor is born, at most he will only eat some people. It's impossible for him to really stir up a monstrous wave and wipe out the human race on both sides of the strait. If that were the case, the Holy Land of the East would definitely be traversed by the world. But he never expected that Chen Qingdi, the Dao child of the primordial era, would be so powerful. The sword's sharpness was such that even the poisoned dragon ancestor was slain. Now that Sun Jude is dead, it's actually a good thing for the Sun family. There's also Sun Bailey, who's fallen into demonic possession. Once we get back, we need to find an excuse to expel him from the family. If we can kill him, that would be even better. Sun Huanglong began to think about the aftermath, but he didn't even dare to think about taking over Huanglong Cave. Even now, with the Five Elements sect members having crossed the border and now on their Eastern Wu territory, he still has to put on a smiling face and thank the Five Elements sect for coming to help. Brother Sun, the two patriarchs are stationed here mainly to prevent any demonic beasts from breaking out of the Yellow Dragon Cave. When Nujiang saw Sun Huanglong and his group off, he still gave them some face and made up an excuse. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed ancestors. Sun Huanglong and other core formation cultivators from Eastern Wu even expressed their gratitude. As time goes by, Chen Mobai gradually recovered his strength, while Qing Nu had reached the most crucial moment in the dissection. Beside the poisoned dragon ancestor, each jet-black scale was cut off and placed in a wooden box carved from longevity wood. Each of the specially made glass tubes was filled with 7-colored blood. This was the blood of the true spirit. Of the 3 most precious items on the corpse of the poisoned dragon ancestor, only the inner core remained. Chen Mobai nodded to Kingnu, who took a deep breath and cut open the chest of the poisoned dragon ancestor with a scalpel. A fist-sized inner core, golden with a dark blue luster, appeared before their eyes. Listening to the echoes of the empty valley, the inner core of this peak 4th-tier demon beast contained power fluctuations, several times greater than Chen Mobai's nascent soul. If it is a 5th-order inner core, it can be used as the main ingredient of the Tei water transformation pill. Qingnu watched as Chen Mobai used the Tei 5 smoke silk to take out the inner core. After observing it for a moment, she said with some regret, "The transformation pills of the Jellyfish Palace. The Tei water pill requires the Taiyuan blue pearl. The Tei water transformation pill requires a 5th-order water attribute demon beast inner core. And the final Tei water harmony pill requires 5th-order Xuan yin true water. This profound yin true water may be born within the 5th-order profound yin fiend, and it is also the most yin and cold spirit in the world. We can find another 5th-tier demon beast to kill later, right?" Chen Mobai smiled and said that there were quite a few nascent soul-level demonic beasts in the Tianhe realm and the 4 seas. If he were to become a nascent soul in the future, killing one would not be a big deal. "Let's not do it, I'm afraid you'll get hurt." Although Kingnu felt sweet inside, that's what she said. Chen Mobai sealed his 4th-tier inner core to prevent the loss of vital energy, and discussed with Qingnu how to make the best use of it. Among the pill formulas of the Jellyfish Palace, there are also those that use 4th-order inner cores as the main ingredient, which can enhance the cultivation of nascent soul cultivators. However, most of them are water attribute techniques, which are useless to Chen Mobai, and Qingnu cannot use them now. Could you dilute it and turn it into a 3rd-tier pill that would be useful to you? Chen Mobai himself doesn't need it, so naturally he hopes Qingnu can use it. Moreover, the Black Emperor Abyss scripture she cultivates requires accumulating vast spiritual power in order to break through to the next realm. Kingnu, it's possible, but wouldn't that be too wasteful? In the Heavenly River realm, if one were to refine pills using the inner core of a demon beast, the entire inner core would need to be used at once. However, the immortal sect has a method of diluting the entire core, allowing it to be used in 10 or even 100 separate applications. You should form your nascent soul as soon as possible so that you can wield the sea-stabilizing sword. Only then can I feel at ease. This world is still too dangerous." Chen Mobai said that after he returned, he asked Qingnu to try to refine the Dinghai sword. Unfortunately, even with the right attributes, she couldn't even enter the Dinghai sword with her core formation level spiritual power. So Chen Mobai is using the Dinghai sword for now. Let me think about it some more. I originally wanted to use this inner core as the core to improve it into the main ingredient of the immortal sect's nascent soul pill. Qingnu shared her thoughts, but replacing the main ingredient of the infant nourishing pill with the inner elixir would almost completely change the formula. Even she might not be able to succeed, and she would need to practice repeatedly. The 5-element sect doesn't have that many 4th-tier inner cores to let her try them out. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it would be better to refine pills that are effective against water attribute cultivation techniques. After thoroughly dissecting the poisoned dragon ancestor and preserving every piece of his body tissue, Chen Mobai fully recovered. However, the warning from Changxin still lingers in my mind. He turned to look at the void portal leading to the Yellow Dragon Cave. End of this chapter. Chapter 915, The Cult of 10,000 Spirits. Chapter 915, The Cult of 10,000 Spirits. Zhangzhou. As the center of the Heavenly River realm, it possesses 9 sacred lands. The reason there are 9 holy lands is not because there are only 9 forces in the central plains that possess the nascent soul stage, but because it is a convention that 9 is the ultimate number, and there can only be a maximum of 9 forces that can be called holy lands. If a sect outside the 9 holy lands possesses a nascent soul stage, It must defeat one of the holy lands in order to be promoted to a holy land. Under these circumstances, the myriad spirit sect, which has remained a sacred place for tens of thousands of years, suppressed the southern part of the central continent. The sect's number one cultivator, true monarch Tianling, was even said to be someone who had the potential to ascend to immortality. And today, in the Wanjin Hall of the Wanling sect, one of the wooden plaques suddenly shattered. An elder at the nascent soul stage, who was guarding the place, immediately took down the wooden plaque. A moment later, the leader of the myriad spirits sect looked at the shattered wooden plaque in his hand and then looked eastward with some surprise. Dongzhu. The doctrine of the myriad spirits sect is to take all the spirits of heaven and earth as their dharma body and evolve into true spiritual dharma forms. It is also the number one spirit-controlling sect in the heavenly river realm. The way of taming beasts is the essence of taming spirits. If one can absorb a true spirit and transform it into a dharma body, then the great Tao is within reach, and ascension may be possible. The strongest heavenly spirit true monarch in the sect is one who has taken a Kui beast as his dharma body and has mastered the great Tao true thunder. His cultivation is so strong that he is ranked among the top 15 people in the heavenly river realm. However, after the great changes in the world, innate true spirits almost disappeared. So the myriad spirit sect could only send out disciples to select demon beasts from all over the world that might transform into true spirits and enlighten them. Within the Wanjin Hall are the 10,000 demonic beasts, as recorded by the Wanling sect, that could potentially transform into true spirits. If these demonic beasts survive the tribulation of transformation, these soul tablets will light up, reminding the myriad spirit sect that they can go and guide them to their doom. If one dies, the spirit tablet will shatter. Among these events, the Wanling sect members rarely ventured into the eastern continent due to a certain incident, so the Wanling sect leader was quite surprised to see a soul tablet from the eastern continent shattered. Reporting to the sect master, we have found out that it was a venomous snake that was enlightened by Yu Shengyan, a nascent soul elder of the beast taming sect, a branch of the eastern continent, 1,500 years ago. It had a bit of the bloodline of the colorful serpent, so it was taught the transformation technique. The elder of the myriad spirits cult, who had come with the shattered soul tablet, reported the information he had found. Since the myriad spirits sect has enlightened all spirits throughout the heavenly river realm, it naturally has branches and separate academies operating throughout the 5 continents and 4 seas. Among them, the beast taming sect is located in the eastern continent. In his later years, Yu Shengyan returned to the Zhangzhou Wanling sect and failed to reach the nascent soul stage before passing away. However, the 7 soul tablets he left behind remained in the Wanjin Hall. This piece, containing the bloodline of a venomous snake, is one of them. The leader of the myriad spirit sect said, "The heavenly emperor's lineage in the eastern continent was wiped out by the 9-headed holy sun. Although our myriad spirit sect cleared itself of any involvement in time, in order to avoid suspicion, we have not allowed any of our nascent soul true monarchs to set foot in the eastern continent since then. You should inform the beast-taming sect over there about this matter and have them investigate and report back." According to the rules of the sect, every one of the 10,000 soul tablets in the Wanjin Hall that lights up or breaks must be investigated by a disciple. However, the reason why the 9-headed great sage of the eastern continent was able to cultivate the void was because the myriad spirit sect secretly guided and taught him. Although he achieved his goal of disintegrating the Eastern Imperial Court, inherited by the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, this event also enraged the Heavenly Emperor of the Spirit Void Immortal Realm. If the myriad spirit sect didn't have some background in the upper realm, it would probably have been wiped out by the Heavenly Emperor long ago. Even so, there are still some forces in the Heavenly River realm that want to curry favor with the Heavenly Emperor and have always disliked the myriad spirit sect. Therefore, to avoid suspicion, the Wanling sect is the weakest in the eastern continent. Aside from the beast-taming sect, which is openly known, there is the beast-gathering demon sect. Why should we notify Shang Zhang? The nascent soul elder of the myriad spirit sect asked a question, and Shang Zhonggan was the current sect master of the eastern continents, gathering beast demon sect. Let the beast taming sect contact him. Our myriad spirits sect is a sacred place. How can we be tainted by the demonic path? The leader of the myriad spirits sect glanced displeasedly at the nascent soul elder. He had already said that they should avoid suspicion and not expose the connection between the myriad spirits sect and the nine-headed great sage who killed the human emperor of the eastern continent, even if it was just a superficial one. Yes, yes, yes. The nascent soul elder nodded repeatedly, then immediately withdrew to make arrangements for the matter. Yes. Chen Mobai sensed the warning from the heavens and stared intently at the void portal. Given his cautious nature, he would naturally not enter in person if the situation was unclear. A formless puppet landed in front of him. After exchanging a few words with Qingnu, Chen Mobai manipulated the puppet to transform into a stream of light and enter the yellow dragon cave in his place. To his surprise, the Huanglong cave was not a body of water, but a vast and boundless paradise, with mountains rising abruptly from the ground and streams flowing around it. Enveloped in rich and pure spiritual energy, it resembled a secluded paradise. Chen Mobai activated the detection function of the formless puppet, and it quickly detected hotspots of varying brightness. These are all demonic beasts. The brighter ones represent powerful ones, and the darker ones represent weak ones. However, some areas seem to be shrouded in formations or restrictions, making them impossible to scan. Chen Mobai quickly sensed that a third-tier demonic beast was leading a number of second-tier demonic beasts flying towards them. After considering it for a moment, he decided to hide the puppet. Although we are not afraid, there is no need to alert the enemy if we do not know the full picture of Huanglong Cave. Before long, Chen Mobai chose the route with the fewest monsters and headed towards the very center of the spiritual vein. That area which the formless doll couldn't scan should be the core of this cave. Along the way, Chen Mobai discovered that there was indeed an array here, but it was a naturally formed array similar to the one in Loquat Valley, perfectly integrated with the fifth-order spiritual veins within the cave, and its power was almost equivalent to a high-grade fifth-order array. No wonder that, after the poison dragon ancestor escaped into this place, the three of them, including the primordial ancestor, did not dare to pursue him. It is equivalent to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Although it only has strength, relying on its thick skin and brute force, and is not skilled in magic, it is estimated that even if twice as many nascent soul cultivators came in this kind of advantageous terrain, they would not be able to defeat it. If it weren't for the poison dragon ancestor undergoing the heavenly tribulation of true spirit transformation, Chen Mobai probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to kill it. Even if he were to break this natural magic array, it would be troublesome. It would require shaking the fifth-order spiritual veins here. As Chen Mobai observed the cave and recorded the monsters he scanned, he suddenly stopped at the foot of a mountain. There, he saw dozens of medicinal herbs, their spiritual light shimmering, rooted in a clearly cultivated spiritual field. A lizard-shaped monster lay on the edge of the spirit field, seemingly guarding it, occasionally sticking out its bright red tongue to snatch some flying spirit insects into its mouth. Chen Mobai recognized them. All of these were medicinal herbs over 1,000 years old, with the lowest being rank 3. Two of them had crystal-clear leaves, resembling snowflakes and ice chips, and were rank 4 Xuanbing spirit grasses, one of the main ingredients of the nascent soul pill. We're already close to the core of a fifth-order spiritual vein. Chen Mobai didn't make a move. He simply noted the location down and continued forward. Soon he stopped on another mountain peak, looking at the half-excavated mountain wall. Within the wall, he could see pieces of pale purple ore, purple essence stones, used to refine high-level magical artifacts, enhance their resilience, and awaken their spirituality. The entire mountain is a vein of purple ore, and the grade is not low. It is estimated that 4th-grade ore can be mined from the core. Beyond this point, it is clear that the core of the Huanglong Cave's spiritual veins lies. It was like a valley surrounded by high mountains. Chen Mobai saw all sorts of strange and wonderful monsters guarding the high mountains surrounding the valley, but their discipline was very lax, with many of them lying around lazily. 7 heads at the third tier, 89 heads at the second tier. The shapeless puppet quickly scanned out the monsters here, but there were none of them at the first rank. It seemed that such weak monsters were not qualified to be here. Upon discovering this place, Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. If it were just these monsters, he could kill them all by himself if he came in. However, the key is still inside the valley. After concealing himself, Chen Mobai's formless puppet walked brazenly past the 2 drinking demonic beasts. The demonic beasts, who were ignorant of magic and had cultivated to this level purely through instinct, had no way of seeing him. However, the valley was completely shrouded by a natural formation. If Chen Mobai were to try to break the spell, the noise he made would definitely be noticed by these monsters. He looked up, found the highest mountain, and flew there to observe the valley from above. Unfortunately, the mist formed by the natural formation enveloped the entire valley, making it impossible to see anything. While observing the valley, Chen Mobai sent out many small puppets to collect data, recording the map of the entire Yellow Dragon Cave, the mineral veins and spiritual herbs scattered throughout, as well as the demonic beasts. These are all assets of the 5 Elements sect. 3 days and 3 nights later, Chen Mobai, who was sorting out various resources, suddenly discovered that a catfish demon beast from one of the mountains, carrying a bowl of food and holding a piece of golden scales, passed through the natural formation and entered the valley. This discovery gave him a great shock. A short while later, the catfish monster emerged from the valley. Taking advantage of the moment it passed by, Chen Mobai used the blinding the eyes technique to secretly slip into the activated formation. Within the formation lies another world entirely. There was a magnificent golden palace here. Drops of pure, almost liquid spiritual energy floated in the air, a sign that the spiritual vein was teeming with spiritual energy. These pale golden droplets are also known as spirit dew in the heavenly river realm. Both cultivators and demon beasts can refine them directly, and for cultivators, they are even more precious than spirit stones. After Chen Mobai entered, he looked at the droplets but remained motionless. He discovered that the natural formation was still functioning here, and since he had nothing to pass through, if he took a wrong step, he would likely trigger an immediate disturbance from the formation. Fortunately, although what entered was a formless puppet, its own realm as a geomancer and a formation master was still the same, so after a moment, Chen Mobai confidently took the first step. The natural formation follows the mysteries of heaven and earth, and with the help of the heavenly blessing and the earthly spirit, he quickly discerned the path forward. After stumbling and twisting, he arrived in front of the palace. Just as he was about to continue exploring, a sudden surge of spiritual energy came, and Chen Mobai's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, a huge stone statue at the entrance of the cave came to life. Although it sensed something approaching, it could not see the puppet hidden beneath the obscured view. After a long while, the stone statue once again remained silent and squatted down at the doorway. Chen Mobai observed it carefully for a long time and found that the stone statue did not show any signs of being a puppet. It seemed as if the stone had been given a spirit and had become a living being. Or perhaps a powerful being directly transformed to stone. After realizing this, Chen Mobai became even more interested in the palace. He carefully maneuvered the figureless puppet, avoiding the stone statue, and stepped into the palace. What comes into view is a spring emitting cold air. After a brief moment of sensing, Chen Mobai knew that this was a fifth-order spiritual spring. It is the core essence of a fifth-order spiritual vein. Centered around the spring is a pool made of white jade, occupying the very center of the palace hall, filled with spiritual dew. The icy blue spring water gushing from the spring drips into a bamboo tube, and once the tube is full, it is tilted down and falls into the pool, mixing with the spiritual dew. Chen Mobai saw several pieces of shed black scales by the pool, and knew that these must be the treasures that allowed the poison dragon ancestor to refine fifth-tier scale armor. He inspected it, and found that the amount of spiritual energy contained in the full bamboo tube of ice blue spring water was equivalent to that of a top-grade water attribute spirit stone. Here, in about 10 days, a tubeful of spiritual liquid will gush out from the spring. In other words, you can harvest a water element mystic stone in 10 days. Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. If he were the poison dragon ancestor and had such cultivation conditions, he would never have stepped out of the yellow dragon cave in his entire life. Inside the palace hall, besides the pool, there were also many pieces of furniture made of precious minerals and spirit wood. After looking around, Chen Mobai went directly into the back hall. This must be the bedroom of the poison dragon ancestor. There's a huge bed here. On one of the walls was a shelf displaying various mature, thousand-year-old medicinal herbs, including the xuanbing grass that Chen Mobai had been very interested in earlier. Most of the herbs here are 4th grade, and Chen Mobai noticed some signs that they had been eaten. Clearly, the poison dragon ancestor, who did not know the art of alchemy, could only consume and refine these mature medicinal herbs in this way. Chen Mobai looked regretful and went back into the side hall. One of the places was probably the training ground where the poison dragon ancestor used to stretch his body. Chen Mobai found knives, spears, swords, and staffs there, all of which were 4th-tier magic weapons. It was forged from 4th-order minerals such as purple yuan stone, mixed with 5th-order mysterious cold iron. It's simply a huge waste. After reading it, Chen Mobai, a weapon refiner from the immortal sect, shook his head and condemned the poison dragon ancestor for wasting resources. He then entered the last side hall. This place is actually a study. On the bookshelf, he saw many cultivation manuals and Taoist books from the 5 Elements sect, the Sun-bathing sea, and even the Eastern Wu region, which were clearly the acquisitions of the poison dragon ancestor. It was probably obtained from the storage bags of the 3 sects of cultivators who were killed by it when it was attacked. These are all very rudimentary, at most reaching the core formation stage. The strict attitude of the heavenly river realm towards the transmission of cultivation techniques came in handy at this time. Chen Mobai used the formless puppet to perform a simple scan, but he didn't have high hopes for the collection of these poison dragon ancestors. After all, what he has in abundance is knowledge. On the other side of the immortal sect, he can download anything now. The reason for scanning was simply so as not to miss any information. Perhaps the poison dragon ancestor had left behind something like a diary. After scanning, Chen Mobai casually set the filtering criteria and actually found a very interesting booklet. The Great Technique of True Spirit Transformation. Upon opening it, he knew that this must be the reason why the poison dragon ancestor was able to cultivate the rainbow serpent true spirit bloodline. This technique allows demonic beasts with true spiritual bloodlines to return to their original state through acquired cultivation methods. It's somewhat similar to the Dragon Transformation Sutra. However, the Dragon Transformation Scripture can only target the true spirits of dragons, while this true spirit transformation technique can be used on any demon beast that possesses the bloodline of a true spirit. Based on Chen Mobai's understanding of the heavenly river realm, the origin of this cultivation technique must be extraordinary. After reading it, he immediately flipped to the end and found the signature, Yu Shengyan of the Beast Taming Sect. Beast Control Sect. Chen Mobai naturally knew that it was a major nascent soul sect in the eastern lands, a force second only to the 3 holy lands. The sect had 4 nascent soul cultivators and many 4th-order contracted spirit beasts. Even compared to the Star Heaven Dao sect, its strength is only slightly inferior. At this moment, Chen Mobai also roughly realized why Tengxianzhi's heavenly heart warning had not disappeared. It's estimated that this poison dragon ancestor was raised by the beast taming sect. However, after learning the reason, Chen Mobai felt relieved. What he feared most was an unknown enemy lurking in the shadows. Although the beast taming sect is powerful, he is not afraid if they want to cause trouble in the eastern wilderness. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai took the original copy of the True Spirit Transformation Technique and left the side hall. After touring the palace, he felt relieved. Although there are many third- and second-tier demonic beasts in the Yellow Dragon Cave, none of them are a match for him and Zhou Shenking. Once all these demonic beasts are suppressed or subdued, this fifth-tier cave dwelling will be brought under the jurisdiction of their five-element sect. If Qing knew where to come here to cultivate, with the help of the fifth-order spiritual spring in that pool, she could probably achieve the perfect core formation in the shortest possible time. With that in mind, Chen Mobai decided not to waste any more time. He walked out of the palace, intending to wait for the catfish monster to come in and bring him food before leaving as before, then summoning the five-element sect members to sweep away all the monsters in the cave. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Since monsters have come in to bring food, it means there should be living creatures inside the cave. But he searched the entire palace and still couldn't find any living monsters. What exactly happened? Chen Mobai turned his head to look at the squatting stone statue that seemed frozen in time. Is that it? However, after scanning the faceless doll, no signs of feeding were found around the statue. Chen Mobai thought this way and waited patiently. Sure enough, the catfish monster came in again. After concealing himself, Chen Mobai silently followed behind it, watching it arrive at the poison dragon ancestor's bedroom and then activate a mechanism. Soon after, the ground began to sink completely. Chen Mobai followed him down. About 15 minutes later, the sinking finally stopped. Splash! The sound of chains rattling rang out, and Chen Mobai was shocked by what he saw. A long, golden dragon-like creature emerged from the darkness. Its scales shimmered with dazzling light, its limbs were strong and powerful, and its claws were sharp as knives. Each swing of its claws caused the burrow to tremble. Its back was raised like a golden mountain, and its thick, powerful tail swung like a golden steel whip, producing a whooshing sound that was awe-inspiring. The dragon's eyes are like two blazing fireballs. Its head is huge, and its horns curve backward like golden crescent moons, adding to its mystery and majesty. The dragon opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Its long whiskers fluttered in the wind like swords, exuding a ferocious and terrifying aura. It opened its mouth and lunged at the catfish monster. However, the catfish monster showed no fear whatsoever, and even revealed a hint of disdain. The sound of chains rang out again, and Huanglong's powerful body suddenly stiffened, unable to move forward any further. Chen Mobai saw that black chains had bound Huanglong's neck, waist, tail, and limbs. Our ancestor has gone out to undergo tribulation and will be back soon after eating some humans. He has asked me to deliver meals to you in the next few days. Your good days are over. After the ancestor survives the heavenly tribulation of transformation, he will have the same true spirit bloodline as you. At that time, he can use a secret technique to devour your bloodline. At that time, our ancestor will possess two true spirit bloodlines, both of which are dragon-like. Perhaps in his lifetime, he will be able to cross the dragon gate and become a true dragon. The catfish demon beast must be a confidant of the poison dragon ancestor, for it even knows about the true spirit bloodline. As Chen Mobai watched it speak, it put down a large bowl of food, all of which was bright red fish meat, and it was also carefully soaked in a soup made with medicinal herbs. After receiving the answer, Chen Mobai decided to leave. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw Huanglong's two dragon eyes looking in his direction. Hey, you can see me. Now that he had been discovered, Chen Mobai stopped pretending and removed the pretense. Who are you? How dare you? The catfish demon was taken aback when it saw Chen Mobai appear out of nowhere beside it. Then, a fierce look appeared in its eyes, and it drew a large cleaver from its waist, instantly unleashing its peak third-tier demonic energy. Amidst the whistling of blades, another inaudible informational fluctuation emanated from the catfish's mouth, seemingly an attempt to notify the various demonic beasts outside. However, Chen Mobai listened to everything with his voice of the valley technique and easily suppressed the fluctuation. He then raised two fingers of the formless puppet and easily grasped the large cleaver made of fourth-tier materials. Upon seeing this, the fierce light in the catfish monster's eyes vanished, replaced by fear. The only one it had ever seen who could do this was the poison dragon ancestor. It was clearly quite intelligent, as it immediately released the large cleaver that the faceless puppet was holding and turned to run upwards. But a faint white light flashed by, and its leaping body was instantly sliced in two. Accompanied by a burnt smell, the residual fire energy from the extreme yang slash remained in the catfish's wound and began to burn. Chen Mobai used his ability to control the airflow to prevent the smell from spreading and being discovered by the monsters outside. Roar! At this moment, the yellow dragon, bound by black chains, roared at Chen Mobai, its eyes filled with a hint of fear, and slowly retreated. I guess you must be a descendant of the true spirit yellow dragon. Although I don't know why you were tied up here by the poison dragon ancestor, you must have been tricked. It just so happens that I slew the poisonous dragon and came in to take over this cave. You're lucky. If you are willing to sign a contract, I can release you and let you breathe the air of freedom. Chen Mobai stated his conditions, his gaze fixed intently on the bound Huang Long. Roar! But when faced with Chen Mobai's conditions, the yellow dragon merely roared once more, leaving it unclear whether it agreed or disagreed. It seems Huanglong was in such a hurry to ascend that he didn't teach you those basic survival skills. Chen Mobai spoke again, but the yellow dragon, bound by the fifth-order Xuan Yuhan iron chains, could only roar, which showed that it could not speak. This is normal, after all. Huanglong didn't want to ascend on his own back then. He was subdued by Yi and Zhenjun and forced to leave the Tian realm with the latter. At that time, it seemed that the yellow dragon in front of us was still an egg, and it would not be born until much later. However, the poison dragon ancestor later discovered this place and somehow gained the trust of the yellow dragon, thus gaining entry into the cave. After imagining a scene of a cuckoo taking over a bird's nest, Chen Mobai looked at the bound yellow dragon with pity. Despite being a descendant of an ascended true spirit, he was only at the 3rd level and was not yet able to take human form. However, Chen Mobai soon discovered the reason. There was a black, sealed tube inserted into the back and chest of this yellow dragon. Strands of golden blood were being drawn from this pitch-black tube. This must be the method of the poison dragon ancestor, constantly extracting the yellow dragon's essence and blood. In that case, even the bloodline of an ascended true spirit would not be able to withstand it. Perhaps the poison dragon ancestor was able to cultivate the true spirit bloodline of the rainbow serpent by using the essence blood of the yellow dragon. After Chen Mobai discovered this, he did not help Huang Long remove the black tube. He left immediately. After removing the golden scale armor that allowed entry and exit from the cave from the catfish's corpse, Chen Mobai stepped directly out of the natural formation. 3 days later, Chen Mobai's true form led Zhou Shenking and the others into the Yellow Dragon Cave. He either killed or suppressed all the monsters here. From then on, the 5th-tier Yellow Dragon Cave belonged to their 5-element sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 916 Little Yellow Dragon Girl, Tai Sui Boy. Chapter 916 Little Yellow Dragon Girl, Tai Sui Boy. In the middle of the Yunmeng Marsh and the Great River, Zhou Shenking flew in midair, calmly raising his right hand, and a complex talisman instantly appeared in the void. As the talisman took shape and was activated, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather, transforming into beams of clear, bright divine light that surrounded him. Roar! From the water's surface, a black, monstrous fish with 2 heads burst forth. Covered in solid scales, it brandished its forked spear and launched an attack on Zhou Shenking, who was suspended in midair. Its body was like a small mountain, and the black, cold air it spewed from its mouth had a foul stench. It was like a monster that stirred up huge waves with an astonishing aura. However, with a mere wave of his hand, Zhou Shenking transformed the surrounding azure light into a vibrant, crystalline green leaf, blocking the 2-headed fish demon in front of him. Then a clear, bright divine light condensed into a sword, and with a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved the fish demon in two, its blood spilling onto the river. Roar! Amidst the roar, another third-tier demonic beast, brimming with demonic energy, burst forth from the water. However, Zhou Shenking's gaze shifted, and the heavenly wood divine light around him condensed into a massive azure palm print that descended from the sky, directly pressing the demonic beast back down. As the muffled sounds of bones and flesh shattering and agonizing screams echoed from the depths of the water, a surge of blood suddenly rose to the surface. After the two leading third-tier demonic beasts died, the thousands of Yunmeng's demonic beasts they led scattered and fled in all directions from the bottom of the water. After taking out the two third-tier inner cores, Zhou Shenking finally used the heavenly wood divine needle. In an instant, the divine light of the heavenly wood around him condensed into countless needles of light, like a torrential downpour, falling upon the Yunmeng's monsters below. Sizzle! One by one, the monsters had their hearts pierced, and after swimming a distance in the water, they lost all their vitality and floated to the surface. However, some monsters managed to escape this calamity. Zhou Shenking was too lazy to chase after them and fight back. He landed on the water, on the largest treasure ship of the Sun family. Many thanks to the venerable Shenmu for helping our Eastern Wu quell the demon scourge. Sun Huanglong, along with the core formation cultivators from Eastern Wu, surrounded Zhou Shenking with grateful expressions, thanking him profusely. After Chen Mobai killed the poison dragon ancestor and occupied the yellow dragon cave, he naturally had to clean up the Yunmeng marsh. Putting everything else aside, we must kill even those third-tier demonic beasts. However, since there was something going on at the immortal sect, Chen Mobai had to go back for a meeting, so he entrusted this small matter to Zhou Shenking to handle. Zhou Shenking was initially reluctant, since the demonic beasts that came out of the Yellow Dragon Cave were mainly wreaking havoc in the Yunmeng Marsh territory of Eastern Wu. In his opinion, it would be best if the cultivation families of Eastern Wu and these demonic beasts were both severely weakened, and then surrendered to their five-element sect. But after Chen Mobai told him about the next plan, Zhou Shenking suddenly understood. The Eastern Wilderness and Eastern Wu have been close allies for over 1,000 years. When I was young, I met Ancestor Huangwu and addressed him as my senior uncle. Now that I have the ability, I will definitely help him. After saying this to Sun Huanglong and the others, Zhou Shenking pointed to some demonic beasts that had escaped from his heavenly wood divine needle and ordered the allied cultivators of Eastern Wu to deal with them. We are truly sorry to have troubled Venerable Shenmu to personally lend a hand. These funds were raised by our several families, so please accept them. Sun Huanglong ordered two core formation cultivators to lead the treasure ship army to hunt down the demonic beasts. He then took a storage bag and respectfully handed it to Zhou Shenking, who accepted it without hesitation. This is my communication talisman. If you encounter any more monsters that you cannot handle, please let me know. After receiving the gift, Zhou Shenking's expression became even more amiable. He even gave Sun Huanglong a talisman to contact him. However, in the eyes of the cultivation families in Eastern Wu, third-tier demonic beasts without the protection of the poison dragon ancestor are nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Therefore, in the days that followed, Zhou Shenking didn't even need to take action. Sun Huanglong led the Eastern Wu allied forces to surround and kill the remaining third-tier demonic beasts one by one. However, Yunmeng Marsh was too vast, so two third-tier demonic beasts managed to hide their tracks and escape the pursuit of the Eastern Wu allied forces. In response, Chen Mobai instructed Nujiang and the others to search the Yunmeng Marsh within the Eastern Wilderness territory. Sure enough, they actually found it. Mo Duguang led Ning Leshan to personally take action and kill the two third-tier demonic beasts. After that, only monsters below the third rank remained in Yunmeng Marsh. After finishing his meeting at the immortal sect, Chen Mobai, thinking of Huang Long, immediately returned. At this time, the natural formation of Huanglong Cave was also broken by the formless puppet he left behind, which created a path that allowed people to enter and exit freely. Chen Mobai immediately notified Zhou Shenking to come back, And then, together with Kingnu, the three of them stepped into the room. Junior brother, in the past, ancestor Yiyuan rode a dragon to ascend to heaven. In the future, you will also be able to ride this little yellow dragon across the eastern continent and follow in his footsteps. Zhou Shenking looked at the third-tier yellow dragon bound by chains in the most abundant spiritual vein underground in the yellow dragon cave. After his initial surprise, he laughed heartily and said to Chen Mobai, "Senior brother is joking. Let's think about how to deal with this little yellow dragon." Chen Mobai shook his head. According to the way things are done in the Heavenly River realm, those who have passed the nascent soul stage must ascend to the spirit void immortal realm. However, he is, after all, a member of an immortal sect, and he is afraid that if he ascends, the powerful beings there will recognize that he comes from another world. Therefore, he will definitely not ascend in his true form if the situation is unclear. Huanglong possesses innate true spirit bloodline, equivalent to the demon race's royal court. If the moral sect finds out, they'll probably come begging for it immediately, keeping it captive and extracting its true spirit blood. Zhou Shenking also frowned and said that if possible, he would naturally want to subdue this little yellow dragon. After all, with its true spirit bloodline, as long as there is enough time and spiritual energy, it can easily be raised to the 4th or even the 5th level. However, the sacred lands of the eastern continent place great importance on the Tong Sheng true spirit pill, in order to ensure that the lineage of nascent soul cultivators continues uninterrupted. The moral sect had previously kept several innate true spirits, but after tens of thousands of years of extraction, even true spirits could not withstand it and had all long since passed away. In this world, true spirits are scarce, and those that exist have all sought refuge with the royal courts of various demon clans. As a result, the moral sect can only refine the true spirit pill of sainthood by attacking those without royal court backing in the desolate ruins. If news of the little yellow dragon from the Five Elements sect reaches the eastern lands, even the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect would likely side with the Morality sect and force them to hand it over. If Chen Mobai is truly the Tao child of One Yuan, it's possible that by offering up the little yellow dragon, one could reserve a true spirit pill for the saintly realm. Unfortunately, he was an impostor. Without the background of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, he would not be qualified to negotiate with the Dayud sect. Then let's nurture it for now, and talk about it again when I become a god. After thinking about it, Chen Mobai made this decision. Roar! As soon as he said this, Huanglong, who had been looking at them, seemed to understand and suddenly roared, as if he wanted to say something. Junior brother, why don't you make a contract with it first, and ensure that this yellow dragon enters our Five Elements sect? Upon seeing this, Zhou Shenking immediately spoke up. Chen Mobai thought about it and agreed, and began to cast the Blood Pact and the Divine Sense Pact. Huanglong seemed to want to resist, but with its mere third-tier level and the constant draining of its vital essence over the years, it was already physically weak and simply could not resist. Before long, Chen Mobai had successfully entered into a contract with the Yellow Dragon. After establishing a spiritual contract, simple communication becomes possible. Roar! Within Chen Mobai's sea of consciousness, the voice of the little yellow dragon rang out, and after translation, its general meaning became clear. I'll give you benefits. The entire yellow dragon cave is already in my hands. What benefits do you still have to offer me? Chen Mobai responded with great curiosity. The little yellow dragon raised its head, then stuck out its tongue and licked a stalactite hanging from the rock wall above its head. Chen Mobai felt the earth's spiritual energy from the entire yellow dragon cave suddenly surge into the stalactite, followed by extremely pure and vast water spiritual energy. After the two mixed, a drop of clear, azure spiritual liquid fell. The woman standing nearby immediately took out a spirit sealing tube and preserved the drop of spiritual liquid. This is the azure cold water. Seeing this, Zhou Shenking hesitated before speaking. That's right. The Yellow Dragon Cave was originally a nearly sixth-order spiritual vein, mainly composed of earth vein spiritual energy, with some attached water vein spiritual energy. It was a method used by the yellow dragon that ascended thousands of years ago to condense the azure cold water. This kind of spiritual water can help the true spirit cleanse its bloodline, condense its divine soul, and also help cultivators open their purple mansion sea of consciousness and enhance their divine sense. However, when Huanglong fought with ancestor Yiyuan, he extracted most of the spiritual energy from the earth veins here. The aftershocks of their battle transformed the original Yunmeng River into the Yunmeng Marsh, greatly reducing the spiritual energy from the earth veins. Instead, the spiritual energy from the water veins became dominant, which is why it became Huanglong Cave as it is now. When the first ancestor ascended to heaven, this little yellow dragon was still an egg, which was placed under the azure cold water to nurture it. Unfortunately, after the spiritual energy of the earth veins in the yellow dragon cave weakened, the time required to condense the azure cold water also increased greatly. Therefore, it took a long time for it to accumulate enough power to take shape and break out of the egg. However, it was unlucky. After it was born, it encountered the poison dragon ancestor. After being bewitched by the poison dragon ancestor, it opened its cave. After that, it was usurped and locked up, and it remains locked up to this day. After the poison dragon ancestor occupied the yellow dragon cave, he kept extracting its bloodline, mixing it with resources such as azure cold water, water essence, and heavenly dew. Not only did he reach the peak of the fourth rank, but he even cultivated a true spirit bloodline. If we hadn't been lucky enough to encounter it when it was born, we would probably have been able to watch it wreak havoc on both sides of the river in the future. After Chen Mobai and Little Yellow Dragon made a contract, he roughly learned from its thoughts about the origins of the poison dragon ancestor's achievements. Hearing this, Zhou Shenking was overjoyed. Luckily, junior brother, you turned back then. If the poison dragon ancestor doesn't die and uses his true spirit bloodline to devour this little yellow dragon, he will likely become a fifth-order true spirit. Even if the true monarchs from the holy lands of the East come to deal with him, the five-element sect will definitely be destroyed before that happens. It's just fate. In response, Chen Mobai only said this one sentence. Then he took out the Dinghai sword. With a clanging sound, the chains binding Huanglong were all severed. After gaining its freedom, the little yellow dragon stared wide-eyed in disbelief, cautiously extending its front claws. After crawling across the line it had never crossed before, it excitedly roared to the sky. A tremendous sound wave erupted, seemingly a dragon's roar imbued with true spirit, causing Qing Nu to feel somewhat dizzy. Quiet. Chen Mobai immediately issued an order to the little yellow dragon through the contract, and the latter immediately restrained itself. Having been bound for over 1,000 years, the little yellow dragon had long lost the arrogance that a true spirit should possess. After it crawled out, it nodded to Chen Mobai. After signing the contract, it understood that the person in front of it was its master. Although it had been replaced by a contract instead of chains, being able to leave this cage was a huge step forward for it. It is a true spirit with a long lifespan. Perhaps it will find a chance to break free from the contract in the future, just like when the poison dragon ancestor was killed by the person in front of us. To avoid being discovered, your activities will be restricted to the core valley of this cave from now on. Chen Mobai spoke to the little yellow dragon, who, despite his dissatisfaction, nodded in agreement. However, if you reach the fourth stage of human transformation in the future, I can allow you to leave this cave and even travel to various places in the eastern wilderness. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai decided to give Little Yellow Dragon a glimmer of hope. What is transformation? However, Little Yellow Dragon was like a blank sheet of paper, completely ignorant of many basic terms and knowledge in the cultivation world. Chen Mobai gave a simple explanation. It means being able to transform into a human form just like himself. Immediately, the little yellow dragon flashed with a burst of spiritual light, and then its originally slender dragon body began to slowly shrink. Finally, after a dazzling burst of light, it turned into a little girl with a pale face, two small curved dragon horns on her head, golden hair and golden eyes. Junior brother, Some innate true spirits are born with the ability to master the art of transformation. Seeing the slight surprise in Chen Mobai and Qing Nu's eyes, Zhou Shenqing immediately spoke up. When the primordial ancestor was in the One Yuan Dao Palace, he encountered the demon royal court that came to visit. Those royals with true spirit bloodlines were all like this. Although their cultivation was not yet at the 4th level, they could transform into human form. This incident was also told as an amusing anecdote to Zhou Shenqing and his disciples. I never expected her to be a little dragon girl. However, what surprised Chen Mobai was mainly this. Junior brother, there is one more thing. The true spirit yellow dragon is an earth dragon that is born with the ability to control the earth's energy and operate the earth's axis. Because of this, if a person who cultivates earth attribute techniques can form a contract with it, their cultivation path will be twice as effective with half the effort. My master heard that the reason why the One Yuan ancestor came to subdue this yellow dragon before ascending to immortality was probably because of this. After all, the foundation of the Hunyuan Dao fruit is, in essence, earth elemental energy. Junior brother, although you don't have the heavenly earth spiritual root, you have still managed to cultivate the primordial true qi. You can give it a try. Zhou Shenqing then mentioned something that the primordial ancestor had mentioned. Given the primordial ancestor's peak nascent soul stage strength, his ascension on a dragon was certainly not just for show, so there had always been this speculation in the eastern lands. At this point, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. However, for him, the greatest use of the yellow dragon's blood is to enable him to cultivate the scripture of riding the 6 dragons to rule the heavens in the future. It should be noted that the only true dragon bloodline possessed by the emperor of the Eastern Imperial Court was that of the yellow dragon. Chen Mobai is now on the same starting line as the human emperor, at least in this respect. Moreover, it also contains the blood of the rainbow serpent, painstakingly cultivated by the poison dragon ancestor. With the true spirit transformation technique in hand, let's see if we can use it to guide the devouring serpent to transform into an azure dragon. Furthermore, if Chen Mobai remembered correctly, Bayan Jingchun cultivated the dragon transformation scripture, which manifested as a white dragon. This meant that she definitely possessed a spirit beast with white dragon bloodline. If Chen Mobai finds it troublesome and doesn't want to cultivate it himself using the dragon transformation scripture, he can directly take a drop of Bayan Jingchun's essence blood, but it's unknown whether she would be willing. Once he had a clear idea, Chen Mobai immediately felt that the blood of the 6 dragons in the riding the 6 dragons to rule the heavens scripture seemed to pose no difficulty for him. After all, there are quite a few people in the immortal sects who cultivate the dragon transformation scripture. Bayan Jingchun has the white dragon appearance. If we go back and investigate, there will definitely be red dragon appearance, black dragon appearance, and so on. However, it's not easy for the immortal sects to extract a cultivator's essence blood. Even if Chen Mobai is a nascent soul cultivator, the other party has to be willing. Even so, compared to the hard work required to collect resources in the heavenly river realm, he can now freely choose among the immortal sects. Just then, little yellow dragon girl suddenly walked over, pointing to her back with a slightly pained expression. Chen Mobai was initially surprised, but then remembered something and immediately went behind it. The black tube that the poison dragon ancestor used to extract its yellow dragon essence blood did not disappear because of her transformation. It was still inserted in her vest. Chen Mobai called Qing Nu over to take a look. In addition to being an alchemist, the latter had also taken medical courses at Jumeng Academy and had also taken veterinary medicine as an elective. This little yellow dragon is quite pitiful. After King Nu finished examining the wound, she used her spiritual power to protect the meridians around the wound and then signaled to Chen Mobai that he could remove it. A suppressed dragon roar rang out, but under Chen Mobai's suppression, although the little yellow dragon struggled in agony, it could only crush the stones on the ground and leave a few claw marks. After pulling out the tube, Chen Mobai immediately poured the nearly full golden essence blood into a sealing tube. ignoring the little yellow dragon girl's pleading gaze as she turned her head and put it directly into his own pocket. All right, but its body is lacking in vital energy, so it may take a long time to recover. King Nu helped little yellow dragon girl reconnect the several broken heart meridians that had been removed from her chest. Looking at the golden dragon scales emerging from her wounds and the wriggling flesh, which could not fully heal due to her weak essence, she spoke her diagnosis. Seeing this scene, Zhou Shenqing was deeply moved. The incredibly powerful innate true spirit is now unable to heal even such a minor injury, which shows just how weak this little yellow dragon girl is. Then why not let it stay with you? If it can be trained well in the future, it's not impossible to take it under my wing. Chen Mobai spoke to Qing Nu, explaining that he wanted to give the Tai Sui to Zhuo Ming and transfer a copy of his contract to Qing Nu. It just so happens that this yellow dragon cave was originally intended as a dowry for Qing Nu, so that she could take care of the little yellow dragon girl, help it heal its injuries and recuperate, and teach it morality and ethics. Perhaps in the future, when he and Qing Nu have to ascend and leave because their cultivation is too high, it can become the guardian deity of the five-element sect. This, I wonder if it would be willing. Qing Nu had no objections. After all, raising a true spirit was something only ancestor Long Chu of the Kunpeng Dao Academy had ever done in the immortal sects. Moreover, aside from managing the Dangxia Pavilion, she really didn't have much else to do in the eastern wilderness. Raising a little yellow dragon seems like a lot of fun. It is willing. Chen Mobai answered directly for little yellow dragon girl, who opened her mouth, then closed it again. Can these two dragon horns be changed? Seeing that the little yellow dragon girl had no objections, King Nu happily took its hand and then pointed to its two eye-catching dragon horns. Little yellow dragon girl nodded, and under the watchful eyes of the three, the dragon horns slowly retracted from her forehead. Chen Mobai then drew a talisman to conceal his aura, put it in a storage bag, and handed it to little yellow dragon girl. These fourth-tier talismans of mine can last for a year after being cast. Don't forget to use them when you go out, and just let me know when you're done. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, little yellow dragon girl nodded, then took the storage bag and hung it around her neck. We humans usually wear them on our waists. King Nu immediately corrected its habit. Junior brother, it's been a while and your skill in talismans has surpassed mine. You are truly amazing. On the other side, Zhou Shenqing was also filled with emotion when he saw Chen Mobai casually drawing a dozen fourth-tier talismans. What he was most proud of was that he was a fourth-tier talisman maker. Although Chen Mobai had previously demonstrated talent in talismans, Zhou Shenqing believed that his skill level was still superior to Chen Mobai's. Little did they know that Chen Mobai had caught up with them in a short period of time. All I can say is that a genius is a genius. Fortunately, this genius was from his five-element sect. In my spare time, I did some research and planned to work with Qing Nu in a while to integrate the inheritance of the four major skills of alchemy, weaponry, and array into a classic, and also establish the orthodox path of our five elements, sect's cultivation of immortality in all arts. Chen Mobai explained his reasons, and Zhou Shenqing nodded repeatedly. As they spoke, the two walked out of the underground cage. Let's put these water essence and heavenly dew on the spirit treasure pavilion later, so that senior brother Nujiang and the others can exchange for them. Upon arriving at the palace hall, Chen Mobai pointed to the spiritual dew and spring in the white jade pool and spoke. At this moment, he also understood that the source of this spring was the section of stalactite trapped underground. After the essence of water and the essence of the earth veins were combined, it became azure cold water. The power of Huanglong's true spirit can accelerate the fusion process. For cultivators in the five-element sect who practice water attribute techniques, water essence is undoubtedly the best natural treasure. It is the essence of a fifth-order water vein. King Nu can even dilute the essence of water and use it as the main ingredient to refine the water element golden elixir. Very good, junior brother can make the decision. Zhou Shenqing nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had no objection. At this moment, King Nu also led Xiao Huanglongnu out, and the latter trembled slightly when she saw the sunlight outside. At this moment, the stone statue at the entrance, which had been sealed by Chen Mobai with his Hunyuan true qi, suddenly began to fluctuate. Through a spiritual exchange with the little yellow dragon girl, it was learned that this was a stone spirit hastily created by the yellow dragon before its ascension, to protect its birth. Unfortunately, due to the decline of the spiritual veins here, coupled with the passage of time, the stone spirit also fell from the original 4th rank to the 3rd rank, which even the poison dragon ancestor could not stop. After Chen Mobai learned of this, he unlocked the stone spirit and made it serve as a security guard for the palace. This stone spirit is essentially a puppet, but it was enlightened by Huanglong, who was close to the void refinement stage. The profound mystery it contains involves innate changes, which even he does not understand. However, the stone spirit only possessed basic spirituality. With the cooperation of the little yellow dragon girl, Chen Mobai quickly set up new commands at its core. The core of this stone spirit was actually a piece of Mother Earth stone. However, after so many years, even in the yellow dragon cave, the spiritual energy has been reduced to less than 1/10. After thinking about it, Chen Mobai still didn't set up the charging array. After all, if the stone spirit were to recover to the 4th rank, only he himself would be able to suppress it. Let's wait until King Nu forms her nascent soul before filling it with spiritual energy. After the 3 people and 1 dragon left the core area, they soon saw the 5-element sect disciples bustling about outside. As a 5th-order spiritual vein, the Yellow Dragon Cave is an excellent sacred place, whether for cultivating spiritual fields or for disciples to come in and cultivate. Moreover, since this place will become Qing Nu's cave dwelling in the future, it will naturally also be Chen Mobai's place of residence and cultivation, so it's better to keep it quiet. Therefore, Chen Mobai plans to develop it into a spirit field, transplanting the most precious medicinal herbs from the 5-element sect and even the Eastern barbarians to this place. At the same time, he also planned to go to the immortal sect to purchase some seeds of precious spiritual herbs. After thousands of years, this place will become the most precious foundation of the 5-element sect. Transplanted herbs are prone to withering and dying due to acclimatization issues, so Chen Mobai directly called over his beloved apprentice Zhu Ming to help Qing Nu with this task. Greetings, Master. When Zhu Ming arrived, she wasn't alone. Beside her was a very strange boy. Compared to a normal boy, he was only half a meter tall, and his skin was as green as jade, radiating a bluish glow. He was short and chubby with a round face, looking like a round green ball. Greetings, Master. After Zhu Ming finished speaking, the plump boy immediately bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. This is a Tai Sui. Chen Mobai quickly learned about the boy's origins through the contract and was quite surprised. End of this chapter. Chapter 917, Infant Nurturing Pill, Sword Cleansing Pool. Chapter 917, Infant Nurturing Pill, Sword Cleansing Pool. Tai Sui was already at the peak of the 3rd rank a long time ago. Later, after Chen Mobai formed his nascent soul, he appreciated its hard work and gave it the opportunity to advance to the next rank. Now that Tai Sui has taken human form, it is clear that it has already reached the 4th level. In terms of level, it is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. Although his combat power was inferior to Zhou Shenking's due to the lack of cultivation methods, he was still able to easily suppress those 3rd-tier demonic beasts and core formation cultivators. How did you overcome the heavenly tribulation? Chen Mobai gestured for Tai Sui to come over, examined its transformed body, and saw if he could tailor a cultivation method for it. Reporting to Master, it was just a bolt of heavenly lightning, and it passed very easily. The one who answered was Zhu Ming. Tai Sui had just taken human form and was still learning the language, so she didn't know much. When Tai Sui was promoted, Zhu Ming happened to be leading it to carry out land reform in Feng County, opening up fertile fields in the barren local environment. Over the years, Xiaoming has completed agricultural reforms in most of the eastern wilderness. Besides the help of disciples drawn from various departments of the Five Elements sect, many things were resolved by relying on the innate power of Tai Sui. That time, Zhuo Ming and Tai Sui joined forces to disperse a first-order spiritual vein and transform it into thousands of acres of fertile land. After completing this, Tai Sui suddenly fell into a deep sleep, and then the fully charged Mother Earth stone in the core of his body was completely fused and digested by him. After obtaining all the pure earth energy from this top-grade spirit stone, Tai Sui easily underwent a successful transformation. Its originally dark, glossy flesh instantly lost its dark color and shone with a verdant green light. Then dark clouds gathered in the sky, and after a symbolic bolt of lightning, a heavy rain fell, nourishing the newly cultivated 1,000 acres of fertile land. It seems that it has accumulated quite a bit of merit by following you for so many years. After hearing this, Chen Mobai probably guessed the reason. Zhuo Ming's many merits over the years, such as river dredging, desertification control, tree planting, and agricultural reform, are largely attributable to the influence of Tai Sui, the Grand Duke Jupiter. This time, the transformation of Tai Sui into human form was probably due to the many sins it committed in the desolate ruins. However, compared to the merits it accumulated while following Zhuo Ming, these sins were certainly nothing. So only one bolt of lightning struck, just to mark the occasion. At this time, Chen Mobai also asked King Nu to come and check on Tai Sui, since the latter, after advancing to the 4th level, would be a key ingredient in the infant nourishing pill. When Qing Nu came over, Xiao Huanglong Nu followed closely behind her. Tai Sui Tongzai, imitating human etiquette, bowed to Qing Nu, then suddenly frowned and looked at Xiao Huanglong Nu beside him. It is an earth attribute spiritual medicine, while the yellow dragon is the dragon of the earth and is naturally ruled by the latter, so a sense of awe is instinctively born. The Tai Sui child was unaware of this. It only knew that it was at the 4th level, while the little yellow dragon girl was only at the 3rd level. Therefore, it couldn't understand the emotions that had suddenly surged within it. At this moment, King Nu had finished her examination and nodded to indicate that there were no problems. "I'm sorry to trouble you again." Chen Mobai spoke to the Tai Sui child, who then consciously stretched out his arm and revealed part of his true form. King Nu took out a 5th-grade scalpel and precisely cut off a piece of Tai Sui flesh that was as green as jade. After securing it, Zhuo Ming immediately came over, intending to harness the spiritual energy of the earth veins within the yellow dragon cave to nourish the Tai Sui child. But he discovered that his ever-reliable, all-knowing connection had no effect whatsoever in this place. Master, this place is strange." After Zhuo Ming discovered this, he immediately told Chen Mobai, who then turned to look at the little yellow dragon girl. As the dragon of the earth and its birthplace, it is clear that its control over the spiritual energy of the earth veins in the yellow dragon cave is something that even the spirit rhinoceros of all things cannot contend with. However, the little yellow dragon girl was also confused about this. She was able to control the earth vein spiritual energy of the yellow dragon cave by relying on her innate bloodline, and she did not know how to undo it. "You come and draw upon the earth's spiritual energy here, infusing it into its body." Using the contract, Chen Mobai began to instruct the little yellow dragon girl, who nodded. Then, the extremely pure earth spiritual energy here transformed into a nearly tangible golden light and landed on Tai Sui's body. King Nu then took some spiritual dew from the white jade pool and dripped it onto Tai Sui's wound. In no time, the latter had healed, but it was still greedily absorbing the earth's spiritual energy and the spiritual dew. Chen Mobai didn't bother with it, since he might need it to protect the sect in the future. With the treasures of Wang Hemin, the snake-scale wood from Huanglong Cave, and the flesh of this Tai Sui, the materials for the infant nourishing pill are complete. Looking at the 4th-tier Tai Sui meat in the glass bottle in her hand, Qing Nu happily announced some good news. Before Chen Mobai came to slay the dragon, he entrusted the matter of Wang Hemin to her. When Qingnu led a group of professionals she had trained over the years to the Wang He sect's treasured medicinal fields, she discovered that there were actually 27 kinds of fourth-order medicinal herbs, all of which had been cultivated for thousands of years, as well as hundreds of kinds of third-order medicinal herbs, all of which were personally planted by the pioneering cultivators who founded the Wang He sect. The fact that Wang Hemin has survived to this day is a testament to his exceptional luck. He has not been wiped out over the long course of history. The reason they approached the five-element sect this time was because the Grand Elder of Wang He sect didn't have much lifespan left and wanted to exchange resources that would allow him to form his core, so they could take one last gamble. However, according to local customs, the main reason why Wang Hemin was willing to reveal these accumulated traditions of 6,000 years was Chen Mobai's good reputation for being virtuous and honest. Wang Hemin believed that the five-element sect would not ruin the good reputation it had built up in the eastern wilderness over the years for these fourth-grade medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt a strange sense of joy. For many years, he has led by example, subtly changing the five-element sect from top to bottom, ensuring that the sect's disciples maintain basic moral ethics in both their actions and conduct, and he has finally reaped the rewards. This further strengthened Chen Mobai's resolve to transform the eastern wilderness into a minor immortal sect. 27 kinds of fourth-grade medicinal herbs, which is more than the foundation of our Shenmu sect back then. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenqing couldn't help but sigh and said that in the past, the Shenmu sect, as one of the 7 major sects in the eastern wilderness, possessed the second largest medicinal field in the eastern wilderness, which only had 17 kinds of fourth-grade medicinal herbs. If he had known back then that Wang Hemin possessed such a treasure, he would have led his army of wood-vein cultivators to their doorstep without hesitation. Does Wang Hemin want to exchange everything? Chen Mobai asked Qingnu. The value of so many medicinal herbs far exceeds that of a core formation elixir. Wang He sect is just a foundation establishment sect. Now that it's been exposed, they must want to exchange enough resources from the five-element sect to advance their sect in one go. Qingnu spoke up and mentioned the conditions of Wan Dengyang, the Grand Elder of Wang Hemin. All fourth-level cultivators would be willing to hand over their resources to the five-element sect. Besides the cave dwelling in the core area of Baiyuan City, he also wanted several shops and access to read the precious inherited Taoist books in the library. It wasn't that he coveted the five-element sect's cultivation techniques. He mainly wanted to see the insights into core formation. The rest consisted of spirit stones, pills from Danxia Pavilion to enhance cultivation, and most importantly, core-forming spiritual herbs, among other things. Although it was mainly Elder Wan Dengyang of Wang's sect who wanted to form his core, he still needed to appease the other disciples by offering up all the sect's accumulated medicinal herbs from its inception. Therefore, he hoped to exchange them for some foundation establishment treasures. Fortunately, Wan Dengyang was the only foundation establishment cultivator in the entire Wang sect. Otherwise, things would not have gone so smoothly. Qingnu could make decisions about elixirs and such, but she did not agree to things like cultivation techniques and insights into forming the core, saying she would have to come back and consult with them. Agree, this is a good opportunity to thoroughly establish the good reputation of our five-element sect. Chen Mobai nodded. Even Zhou Shenqing, who was standing next to him, knew about the saying, spending a fortune to buy a horse's bones. If Wang Hemin can obtain enough benefits from the five-element sect, then other sects in the eastern wilderness, and even those outside the eastern wilderness, such as the eastern Wu and eastern Yi, that have rich but declining resources, might come to Baiyuan City, hoping to exchange with the five-element sect for resources that can help them rise again. I hope that Wan Dengyang from Wang Hemin is a promising talent. This is the first time Zhou Shenqing has hoped that someone outside his own family could successfully form a golden core. Besides the fact that the five-element sect is currently powerful, having one more core formation cultivator in the eastern wilderness wouldn't affect the overall situation. Moreover, He had already imagined what a glorious achievement it would be if Wan Dengyang could successfully form his core with the help of the five element sect's resources. Let Yi Yun carry out my orders and contact Wan Dengyang. Let's prepare to refine the infant nourishing pill first. At this moment, Chen Mobai spoke up about the most important matters at hand. He knew that the poison dragon ancestor might be raised by the beast-taming sect of the eastern lands. If the five-element sect had another nascent soul cultivator, even if it was real, the beast-taming sect would definitely not dare to come knocking on their door. Moreover, Mo Duguang has refined his true qi over the years and has accumulated it to perfection. If Chen Mobai hadn't asked him to wait for the nascent soul pill, he would have already tried to form his nascent soul. Then I'll go to the myriad transformations immortal city to make preparations. After listening, Qing Nu nodded. All the main and auxiliary ingredients of the infant nourishing pill needed pre-processing, and she needed to personally oversee this process to ensure her peace of mind. Now, all the old equipment and medicinal pools that Chen Mobai acquired from the immortal sect have been moved to Wanhua Immortal City, which is now the undisputed holy land for alchemy in the eastern wilderness. I'm sorry to trouble you here, Minger. Chen Mobai entrusted Zhuo Ming with the task of transplanting precious medicinal herbs from the Five Elements sect to the Yellow Dragon Cave. The latter immediately nodded. It just so happened that she had already trained a large number of skilled people for the agricultural reform in the eastern wilderness, so she no longer needed to do it herself. Please take care of this one as well. King Nu then pointed to the quiet little yellow dragon girl, who was standing to the side after she had infused the Tai Sui boy with earth spirit energy. If she goes to refine the infant nourishing pill with Chen Mobai, she definitely won't have time to bring it along. Perfect timing, Minger. You're practicing earth attribute techniques. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai naturally decided to entrust the training to his precious apprentice, Zhuo Ming, who also had experience in beast taming. However, because Tai Sui Tong Zai was present, he transmitted the information about Xiao Huang Long Nu's identity to Zhuo Ming. It was actually... Zhuo Ming was also taken aback when she heard that she was going to bring a true spirit, but she also knew how precious true spirits were in the heavenly river realm, so she nodded solemnly. Chen Mobai and Qing Nu returned to Beiyuan City together. The latter went to Wanhua Immortal City first via the teleportation array, while Chen Mobai would go there to provide the Daoshui fire when it came time for the actual refining. After obtaining Chen Mobai's permission, Yi Yun quickly reached a formal written agreement with Wan Dengyang of Wang Hemen. All 27 fourth-tier medicinal herbs of Wang Hemen were sold to the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect also had the right of first refusal to purchase the remaining third-tier medicinal herbs. In addition to the conditions that Qing Nu had discussed earlier, the Five Elements sect also guaranteed that as long as Beiyuan City still existed, the Wang Hemen's legacy would forever remain above that of the eastern wilderness. After the talks, Chen Mobai even personally met with Wan Dengyang to show his sincerity. Wan Dengyang was a white-haired but youthful-looking cultivator. Although he was well-maintained, faint wrinkles were still visible at the corners of his eyes, indicating that he was indeed quite old. Wan Dengyang, who had followed Yi Yun in, was also extremely respectful when meeting the foremost person in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai, however, was very kind. They not only inquired about Wan Dengyang's years of cultivation, but also carefully measured his spiritual roots, spiritual power attributes, and so on. There's good news and bad news. The good news is that Wan Dengyang has a wind spirit root, which is considered outstanding in the eastern wilderness. Moreover, according to the research of the immortal sects, the wind spirit root is a mutation of the water and wood spirit roots, so the water elemental golden core and the wood elemental golden core that Chen Mobai has can both be useful to him. The bad news is that Wan Dengyang is already 180 years old and has long passed the peak of his physical body. Moreover, due to the environment of the local cultivation world when he was young, he had experienced several life-and-death battles and lost some of his original essence. His late-stage foundation establishment cultivation level was clearly due to the consumption of numerous pills, resulting in a significant accumulation of pill toxins within his body. After hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately presented a gift. This is a Xuan Tian Wu Jin Dan. Taking it will increase your lifespan by 20 years. Wan Dengyang had naturally heard of the reputation of this elixir. It was basically the most famous longevity elixir among the 3 border regions of the eastern continent. Thank you very much, immortal Venerable Chen, for bestowing this elixir. When Wan Dengyang brought out all the resources accumulated over thousands of years, he was already going all out, so he didn't refuse and accepted the pills directly after thanking him. Given your current situation, there's a 90% chance you'll fail on your first attempt at core formation. There's no need to use the formless puppet to deduce it. Chen Mobai's own knowledge alone is enough to arrive at this answer. Please enlighten me, immortal venerable. Wan Dengyang naturally understood that offering up his sect's resources would be a great asset for the 5-element sect, so he shamelessly bowed deeply to Chen Mobai and asked for his guidance. I will give you the opportunity, but whether you succeed or not depends on yourself. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't guarantee that Wan Dengyang would successfully form his core, and building a reputation couldn't involve endlessly investing resources. He inquired about Wan Dengyang's cultivation methods, intending to use the formless puppet to deduce them. Wan Dengyang hesitated, but considering that this was the only chance he could get to form his core, he gritted his teeth and told them about his sect's inherited technique, Jade Crane Technique. This Jade Crane technique is of the wind attribute, but the technique is rather rudimentary, and at most one can only cultivate it to the core formation stage. The founder of Wang sect was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. However, after clearing the wasteland, he found a 4th-order spiritual land protected by a natural formation, and received a core formation spiritual object from the Holy Land, so he did not return to the Eastern Land and settled down in the Eastern Wasteland. However, the founder of Wang sect did not succeed in forming his core, but at the end of his lifespan, he planted various spiritual herb seeds, which became the foundation for the exchange between Wan Dengyang and the 5-element sect. This is a beast-taming technique. After listening to Wan Dengyang's introduction, Chen Mobai was greatly surprised to find that the Jade Crane skill required establishing a contract with a white jade spirit crane to cultivate together in order to reach its highest level. Wan Dengyang immediately explained that their Wang sect had raised this type of spirit crane for generations, and that it was a descendant of the 3rd-tier Wang crane of their founding ancestor. Wan Dengyang also has one now, which has already been cultivated to the peak of the 2nd tier. Once he has also reached the foundation establishment stage, he can use the spirit crane's help to break through the bottleneck at the same time. This can increase the chances of forming a golden core by 10% to 20%. This is also the most mysterious aspect of the Jade Crane skill. That's why Wan Dengyang wanted to take a gamble. To be honest, immortal Venerable Chen, our Wang sect's founding patriarch, was once a disciple of the beast-taming sect. However, because he broke the rules, he was sent here to help the Holy Land reclaim this land. Our 2nd patriarch also once traveled to the Eastern Land via the Golden Crow Immortal City, but unfortunately, the beast-taming sect doesn't recognize our lineage at all. Wan Dengyang spoke with a sigh, and Chen Mobai's eyes narrowed immediately. Beast Control Sect. That's quite a coincidence. Is it because of the auspicious blessing of the phoenix facing the sun painting? Chen Mobai thought for a moment and put the matter aside for the time being. If Wan Dengyang could successfully form his core, he might be able to use this to send him to the Eastern beast-taming sect to investigate. With the Jade Crane technique, there is some hope. Here's what we'll do. When you form your core for the first time, don't use the full potential of this technique. Just try it normally on your own. I will teach you some methods so that you can use the effects of the core-forming medicine to enhance and purify your essence, energy, and spirit, preparing for your 2nd core formation. When you form your core for the 2nd time, go all out and give it a try. I feel a little bad that I only gave you 2 chances to form your core, despite the many fourth-tier medicinal herbs you offered. In the library of Baiyuan City, there is a heavenly wind technique from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace that matches your spiritual root attribute. Take my token to receive the chapter on the completion of core formation. If you can make great contributions to my 5-element sect in the future, I will not be stingy with the contents of the nascent soul chapter of the Heavenly Wind Great Law. The Jade Crane technique can only be cultivated up to the core formation stage. If Wan Dengyang were to reach the core formation stage, he would either have to switch to another technique or go to the Eastern Beast Taming sect to seek further guidance if he wanted to continue his cultivation. The Heavenly Wind technique of Xuanxiao Dao Palace is renowned and is considered a top-tier wind attribute technique even in the Eastern lands. Thank you, Immortal Chen, for bestowing this teaching. Therefore, after hearing this, Wan Dengyang did not hesitate at all and immediately bowed deeply again. Although he could only receive the portion of the core formation stage, Wan Dengyang already felt that the 5-element sect was very generous, because his Wang sect taught its disciples cultivation techniques in stages, one level at a time, according to the minor realms. Chen Mobai used the formless puppet to input the Jade Crane skill and demonstrated it to Wan Dengyang, telling him where he had gone astray in practicing this skill. After listening to the lesson, Wan Dengyang was drenched in sweat. He thought he had mastered the Jade Crane skill to perfection, and that even the founder of the school was only at his level. However, he did not expect that there were still so many shortcomings. What excited him even more was that Chen Mobai told him how to solve these problems. He truly deserves to be called a renowned and virtuous teacher in the Eastern wilderness. At this moment, Wan Dengyang deeply regretted not being born 100 years later. If he could have become a disciple of the number one person in the Eastern wilderness, with his wind, spirit, root aptitude, he would have been guaranteed to reach the core formation stage, and even the nascent soul stage wouldn't be out of the question. When you reach the core formation stage, find Yun. The 5-element sect will send people to protect you and prevent anyone from coming to your door to interfere. In order to establish his reputation, Chen Mobai considered almost every possible factor that might affect the success rate. After hearing this, Wan Dengyang was naturally very grateful. Yun, who had been listening silently, also nodded slightly. After dealing with this matter, Yun personally led the people from the spirit plant department to harvest all the 4th-tier medicinal herbs from Wang Hemen. Some were sent to Wanhua Immortal City, while others were transplanted to Huanglong Cave by Zhuo Ming. 6 months later, Chen Mobai withdrew the Daoshui fire surrounding the pure Yang cauldron, gently took out the purified Tianyuan pearl, and replenished the true energy consumed in refining the infant nourishing pill. As expected, 4 pills were made. However, since this was my first time refining pills, each one contained a slight amount of pill poison. During the process of Qing Nu condensing the pill, she had already roughly checked the situation inside the pure Yang cauldron. She used the pill condensation technique to close the lid of the cauldron and told Chen Mobai about the results of the infant nurturing pill. How much erysipelas is present? It's probably around 0.3% to 0.6%. After hearing this, Chen Mobai simply ignored it. This quality is already considered perfect in the Tianhe realm. Even the pills produced by the Dayad sect are not of this quality. Such a result on the first attempt, and the fact that many of the medicinal materials were refined using second-hand equipment from the immortal sect, demonstrates the extraordinary skill of Qing Nu in alchemy. Of course, Chen Mobai's Daoshui fire also played a significant role. The infant nourishing pill needs about 6 months to mature before it can be produced. Chen Mobai then got up to go and see the newly built medicinal pool in the Myriad Transformations Immortal City. Sect leader, the sword washing pool is complete, but I don't know if it meets your requirements. Leading Chen Mobai was Zhu Ting. The Myriad Transformations Immortal City was built on the original site of the Snowfall Palace. She was extremely familiar with this place. So, although Qing Nu was in charge on the surface, it was Zhu Ting who was responsible for maintaining its operation most of the time. Chen Mobai arrived at the edge of the sword cleansing pool, took a sip of the medicinal water, examined the spiritual energy contained within the water veins and the various restrictions around the pool, and nodded in satisfaction. "Thanks for your hard work." Upon hearing this, Zuding repeatedly said she dared not. This sword-washing medicinal pool was built by Chen Mobai, specifically for the purple lightning frost sword. When these two flying swords slew the poison dragon ancestor, they were corroded by the poison of the rainbow serpent. Although Chen Mobai later used the Daoshui fire to refine the remaining poison, the damage to the sword body and its spiritual essence could not be restored by this method. Chen Mobai made a special trip back to the immortal sect to ask Hao Cao what solutions were available for this situation. His reason was that while practicing swordsmanship, he unintentionally comprehended a powerful sword intent, which caused his flying sword, which was connected to his sword heart, to be unable to withstand it and was damaged. Therefore, the method given by Hao Cao was slightly flawed. But for Chen Mobai, that was enough. After he learned that there was a way, he went directly to the Mountain and Sea Academy and downloaded all the information on repairing flying swords from its library, which had been summarized over thousands of years, into the heavenly calculation bead. Then he had Fangkun book filter it. Soon, the sword-washing method, which involves condensing over 1,000 kinds of spiritual herbs into a liquid, and then integrating it into a medicinal pool, was selected. This was originally a method used by the Mountain and Sea Academy to nurture, cultivate, and train swords, and to imbue flying swords with spirituality. Some flying swords that were just one step away from developing spirituality might successfully transform if placed in it. However, maintaining the sword-washing pool required a massive amount of spiritual herbs every year, which was wasteful and uneconomical. Therefore, 1,000 years ago, the 13 sword-washing pools of the Mountain and Sea Academy were sealed off until only the last one remained. Even with this one dose, it only serves the most basic function, controlling the annual demand for spiritual herbs to a minimum. Even so, without funding from the immortal sects, the Mountain and Sea Academy is struggling to survive. That's why Hao Cao shamelessly asked Chen Mobai to leave behind the top-grade spirit stone for the sea-stabilizing sword. When a flying sword enters the sword-cleansing pool, over time, all impurities within it will be washed away, making it purer and more refined. In theory, as long as the appropriate spiritual medicine is added to the flying sword every year, the flying sword can grow infinitely over the long years. Of course, that's the theory, but there's still an upper limit due to the material of the flying sword itself, the strength of its spiritual energy, the level of the spiritual vein where the sword-washing pool is located, and so on. However, without a doubt, this sword-cleansing pool is the best way for Zidian Qingshuang to recover. Although given Chen Mobai's current status and influence, it's unlikely that Hao Cao would object to him directly borrowing the sword-washing pool from the Mountain and Sea Academy. After careful consideration, it's still more cost-effective to build one himself in the eastern wilderness. After all, if he used the sword-cleansing pool of the Mountain and Sea Academy, he would definitely have to pay for the spiritual medicine he consumed. Even though Chen Mobai is now one of the 3 giants of the immortal sect, he still finds the thought of purchasing these things from the immortal sect troublesome. It just so happens that Wanhua Immortal City has such spiritual vein conditions, and it is also the center of alchemy in the eastern wilderness, so building a temple here would be perfect. At this moment, Qingnu, who had finished sealing the furnace, also came over. The sword-cleansing pool requires the addition of 1,000 kinds of spiritual herbs, and we need her, a professional, to help us. Following her instructions, Chen Mobai used the essence of the Daoshui fire to refine each spiritual herb into a medicinal liquid. After working for 3 days and 3 nights, he finally completed the sword-cleansing pool. The void opened up, and the purple lightning sword, which had long been awakened, flew out first. At Chen Mobai's signal, it landed comfortably in the pool and began to swim around. The azure frost sword, however, remained dormant, seemingly suffering from injuries inflicted by the poison of the rainbow serpent, which appeared to be too severe for a 4th-tier sword. After taking it out, Chen Mobai carefully placed it into the sword-washing pool. Then he summoned the purple lightning sword and asked it to take care of azure frost. "Master, I'm a little injured too." Upon hearing this, the purple lightning sword responded somewhat hesitantly. It was a fifth-tier weapon, and with the tempering of the heavenly tribulation and the Tushita fire, the injuries caused by the rainbow serpent's poison were not very severe. The reason for his reluctance was clearly that he wanted Chen Mo to add spirit stones for free. But this wasn't the time for battle, and Chen Mobai wasn't going to tolerate it. "Then you should take good care of yourself." After speaking, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu discussed it briefly, and then Zhu Ting, who was waiting for them in the distance, called them over. "I will teach you a sword-fighting technique. In the future, when I am not around, please look after Qing Shuang," Chen Mobai said to Zhu Ting, who immediately thanked him. End of this chapter. Chapter 918, Intercepting the Primordial Yang Sword Intent. Chapter 918, Intercepting the Primordial Yang Sword Intent. After placing the purple and green twin swords into the sword cleansing pool to nurture them, Chen Mobai left the myriad transformations immortal city with Qing Nu. The infant nourishing pill is nurtured within the pure Yang cauldron, and Qing Nu can carry it with her at all times. They originally planned to go straight back to Huanglong Cave, but some things came up in Baiyuan City, so they made a detour instead. Greetings, sect leader. Inside the main hall of Baiyuan City, Mu Yuan and Yan Yuanhao entered and bowed to Chen Mobai. Both of them had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage and wanted to apply for the core formation elixir. After putting 2 wood element golden elixir pills on the shelves and letting them exchange them at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Chen Mobai called over his eldest disciple. Now he only has 4 water element golden core pills and 1 wood element golden core pill left in his possession. Because there are many talented people in the wood vein, the wood essence golden elixir that Qing Nu cultivated was consumed the fastest. Fortunately, Wan Dengyang is only in the late stage of foundation establishment and does not need the core formation elixir for the time being. Because 2 pills were reserved for Liu Wenbai, Chen Mobai wanted to check on his eldest disciple and see how far he had progressed in his cultivation. Reporting to Master, I feel that in another 2 or 3 years, I will be able to perfect both of the cultivation techniques. Liu Wenbai replied respectfully that he was the only one of Chen Mobai's 4 disciples who had not yet reached the core formation stage. However, he was obedient and honest, did not take any pills, and diligently cultivated to hone his spiritual power and solidify his foundation. Now it's finally coming to an end. You will have no problem forming your core in 3 years. After taking his eldest disciple's pulse and examining his water and wood spiritual power, Chen Mobai said this with a confident expression. With Master's words, this disciple is full of confidence. Upon hearing this, Liu Wenbai's initial nervousness immediately eased. Over the years, Chen Mobai has never been wrong about what he said. Starting today, you should stop worrying about things and focus on your cultivation in seclusion. This is a spiritual item I have prepared for you to help you form your core. Chen Mobai smiled and handed the 3 items to Liu Wenbai, who respectfully accepted them with both hands. Disciple kowtows in gratitude to Master. Looking at his eldest disciple, Chen Mobai couldn't help but recall the scene when the 2 first met in Nangxi Market and sighed at how fast time had passed. Back then, Liu Wenbo was just a young man, but now he's a mature and steady middle-aged man with a beard. These are the water element golden elixir and the wood element golden elixir. You will take them one after the other when you form your elixir. The last one is the heavenly yang fire liquid. Chen Mobai then explained the methods of using the 3 core formation elixirs he had prepared. Liu Wenbai was also very surprised. He had heard Chen Mobai mention the 5 elements golden core before, so it wasn't unexpected. However, the heavenly yang fire liquid was one of the 2 best golden core liquids in the eastern continent, something he had heard about since childhood. After listening to these questions, Liu Wenbai asked some questions about the problems he had encountered in his cultivation over the years, and Chen Mobai answered them one by one. Finally, he explained the various things to pay attention to when forming the core. The eldest disciple is going into seclusion, and Zion and Shampoo needs a new leader. Since he only needed to cover for 2 or 3 years, Chen Mobai sent a message to Luo Yixuan in Dongyi. Over the years, Luo Yixuan has been in the Dongyi Wandering Mountain, where there are the ruins of the overturning sea gate. Although she has gained some benefits, she has never been able to enter the core area. As soon as Chen Mobai sent his letter, Luo Yixuan returned from Dongyi. "Don't worry, master and senior brother, leave it to me." When Luo Yixuan was building her foundation, she had led Zion and Shampoo. Although the staff had been largely replaced, Liu Wenbai helped her get familiar with the place, and with her status and abilities, managing it was a breeze. Chen Mobai explained the boutique strategy of Zion and Shampoo in the east to her again. Because she had Granny Ming, a ghost cultivator, inside her, she could not go to the east and needed to communicate more with Yue Zhudao, who was in charge of the east. After dealing with matters in Beiyuan City, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu set off for Fengyuwu together. Since the poison dragon ancestor is dead, and the high-level demonic beasts of Yunmings have been wiped out, he intends to open the seal that guards the Yellow Dragon Cave in Fengyuwu. It was Zhou Shenking who reminded him of this matter. After all, the entrance to Huanglong Cave is now located on the Yunmeng marsh waters of eastern Wu. Even if the Sun family dares not say anything, it is still quite far from the eastern wilderness, making it inconvenient to transport resources. If we open the gates on the wind and rain dock side as well, then we can use the teleportation array to bring the Yellow Dragon Cave into the area. Chen Mobai used his Hunyuan True Qi to easily break the seal guarding Fengyuwu. The moment the portal appeared, the Nujiang River, which had guarded this place for hundreds of years, felt a sense of loss. Nujiang initially thought this was a relief for him, but once he was no longer in Yunmeng's, he felt a sense of loss and purposelessness. "Junior brother, what are your plans next?" Zhou Shenking noticed Nujiang's confusion and took him aside for a heart-to-heart talk. "Nujiang, maybe I'll go out and take a look around. I only visited the Nine Heavens Immortal City in the east before, and I'll visit other immortal cities next." Zhou Shenking, although the eastern land is vast, a few years would be enough to simply stroll around it. And what happens after you've traveled all over the eastern land? "Nujiang, I want to see the world beyond Dongzhou, such as the 4 seas of the Xuanwang region, especially the Tianhai, where there is the #1 jellyfish palace in the Tian realm. In the Heavenly River realm, the sacred place that all cultivators who practice water attribute techniques dream of is the Water Mother Palace." Zhou Shenking, Tianhai is not adjacent to our Dongzhou. If you want to go there, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Beyond the eastern continent lie the Mysterious Sea and the Desolate Sea, 2 of the 4 seas. The Heavenly Sea and the Earthly Sea are the places in the Heavenly River realm farthest from the eastern continent. However, if one could use the super-large teleportation array of the Taiksu Misty Palace, one could arrive in an instant. But clearly, the 5 Elements sect wouldn't have that kind of face. "Let's go out and explore the outside of Yunmeng Marsh first. I originally thought I would spend the rest of my life here." Nujiang smiled and spoke, feeling as if he had been completely refreshed after a brief moment of confusion. Deep down, he wanted to leave the great swamp that had bound him for hundreds of years. "Good, good. It's good that junior brother has figured it out." Zhou Shenking was very pleased to hear Nujiang's words and to see the clarity in his eyes. Nujiang's talent is exceptional, which is why he was chosen as a disciple by the primordial ancestor. If he hadn't been trapped in Yunmeng's and had continued his cultivation as usual, his achievements might not be lower than Mo Duguang's. Now that the cage is gone, this great river may very well become a vast ocean in the future. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai was also talking to Mo Duguang. The news that the infant nourishing pill had been successfully made brought a rare smile to Mo Duguang's face. "That's about it." Chen Mobai shared his experiences and insights from taking the infant nourishing pill, and also shared his own insights on infant formation. Mo Duguang, "Thank you, junior brother." Chen Mobai, "Then I wish you success in forming your nascent soul in advance, senior brother." Mo Duguang was a man of few words, so their conversation ended quickly. At this time, Nujiang and Zhou Shenking also came over, and the four of them had a drink together to see Nujiang off. No need for the three of you to see me off. After finishing his drink, Nujiang laughed heartily and disappeared into the teleportation array. Zhou Shenking, junior brother with the poison dragon ancestor dead, Feng Yu Dock has lost its strategic significance. There is another reason why Nujiang left. Feng Yuwu was about to disappear. It's not that this fourth-order water vein is useless, but the elite cultivators who originally guarded the entire five-element sects water veins here needed to consume a huge amount of the five-element sects resources such as spirit stones and spirit rice every year. Now that the poison dragon ancestor is dead, it would be a waste to continue like this. Therefore, Zhou Shenking's intention was to disperse most of the water vein cultivators to various spirit islands in Yunmeng Marsh, and from now on, the sect would no longer support them according to the standards of war. Of course, if these disciples are willing, the five-element sect is also willing to arrange cave dwellings for them to cultivate and live in the various immortal cities of the eastern wilderness. Baiyuan City might not be an option, but in the other immortal cities, housing prices aren't that outrageous, so these thousands of disciples can be easily settled once they're dispersed there. Then let's do as my senior brother says. Chen Mobai did not object to this, and even considered that the disciples of the water vein had worked very hard to deal with the demon beasts over the years, and planned to give them an extra contribution according to their merits. Of course, there are also many disciples of the water vein who do not want to leave wind and rain dock. After all, this is a fourth-order water vein, which is the most suitable spiritual place for their cultivation. Chen Mobai followed their lead, but in doing so, he would not receive the house allocated in the Eastern Wilderness Immortal City, nor would he receive any additional contributions. Because there were a large number of disciples to deal with, Chen Mobai directly summoned Yi Yun and asked him, as the acting sect leader, to handle the matter one by one. According to Chen Mobai's plan, this Fengyuwu area will become a model market open to the Eastern Wu, and also the core location for swallowing up the entire Yunmengs and even the resources of the Eastern Wu. Since there are no more high-level demonic beasts in Yunmengs now, it is conceivable that cultivators from both sides of the Eastern Wilderness and Eastern Wu will soon organize themselves to come to this greatest treasure land to search for resources. If these cultivators want to monetize their resources, they will definitely seek out a reputable and powerful organization. Without a doubt, it can only be the Five Elements sect. Therefore, Chen Mobai needs to build a huge market town in advance that can absorb so much stuff. Therefore, he plans to transform Fengyuwu into a fairy city. Junior brother in this case, the space is a bit small. After listening to Chen Mobai's plan, Zhou Shenking spoke up. Fengyuwu is a triangular island consisting of 3 islands, 1 large and 2 small. If it were just a market town on a normal day, it wouldn't be a problem, but if it were a city of immortals, it would need to be able to support at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Then let's fill in a piece of land where we can build a fairy city. Chen Mobai, however, spoke directly about his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenking was first startled, then suddenly realized. The land needed to fill a celestial city is vast, something the Five-Element sect of the past certainly couldn't have accomplished. But things are different now. With the peaceful development over the years, especially after taking over the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the number of disciples in the Five-Element sect has reached 40,000. If Chen Mobai hadn't raised the requirements for recruiting disciples, and if the various academies hadn't already conducted a preliminary screening, there would have been even more. Among them, the Earth Clan has the most disciples, numbering nearly 10,000. If half of these people are brought over, they can use magic to elevate the land, and it is estimated that the construction of the immortal city can be completed within 10 years. If we mobilize the independent cultivators and major families in the eastern wilderness, it might only take 2 or 3 years. Junior brother, wouldn't this be too much of a burden for junior nephew Zhuo? After hearing this, Zhou Shenking had no other objections, but he was worried that Zhuo Ming was too tired. After all, filling the Yunmeng marsh definitely requires a cultivator who has reached the core formation stage using earth attribute techniques to oversee it. It just so happens that Zhu Ming is in charge of transplanting and planting various fourth-tier medicinal herbs within the Huanglong cave, so he can come to Fengyuwu to oversee this matter. Then let Zhou Yi do it. It's convenient for him to command the disciples of the earth vein. Chen Mobai thought it made sense. He realized that his precious disciple had so many things on her plate, and it would be too much of a burden for her to be in charge of filling Yunmeng's as well. So he thought of the other elder of the earth vein. If Zhou Yi is willing to come and help, the time can probably be cut in half. Although Zhou Shenking didn't particularly like this junior brother, he didn't deny Zhou Yi's abilities. After all, he was a cultivator who had reached the peak of core formation, and his Earth True method was at its pinnacle. Compared to Zhu Ming, he was much more adept at unifying the earth veins. Zhou Yi has made significant contributions to the sect. If he can handle this matter well, I plan to give him a nascent soul pill. What do you think, senior brother? Chen Mobai spoke up about his thoughts, and Zhou Shenking hesitated after listening. But in the end, he nodded. After all, he is also Master's disciple and the earth vein elder of my five-element sect. I have seen how diligently he has worked in the eastern barbarian lands over the years. Since my junior brother has no objections, I will certainly agree as well. Spending a lot of time with Chen Mobai has broadened Zhou Shenking's perspective. However, the main reason was that he felt that even if Zhou Yi reached the nascent soul stage, with Chen Mobai, a peerless swordsman, their wood veins rule over the five-element sect would not be shaken. Chen Mobai, if Zhou Yi comes, then we'll need you, senior brother, to oversee things on the eastern Yi side. Zhou Shenking, it's all right, junior brother can arrange it. After the two made their agreement, Zhou Shenking set off to return to Dongyi. Greetings, sect leader. Not long after, Zhou Yi arrived at Fengyuwu with his maid, Luzhu. When Chen Mobai told him what had happened, even Zhou Yi, with his composure, couldn't help but become excited. In Zhou Yi's mind, the status of the infant nourishing pill was even higher than that of the infant condensing pill. After all, Chen Mobai said that he succeeded in forming his nascent soul by taking a nascent soul pill. With this, along with the nascent soul pill and the primordial chaos true qi he had painstakingly cultivated, Zhou Yi could already see his future of achieving nascent soul perfection. At this moment, Zhou Yi was very glad that he had surrendered decisively back then. Otherwise, he would never have had such an opportunity. Full of motivation, Zhou Yi took Chen Mobai's sect leader's decree and personally returned to Hunyuan Immortal City, bringing back most of the elite disciples of the Earth Vein. Subsequently, Zhou Yi personally communicated with Yi Yun, and, using the name of the Five Elements sect, issued a mission in the Lingbao Pavilion of various immortal cities in the eastern wilderness to recruit cultivators from all walks of life and families who practiced earth attribute techniques. Even if they did not know the spell of filling earth, it did not matter. Zhou Yi was willing to teach them. Wangwu Grotto Heaven. After the council meeting at Kaiyuan Hall concluded at the end of the year, Chen Mobai and others entered another small conference room to begin a small meeting for nascent soul cultivators. In this other world, the ancestor has found the entrance to the underground world, but the entrance has many branches. The second batch of researchers is now advancing step by step into the underground world under the ancestor's guidance. During this time, they also encountered a strangely shaped monster, but the immortal cultivators are more than capable of dealing with it. In the deep sea of this other world, the deeper you go, the lower the temperature becomes. The underwater exploration equipment commonly used by the immortal sects cannot withstand the extreme low temperatures there. Master Yungsu has already mobilized relevant experts and is working hard to develop a new alloy. Nangong Xuanyu encountered traces left by the Ascension sect in another world. Someone set up a large array there to extract the essence of the planet, but it seems to have failed. Nangong Xuanyu is currently tracking it down. Lan Haitian condensed the main discoveries of the immortal sect's exploration of other worlds over the years into a few simple sentences, which he then played for all the nascent soul cultivators present. accompanied by various patterns and videos on the screen. The exploration of other worlds is currently under the control of the immortal sects. The Ascension sect seems to know that ancestor Kaingsing is there, so they have been avoiding the immortal sects. Several precious mineral veins buried underground were also discovered, one of which was even similar to a spirit stone vein. However, the spiritual energy contained within it was extremely explosive and needed to be filtered and softened before it could be absorbed by cultivators. But that's enough. The immortal sect has the technology in this area. The third batch of personnel has been almost fully mobilized. We will still have to trouble Master Chen Yang. Because they encountered monsters underground in the other world, and there were also mineral veins similar to spirit stones, the immortal sect mobilized more people to go there. Chen Mobai nodded after listening. At the end of the meeting, he made a small request. The appearance of demonic beasts underground in the other world means that there is no danger. In the future, there may be another fierce war to open up the world. Therefore, we should take advantage of the precious time when the two worlds are completely connected to improve the combat power of the immortal cultivators. I have never used my qualification to view the immortal sect sword techniques because I have already forged my own path in the way of the sword, so I no longer need it. Therefore, I intend to give it to Principal Hao Cao of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Although he is not as good as me in swordsmanship, he is still at the level of a grandmaster. Perhaps he can use the path left by the predecessors in the immortal sect sword techniques to overcome the key bottleneck. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, everyone looked slightly surprised. It wasn't surprising that Chen Mobai made such a bold statement. After all, the fact that this pure Yang master was favored by the white light ancestor meant that his swordsmanship talent must be exceptional. Instead, they were surprised that Chen Mobai was willing to give this opportunity to Hao Cao. It should be noted that even the white light ancestor, who was at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, was able to entrust his primordial spirit to the swordsmanship foundation laid by the immortal sect's sword techniques. No matter how powerful or proud Chen Mobai is, it certainly won't do him any harm to take a look at this immortal sect sword technique. Have you thought this through? That's a sword technique from a celestial sect. Qi Yuheng spoke first, his words carrying a hint of admonition. The path of sword cultivation lies in purity and self-expression. Precisely because the immortal sect's sword techniques are so powerful, it's possible that watching them might subtly change my sword intent, so I think it's better if I don't watch them. Chen Mobai portrays himself as a genius on the immortal sect's side. His words astonished everyone present. No wonder he was chosen by the white light ancestor. This single sentence alone surpasses even the white light ancestor in terms of swordsmanship. Could it be that this is what the ancestor saw in Chen Mobai? She saw the potential for sword cultivation in the void. In that case, let's do it your way. Ying Guanghu also made a good impression at this time. The heaven-mending lineage has now realized that with Chen Mobai's unparalleled talent, becoming the third saint of the immortal sect is only a matter of time. They should try their best to mend the previous rifts. After the meeting ended, Chen Mobai was the first to leave. At the entrance of Kaiyuan Hall, Hao Cao was already waiting. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Mobai nod. Master Chen Yang, when you have time, little Chishin should spar more. Just as Chen Mobai was about to leave, Qi Yuheng's voice came from behind him. If I don't use my sword, I'm no match for you. I'd better not go looking for trouble. Chen Mobai smiled and shook his head at Qi Yuheng. He couldn't bring the purple lightning sword into the little crimson heaven. He could only use the purple flower sword intent evolved from the heaven-severing longevity sword intent. Although it was incredibly powerful, without the sword's support, its power could only be unleashed at 30–40%. He had been curious about his current combat strength before, and had fought with Qi Yuheng in the little crimson heaven. After exchanging blows, it was discovered that Qi Yuheng was the perfect poison dragon ancestor. Not only does he possess the defensive power of a fifth-order body tempering technique, but he also has rich combat experience. When he gets serious, Chen Mobai is no match for him at all. However, Qi Yuheng liked to suppress his cultivation level, just like Chen Mobai. In this way, the two can be considered to have a give-and-take relationship. This was also the first time Qi Yuheng had encountered an evenly matched opponent. After exchanging greetings, Chen Mobai led Hao Cao into the car Hua Zijing had driven and headed to the National Library within Wangwu Cave. Master Chen Yang's swordsmanship talent is even greater than that of ancestor Beiguang. Watching Chen Mobai leave, Qi Yuheng said with a sigh. The fight in Little Red Heaven made him realize that if Chen Mobai had the sword in real life, he would not be a match for him at the same level. Palace Master, it's best to avoid saying such things. What if it gets back to the ancestors' ears? Yi Yun, who followed Qi Yuheng out, immediately gave a reminder. But Qi Yuheng shook his head. He was also aiming to become a nascent soul cultivator. If he didn't even dare to speak the truth, how could he possibly break through the nascent soul barrier? Even if the white light ancestor were right in front of him, he would still hold this view. Chen Mobai called Shi Wanyu and said he had something to do that night, so he told her and her daughter to eat first and not to wait for him. A short while later, Hua Zijing drove the car to the National Library, which houses most of the Taoist books and techniques of the immortal sect. The 7 great transformation techniques also exist. All the immortal sword techniques of the 3 main halls are also here. The library director was already waiting for Chen Mobai at the entrance. This library is also under the management of the Immortal Affairs Hall. Ying Guanghu had already called Chen Mobai before he arrived. Master Chen Yang, the sword diagram in the Hall of Righteous Dharma is inside. After following the curator to the top floor, the former pointed to a closed small room and said, "Wishing you great success in swordsmanship." Chen Mobai turned to Hao Cao and extended his hand, which the latter grasped with both hands, slightly excited. "Thank you so much for your great kindness, Venerable One." After watching Hao Cao enter the room to study the immortal sword technique, Chen Mobai also went to check on the things he had ordered. Master Chen Yang, the original Yuanyang sword manual, is inside. The curator led Chen Mobai to another room. Since Chen Mobai had already redeemed the Yuan Yang sword manual from the National Library using his points, he didn't need to redeem it again this time and could see it directly. Many cultivation techniques of the immortal sects contain the creator's intention in their original form. For example, the purple lightning sword contains the purple flower sword intent of Master Qingxi. The sword intent of the Yuan Yang ancestor must be present in the Yuan Yang sword. However, Chen Mobai cannot easily extract it from the little crimson heaven now. He can only wait until the war to open up the other world ends, and the immortal gate closes the little crimson heaven before trying to get his hands on it. Besides the Yuan Yang sword, Chen Mobai felt that the Yuan Yang sword manual, written by the Yuan Yang ancestor himself, must also contain a portion of sword intent. So I took this opportunity to come and experience it for myself. The Yuan Yang ancestor had once served as the master of the Zhengfa Hall, so he left the original handwritten copy of the Yuan Yang sword manual here, while the original copy of the Chun Yang scroll was sent back to the Chun Yang Academy. The room was a small reading room. Chen Mobai opened a thick book of Yuan Yang sword manual and read it from beginning to end. Sure enough, his premonition was correct. Between the lines, there truly was a hint of pure and intense sword intent. After taking the sample, he pondered it carefully for a while. However, this fifth-order sword intent is too profound and complex. Without the cooperation of the Yuan Yang sword spirit, even if he intercepted it, comprehending it would be extremely slow. But that's enough. Chen Mobai took out his green gourd, which nurtured the Yuan Yang sword fiend, and orange-red rays of light emerged under his divine sense. He had already raised this Yuan Yang sword aura to the 4th level a long time ago. Unfortunately, I've never been entirely satisfied with its power. This is mainly because he had never studied or practiced the Yuan Yang sword technique in a deep and systematic way. However, after extracting the sword intent left by the Yuan Yang ancestor from the sword technique, he began to undergo a qualitative change. Chen Mobai didn't need to figure it out himself. He just copied it directly. He then transformed his own Yuan-Yang sword aura, according to the form of this intercepted wisp of sword intent. Even if it cannot be fully evolved now, the orange-red glints become increasingly bright and vivid during this process. 3 days and 3 nights later, Chen Mobai looked at the fourth-level perfected radiance in his palm, and a smile appeared on his lips. End of this chapter. Chapter 919, Blood God Transformation Technique. Chapter 919, Blood God Transformation Technique. Eastern Wu. After receiving news that Zhou Yi was overseeing the filling of the marshland to build the immortal city at Fengyuwu, Sun Huanglong fell into deep thought. Why did Chen Qingdi of the Five Elements sect send Zhou Yi here? Now that the poison dragon has been killed, are you ready to take action against the Sun family? Is the next step to annex Eastern Wu? Sun Huanglong incorporated the locals' mindset, making it easy for him to think of the truth. But what's the point of thinking about it? Their strength is inferior. If the Five Elements sect really comes to their door, even if the Sun family can defend themselves for a while with the Fourth Order formation of Huangwu Immortal City, they cannot defend themselves forever. The more Sun Huanglong thought about it, the more he felt that the future of the Sun family was bleak. Well, with a long sigh, Sun Huanglong seemed to have aged considerably. He sat down in his seat, unable to think of any way to resist the Five Elements sect. Brother, why are you sighing like that? At this moment, a beautiful female cultivator with fair skin walked in. Upon seeing Sun Huanglong's appearance, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Five Elements sect is about to attack our Eastern Wu. The female cultivator was Sun Huanglong's younger sister, Sun Huangling, and the person he trusted most in the Sun family, so she didn't hide anything and told him the truth she had guessed. So Zhou Yi is actually from the Zhou family. Sun Huangling was indeed shocked after hearing this. Back then, the Zhou family was at the height of their power in Eastern Wu, almost able to challenge the Sun family's position. Then the Sun family used the excuse of colluding with the poison dragon ancestor to wipe them out. Such a deep-seated hatred is definitely not something that can be eased. Zhou Yi was said to be a genius who had received the true teachings of the primordial ancestor. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of Chen Qingdi of the Wood Vein, he would definitely be the one in charge of the Five Elements and Five Veins. It's a pity that my elder brother failed to form his nascent soul, otherwise we wouldn't be in such a passive position. When Sun Huangling said this, a look of sadness appeared in her eyes. Sun Huangji, Sun Huanglong, and Sun Huangling are siblings born of the same mother. The first two are geniuses of the Sun family, both having cultivated to the perfected core formation stage. Sun Huangling, however, is far behind, merely a heterodox golden core cultivator. Moreover, due to a lack of unwavering determination, he has yet to dare to truly attempt to break through to the core formation stage. However, the three siblings had a good relationship. Sun Huangji and Sun Huanglong took good care of Sun Huangling. In fact, because Sun Huangling was an outsider with a golden core, she had more free time and was in charge of many things for the Sun family in Eastern Wu. The poison dragon ancestor was killed by the one Yuan Dao child. If our Sun family wants to maintain our independence under the pressure of the Five Elements sect, we must succeed in forming our nascent soul. After much thought, Sun Huanglong realized that this was the only way to break the deadlock. Brother, I don't want to lose you after losing my older brother. Sun Huangling looked worried upon hearing Sun Huanglong's words. Sun Huangji's talent was almost on par with that of Huangwu ancestor, and the Sun family had even managed to purchase a nascent soul pill through connections in the eastern lands, yet he still failed to form his nascent soul. Sun Huanglong doesn't have any nascent soul pills, so if he directly attempts to break through to the nascent soul realm, he will most likely fail. I was just saying. Sun Huanglong shook his head. He naturally knew that with his foundation, without the aid of elixirs, attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage would be almost certain death. How about this? You lead a group of elite disciples from the family away from Dongwu. In the past, Ancestor Huangwu had a spiritual island in the desolate sea, where family members from Dongwu also migrated. Sun Huanglong thought for a moment. With the Five Elements sect almost revealing its sinister intention to swallow Dongwu whole, there was no need for the Sun family to resist head-on. At the very least, we must preserve the family tradition. Brother, what about you? Sun Huangling asked with a worried expression after hearing this. Sun Huanglong, there must be someone in the Five Elements sect watching our Sun family right now. Maybe several nearby families have already been turned by Zhou Yi. Sun Huanglong, I am definitely their first target. At least until you leave, I need to stay in Huangwu Immortal City to prevent the Five Elements sect from becoming desperate and coming over to wipe out our Sun family. Sun Huanglong, you take the family's elites and resources and leave first. I'll see how things go. If there's an opportunity, I'll definitely keep myself alive to take revenge in the future. Hearing this, Sun Huangling had no choice but to obey. Not long after, some talented young disciples from the Sun family were summoned back to Huangwu Immortal City from various parts of Dongwu. The pretext was that the demon scourge of Yunmengs had been eliminated, and it was a great opportunity to hone and improve themselves. Therefore, the Sun family wanted to organize them to hunt demon beasts in Yunmengs. The other cultivation families in Eastern Wu did not pay any attention to this. Because now everyone knows that after the Five Elements sect kills the poison dragon ancestor, their next step will definitely be to annex Yunmengs, and then annex Dongwu. However, the Taoist master Yi Yuan came from a sacred land and had high moral standards, so the Five Elements sect did not directly send a large army to invade. But from the perspective of Eastern Wu, it was only a matter of time. Apart from the Sun family, all other cultivation families were prepared to surrender. Before the Five Elements sect arrives, they will definitely try to make as much money as possible. With at least half of Yunmeng still belonging to Eastern Wu, all the major families have already dispatched their own treasure ships to hunt various monsters, collect pearls and medicinal herbs from the water, and so on. This is practically killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The Eastern Wu bordered the desolate sea, which, as its name suggests, was the most desolate sea among the four seas. Within tens of thousands of miles of sea outside of Dongwu, there are almost no places with spiritual energy, and even marine resources such as fish are very scarce. After crossing this sea area, the spiritual energy begins to improve slightly, and there are all sorts of spiritual islands. Beyond the desolate sea, there are thousands upon thousands of spirit islands. Basically, every cultivator will occupy a spirit island and call themselves the island lord. These spirit islands vary in strength. Some are powerful, some are weak, and some are top-tier forces like the Flying Sand sect, which were once comparable to the Holy Land. Together, they form the Myriad Star Alliance to fight against another superpower in the desolate sea, the Myriad Demon Island. Compared to the Eastern continent, the desolate sea is even more chaotic and disorderly. However, Eastern Wu was already located on the border of Eastern continent. If they wanted to go to the Eastern lands, the simplest way, besides going through the desolate ruins, was to pass through the Eastern wilderness. Now that the Five Elements sect has made it clear that it intends to annex Yunmengs and Eastern Wu, Sun Huanglong naturally has no intention of handing over his family's heritage and resources. The desolate ruins bordering Eastern Wu were even more dangerous than the Eastern wilderness and Eastern Ye, because Eastern Wu had been cultivated for the shortest time, only a little over 3,000 years ago. Therefore, going to the territory of the Wilderness Sea Myriad Star Alliance is the best strategy. Moreover, although the desolate sea bordering Eastern Wu is barren, it is not dangerous. Even monsters wouldn't want to come here. The future of the Sun family is in your hands. Inside Huangwu Immortal City, Sun Huanglong handed a storage bag to Sun Huangling and solemnly spoke. Brother, don't worry, as long as I'm here, the Sun family will remain. Sun Huangling accepted the gift with both hands, and then stepped into a hidden teleportation array within the family compound. On a deserted island in the desolate sea beyond Eastern Wu, hundreds of young disciples of the Sun family appeared one by one as the teleportation array flashed. Some of them looked hesitant, some looked apprehensive, and some were filled with unknown expectations. A moment later, another beam of light appeared from the teleportation array. It was Sun Huangling. As soon as she appeared, the Sun family members fell silent. Sun Huangling led them away from the teleportation array. Outside the island, a huge Tier 3 treasure ship was already docked, with Sun family crew members waiting for them at the bow. "Let's set sail." After everyone boarded the ship, Sun Huangling gave a speech to the crew, and then the treasure ship set sail into the vast and boundless desolate sea. Sun Huangling flew alone above the treasure ship, riding a cloud of water. As she watched the increasingly blurry land of Eastern Wu, her dark eyes suddenly turned into a silvery white, icy jade-like color. Having just sent off the future of his family, Sun Huanglong silently returned to his study. However, as he stepped across the threshold, his pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw another letter. The letter and the person who had previously reminded him of Zhou Yi's true identity looked exactly the same. What news is this time? Driven by intense curiosity, Sun Huanglong opened it and began to read. After reading it, his breathing became slightly rapid. The above describes a secret demonic technique. It's called the blood god transformation technique. It states that the blood sacrifice technique can be used to condense a blood god embryo. The more people sacrificed, the stronger the blood embryo becomes. Once the blood embryo is strong enough, the cultivator's own essence, energy, and spirit can be poured into it, and then the blood embryo can be refined, broken out of its shell, and transformed into a blood god. The emergence of the blood god is equivalent to a cultivator reaching the nascent soul stage. Moreover, during the cultivation process, as long as there is enough blood sacrifice power, one can endlessly increase their power. After reading the letter, Sun Huanglong immediately burned it to ashes. However, he had already deeply memorized this demonic secret technique in his mind. Sun Huanglong was well aware that with his talent and the resources of the Sun family, achieving nascent soul formation would be extremely difficult. However, if he were to cultivate this blood god transformation technique, he figured that since the land of Eastern Wu was about to fall into the hands of the Five Elements sect, these aristocratic families were openly and secretly trying to curry favor with Zhou Yi at Fengyuwu, probably hoping that the Sun family would be destroyed. If all these traitors were to become his blood sacrifice power, he might actually be able to cultivate a blood god. Although practicing demonic arts on the Eastern continent would certainly lead to his being killed by the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, Sun Huanglong could easily hide in the desolate sea. Once he achieves the blood god status, he might be able to elevate the power of the blood god to an unimaginable level in the lawless desolate sea, and even glimpse the mysteries of the divine transformation realm through this demonic secret technique. The more Sun Huanglong thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. However, having ruled the Eastern Wu region for so many years, he was also a man of deep cunning, and he quickly figured out why this blood god transformation technique would suddenly appear in his study. Last time it was to remind himself of Zhou Yi's identity. This time it was to directly give him a secret demonic technique. It's obvious that someone wants to corrupt Sun Huanglong into a demonic state. The price was the blood sacrifice of the cultivators of Eastern Wu. What benefits would this bring to the people behind the scenes? It's probably some demonic cultivator who wants to destroy Eastern Wu and hinder the Dayad sect's pioneering efforts. Sun Huanglong made several guesses and felt that this was the most likely. However, as the ruler of Eastern Wu, he was not someone who would believe just any letter, even if the contents of another letter had been proven to be true. While Sun Huanglong wasn't opposed to practicing demonic arts, having a way out, he still hoped to confirm the details before making a decision. If just anyone put a cultivation technique in his study and claimed it could help him break through his bottleneck, Sun Huanglong would definitely not dare to start practicing it directly. While pondering, Sun Huanglong quickly remembered something he had overlooked. The fact that the person who sent the letter was able to remain completely unaware, and even without disturbing the restrictions of the entire Sun family mansion, clearly indicates that the person behind the letter is not only extremely powerful, but also a master of demonic arts who is proficient in formations. However, there are only a handful of such beings in the entire Eastern continent. If you want to corrupt Sun Huanglong into demonic possession, just show yourself and force him with your cultivation level. He definitely wouldn't dare to refuse. So why doesn't this person show themselves, but instead uses this pretentious method? Want to act like a superior person. On the contrary, it seemed a bit sneaky. After thinking it over, Sun Huanglong noticed the tea set in the study that hadn't been tidied up yet, and couldn't help but think of another possibility. Is it possible that it's someone you know? After thinking about this, Sun Huanglong took a deep breath. This answer, on the contrary, made him even more horrified. If it really is someone close to him, it means that he has been in the demonic aura for a long time without realizing it. Was this one of the reasons why my elder brother was in such a hurry to form his nascent soul? Or perhaps the eldest brother failed to reach the nascent soul stage because the demonic cultivators around him used underhanded tactics. The more Sun Huanglong thought about it, the more he broke out in a cold sweat. Compared to the Five Elements sect, a formidable enemy on the surface, the demonic cultivators who had been hiding around him for over 100 years were what truly chilled him to the bone. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Patriarch Chairman Chu of the Five Elements Merchant Guild has arrived. Would you like to see him? The voice of his trusted confidant outside the door startled Sun Huanglong from his fear. Please wait a moment, Chairman Chu. I'm coming right away. Sun Huanglong took a deep breath, suppressing all his distracting thoughts, then tidied his appearance and walked out of the study with a normal expression. In the hall, Chu Zuoshu, who had taken over the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, came with Chen Mobai's instructions to discuss cooperation with the Sun family. Based on the principle of mutual benefit, the Five Elements sect accepted the invitation of various families in Eastern Wu and prepared to set up some teleportation arrays in Eastern Wu. The destination of these teleportation arrays is naturally the Wind and Rain Immortal City, which is currently under construction. The key to this is naturally the connection with Huangwu Immortal City, the premier city within the territory of Eastern Wu. Once this connection is established, various resources from Eastern Wu and Eastern Wilderness can be exchanged, promoting communication and even advancement among cultivators from both realms. Upon hearing this, Sun Huanglong felt a chill run down his spine. The fact that the teleportation array was set up in Huangwu Immortal City meant that if the Five Elements sect wanted to attack their Sun family, their army could arrive in an instant. But faced with Chu Zuoshu's feigned sincerity and thinking of the two nascent soul cultivators from the Five Elements sect, Sun Huanglong didn't dare to refuse. This is a good thing, and the Sun family wholeheartedly supports it. Upon hearing this, Chu Zuoshu burst into laughter and then began to talk about how the construction of Fengyu Immortal City might still take several years. In order to prevent cultivators in Dongwu from not being able to buy genuine Five Elements sect pills and magic weapons, he decided to first open a Five Elements merchant guild shop in Huangwu Immortal City. Even the Danxia Pavilion, owned by Lady Qingnu, the #1 alchemist in the Eastern Wilderness, will open a branch in Huangwu Immortal City. At that time, the Foundation establishment 3 treasures and various top-grade pills that qi refining cultivators in Eastern Wu dream of will no longer need to be purchased by others in the Eastern Wilderness. They can be bought directly in Huangwu Immortal City. In recent years, as the reputation of Danxia Pavilion has spread, the quality of the pills produced by Qingnu after localization and improvement has far surpassed that of other shops, thus creating an additional industrial chain in Dongwu. That is, to purchase pills from Danxia Pavilion in the various immortal cities of the Eastern Wilderness. Or rather, the immortal cultivation families of the Eastern Wu took the initiative to lead the effort. The pills purchased from Danxia Pavilion cost twice as much as their retail price, Even so, they were still in short supply. Because if you're looking for cheap deals, you'll almost always end up with counterfeit or substandard products. When Qing Nu learned of this situation, she felt that she had lost a lot of money, so she brought up the plan to open Dangxia Pavilion in Dongwu again. Chen Mobai immediately summoned Chu Zuoshu and informed him of his proposed trade policy with Eastern Wu, asking him to come to Eastern Wu to discuss it with Sun Huanglong. Faced with the various conditions from the Five Elements sect, Sun Huanglong, who was already mentally prepared, naturally dared not refuse and agreed to them all. But as he listened, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Why are all these policies of the Five Elements sect so good to Eastern Wu? It seems they really only care about making money. That's about it. Patriarch Sun is indeed enlightened. I thought I would have to say more. Chu Zuoshu was very happy after all his requests were met. He had already prepared for Sun Huanglong's rejection, and had even found several other golden core families in Eastern Wu as alternatives after the Sun family's refusal. Sect leader Chen, do you have any other requests? Sun Huanglong asked, somewhat surprised as he saw Chu Zuoshu preparing to leave. Chu Zuoshu, that's all. What's wrong? Does Patriarch Sun have any requests? Just tell me and I'll go back and give them to the two elders. Sun Huanglong, no, how could I dare to make any demands? Chu Zuoshu, there is one more thing. The sect leader loves peace. I heard that there are many mortal kingdoms fighting each other in your Eastern Wu, so I hope that the major families in your Eastern Wu can step forward and establish a unified mortal government. This way, the development potential of your Eastern Wu will become greater and greater, and our Five Elements sect will be able to earn more in the future. After sending Chu Zuoshu away, Sun Huanglong looked puzzled. He was genuinely a bit confused. What is the Five Elements sect trying to do? Is he really only interested in doing business? Was Zhou Yi sent here simply to fill in the marshland and build a city? Sun Huanglong didn't believe it, but he had no intention of resisting. Therefore, after reaching an agreement with Chu Zuoshu, Sun Huanglong did not summon other cultivation families in Dongwu. Instead, he directly announced these matters, instructing the entire Dongwu territory to cooperate with the Five Elements sect. According to Sun Huanglong's thinking, although the Five Elements sect is large and powerful, if a powerful dragon tries to suppress a local snake, it might encounter difficulties. However, if the Sun family doesn't step forward, the other cultivation families will certainly not stand up against the Five Elements sect. 1 month later, within Huangwu Immortal City, the largest city in Eastern Wu, the medium-sized teleportation array in Fengyuwu has been connected to this place after being modified by the cultivators of Takesu Male Palace. The cultivator from the Takesu Misty Palace who came over was none other than Gong Yanking, who had helped the Five Elements sect set up the medium-sized teleportation array in Beiyuan City. The fact that he personally made a trip to Dongwu, the place farthest from the eastern land, was naturally due to Chen Mobai's influence. Senior Brother Gong, thank you for your hard work. However, after the matter was settled, Chu Zuoshu still thoughtfully presented Gong Yanking with a storage bag full of spirit stones as a reward for his hard work, which Gong Yanking accepted with a smile. Now that there is a large teleportation array in the eastern wilderness, it is more convenient to travel back and forth. In addition, Chen Mobai and Zhang Pangkong are said to have a close relationship, so Gong Yanking has become more fond of coming to the eastern wilderness. Then I'll head back to the eastern lands first. If there's a problem with the teleportation array, just have junior brother Yue go to Takesu Immortal City to call me. After bidding farewell to Chu Zuoshu with a smile, Gong Yanking left with his two disciples via the teleportation array. His words before leaving earned him the admiration of the core formation cultivators from various families in Eastern Wu. They thought, as expected of the Five Elements sect, they can invite anyone they want from the Takesu Misty Palace. After the teleportation array was connected, although the Wind and Rain Immortal City was not yet fully built, the Eastern Wu region now had a legitimate channel to go to the Eastern Wilderness. These large families, in particular, went directly to the teleportation array in Fengyuwu and made large-scale purchases in Beiyuan City. Among these, the most popular are naturally the elixirs from Danxia Pavilion. Every day, all the pills that were put on the shelves, regardless of their effects or grade, were snapped up by this group of wealthy people from Eastern Wu. Even if you don't need the pills from Danxia Pavilion, you can put them in your own shop in Dongwu and have them sold at double the price by all the small, independent cultivator factions in Dongwu. Upon seeing this, Qingnu didn't delay any longer and immediately instructed Wei Qirong, the manager of Danxia Pavilion, to open a branch in Huangwu Immortal City with Chu Zuoshu and the stock of pills. Business was naturally booming. Qingnu quickly checked the bills and discovered that the surviving low-level rogue cultivators in Dongwu, due to their long-term hunting of demonic beasts, actually possessed more wealth than the rogue cultivators in Donghuang. However, for independent cultivators in the eastern wilderness, earning spirit stones only requires contributing physical strength, spiritual energy, and time. The various infrastructure projects of the Five Elements sect are basically not life-threatening, except that they are a bit tiring. By the end of the year, Dongwu is estimated to have earned a net profit of 5 to 6 million spirit stones. After Qingnu finished checking the bill, she said to Chen Mobai, "The reason we can only earn so much is because production can't keep up. The independent cultivators in Dongwu have been lacking reliable pills for far too long. So, as soon as the pills transported by Danxia Pavilion are put on the shelves and opened, they are snapped up by the Dongwu cultivators who line up outside the shop within half an hour. If the production capacity of Wanhua Immortal City can keep up, it can easily increase 5 or 6 times. However, this was also because many independent cultivators in Dongwu had accumulated a lot of wealth, which was then released all at once in response to the pills from Danxia Pavilion. After a year or two, when their savings are depleted, Danxia Pavilion's profits will stabilize. Even so, earning 10 million spirit stones a year is still a breeze." Thinking this way, Qingnu wanted even more to open Danxia Pavilion outside the eastern wilderness. "Let's supply Eastern Wu and Eastern Wilderness first." Chen Mobai maintained his low-key approach. The quality of Danxia Pavilion's pills was excellent, and if they were to flood the eastern lands on a large scale, it would definitely cause a strong backlash. The first to suppress them would probably be the moral sect. "Yes, I know, the sect's strength is still insufficient." Qingnu nodded. If they wanted to go to the market in the eastern lands, the Five Elements sect would need at least a few more nascent soul cultivators, or even true monarchs of the transformation realm. Half a year passed quickly. "Junior brother Chen, thank you." Inside the Yellow Dragon Cave, Mo Duguang, having received the infant nourishing pill, solemnly thanked Chen Mobai. "It was mainly Qingnu who did the work. I was just helping out." Chen Mobai smiled and said that Qingnu, who was beside him, wrapped up the remaining 3 infant nourishing pills in the pure yang cauldron and handed them to Chen Mobai with a slightly reserved manner. "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law." After hearing this, Mo Duguang thanked Qingnu very politely. "Junior brother Chen, junior brother Mo has reached the nascent soul stage, and I will definitely protect him. You may need to arrange some manpower for the eastern barbarians." Besides them, Zhou Shenking was also present. They all arrived right on time because Chen Mobai had told them beforehand that the nascent soul pill needed to be nurtured for half a year. As for Mo Duguang's nascent soul formation, although the Five Elements sect now dominated the eastern wilderness, Zhou Shenking still had the mindset of a local and always felt that someone wanted to harm his junior brother, so he planned to personally oversee Golden Light Cliff. "I will take care of this matter, please rest assured, senior brother." Chen Mobai nodded. The situation in Dongyi had long been stabilized, and all forces had accepted the Five Elements sect's takeover of Xuanxiao Dao Palace's territory. Even without a nascent soul cultivator in charge, it won't affect the overall situation. After all, the only nascent soul cultivator in Dongyi had been staying in the Golden Crow Immortal City and never went out. "Junior brother, could you please give me another infant nourishing pill?" Just as he was about to leave, Mo Duguang suddenly said something like this. "Of course, no problem." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai didn't ask why, and simply took out another infant nourishing pill that Qing Nu had given him and handed it to him. "Thank you." After thanking him, Mo Duguang left Huanglong Cave with Zhou Shenking. Although senior brother Mo has exceptional talent, he has too many bad habits from his previous cultivation. He probably won't succeed the first time. However, with the Three Lights Divine Water, he has a second chance. So he may be betting his hopes of forming his nascent soul on the second attempt. After the two left, Chen Mobai spoke to Qing Nu, who nodded slightly. Her gaze fell upon the remaining two infant nourishing pills. One of these pills has already been reserved for Zhou Yi. That leaves only one pill available for free distribution. Since Chen Mobai had agreed to Zhou Shenking's request, he planned to go to Dongyi to oversee things while he was protecting Mo Duguang. It just so happened that Qing Nu had also completed the improvement of a celestial sex pill formula, which could enhance the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. He happened to be passing by and was collecting various medicinal herbs. End of this chapter. Chapter 925, Emperor's Mountain. Chapter 925, Emperor's Mountain. Eastern Land, 5 Emperor's Mountain. As the location of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, it was once the center of the Eastern Land when the Yiyuan True Lord ruled the world. Even now, although the sacred land has been sealed off, the Yiyuan Immortal City at the foot of the mountain is still one of the 7 great immortal cities of the East, bustling with activity. The administrators of this immortal city are the 4 major nascent soul sects. However, it is generally known in the Eastern lands that the nascent soul cultivators of these 4 sects have intricate connections with the One Yuan Dao Palace. In fact, they could be said to be forces that the One Yuan Dao Palace deliberately left behind to maintain contact with the outside world after it sealed off its mountain. Previously, Elder Xingji of the Xingqian Dao sect had also come in person, wanting to enter the 5 Emperors Mountain. Unfortunately, after hearing his purpose, the 4 nascent soul cultivators all said that they had no way to contact the Yiyuan Dao Palace. But as soon as Xingji left, the news was immediately sent to Mount Wudi. Today, another message was delivered to Wudi Mountain. Chen Qingdi. On Mount Wudi, 4 nascent soul cultivators sat in a circle in a large hall. They all looked at the cultivator who had emerged from a basin of water in the center with expressions of astonishment. I had heard news about this Chen Qingdi before, but I thought it was nonsense and didn't report it. Today, I just received news that he killed the 4th Order poison dragon of Yunming's, so I think it is necessary to tell you all about it. The figure emerging from the basin was Elder Xuan Shui, an outer sect elder of the Yiyuan Dao Palace stationed at the foot of 5 Emperors Mountain, and also a nascent soul cultivator. With the Yiyuan Dao Palace under lockdown, Elder Xuan Shui could essentially make all the decisions regarding Yiyuan Immortal City. When the news of Yiyuan Daozi Chen Qingdi reached his ears, he was well aware that no Daozi or Saintess had descended from Wudi Mountain, and he scoffed at it. However, since the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect was involved, and after the Big Dipper Conference, a sand master from the Flying Sand sect of the Desolate Sea sect died under the primordial True Qi, Xuan Shui did not rush to deny the rumors and planned to see what the situation was. After news came that Chen Mobai had successfully formed his nascent soul in the eastern wilderness, Xuan Shui felt it was best to remain silent. After all, the current generation of Taoist disciples and saintesses of the Yiyuan Dao Palace have not yet formed their nascent souls. With Yi Qing and others from the same holy land all reaching the nascent soul stage, it's good that Chen Qingdi is there to support their Yiyuan Dao Palace. From then on, Chen Qingdi's name also came into Xuan Shui's sight. Xuan Shui was also aware of this person's background. Eastern Wilderness, 5 Element Sect. That must be the lineage inherited from Li Zhangji. Although Li Zhangji was indeed the youngest disciple of the first ancestor, he had already severed ties with the main lineage of the 5 Emperors Mountain and separated from them. In order to persuade Li Zhangji to agree to the division of the family, Elder Wuming even went to the Dayad sect in person to ask someone to refine a batch of nascent soul pills for him. After kicking this exceptionally senior junior uncle to the eastern wilderness, the Yiyuan Dao Palace began to set things right. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and were chosen by the Mingzun, who had mastered demonic arts. Although they awakened the ancestral master's incarnation and repelled the Mingzun, they also suffered heavy losses. The Grand Elder and the 5 mountain lords were severely weakened and had to close the mountain to recuperate and restore their original strength. Later, in an effort to maintain the dignity of the Holy Land, the Yiyuan Dao Palace sent out its 2 most outstanding disciples as the Holy Land's agents, but they were ambushed by the demonic forces, resulting in one death and the others' escape. Later, when the 5th elder of the 5 brightnesses failed to reach the nascent soul stage and passed away, the One Yuan Dao Palace was completely sealed off. There are 2 attitudes towards Li Zhangji from the Yiyuan Dao Palace. One approach, led by the 5 great elders, is to avoid seeing it and thus avoid getting annoyed. The other approach is to find a way to control it in order to prevent the leakage of the primordial Dao fruit. After Li Zhangji was banished to the eastern wilderness, the Yiyuan Dao Palace initially sent people to monitor him, intending to send someone to reclaim the legacy of the Yiyuan True Lord after Li Zhangji passed away. Li Zhangji's seniority made it difficult for the Yiyuan Dao Palace to take action, but they had no such reservations about Li Zhangji's disciples. They originally planned to send Tangxia Xing to the eastern wilderness to eliminate any cultivators of the Hunyuan Dao fruit within the 5 Elements sect. It is precisely for this reason that Chen Qingdi is someone who should be eliminated in the eyes of several radical mountain lords. But now the situation has changed. After all, they were all beaten by the demonic forces and couldn't even leave the house. Since Chen Qingdi was able to kill a 4th-tier peak poison dragon with his early nascent soul cultivation, it is clear that he must have cultivated the primordial Dao fruit, and to an extremely profound degree. Otherwise, he would never have achieved such a feat. Lord Huijin spoke first. Upon hearing this, the other 3 nodded in agreement. In their view, the main reason why Chen Qingdi was able to kill the poison dragon, which was 2 minor realms above all else, was that the poison dragon, a country bumpkin, had no cultivation methods and only possessed brute strength and demonic energy. This was because the primordial chaos true qi was extremely profound and could overcome all 5 elements in the world. Many forces in the eastern lands are already asking me whether Chen Qingdi is the Dao child of my Dao palace. How should I respond? The mysterious water master in the basin asked a question. No need to respond. Dao Palace is currently in a slump and needs time to get through it. Let this Chen Qingdi help us attract attention. The cold-faced Lord Jin spoke, and the other 3 exchanged glances, but did not nod in agreement. Lord Huode, since you need to attract attention, why not just admit it directly? Master Jin Deshen, he inherited the lineage of Li Zhangji. He had already sworn an oath to separate the family before the statue of the patriarch. Master Mude said, the Dao Palace is currently weak. The other 3 holy lands have already informed us that we must send someone to participate in the reclamation 100 years from now. If this person can grow up, he can replace us and preserve the strength of the Dao Palace. Lord Shui Deshen, if we acknowledge this person, wouldn't all our efforts to kick Li Zhangji out have been in vain? The opinions of the 4 mountain lords were divided into 2 camps. Some believed that since the Yiyuan Dao Palace could not cultivate a Dao child to compete with the other holy lands, it was a good thing to pick up a genius from a branch sect. However, some believe that if this person admits it, then he will have a legitimate reason to return to Wudi Mountain in the future to see the ascension secrets left by the first ancestor, and receive the inheritance of the Hunyuan Dao fruit, etc. This is somewhat difficult for nascent soul cultivators, who have the hope of inheriting the Dao fruit to accept. Where is Tude? Let him come out of seclusion and cast his vote. 2 against 2, neither could argue, so the Fire Mountain Lord decided to hold a vote. The 5 top cultivators of the Yiyuan Dao Palace who have reached the nascent soul stage through the 5 elements technique will inherit the positions of the 5 mountain lords. Originally, according to the rules of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, these 5 mountain lords were meant to assist in the cultivation of primordial true qi. Unfortunately, the 5 great elders have passed away, the Dao child who should have grown up in the previous generation has died, and the holy maiden has also disappeared. So now, in the One Yuan Dao Palace, it is these 5 who have the final say. Tuda is currently in seclusion. He is the most likely to cultivate the primordial Dao fruit, so he definitely won't agree. Master Jin Deshan spoke expressionlessly. Hurled. At this moment, the Lord of Mewed Mountain suddenly exclaimed in surprise, got up and left the main hall, looking towards a 5th-order spiritual vein cave halfway up the 5 Emperors Mountain. The incredibly rich spiritual energy of the 5 elements transformed into multicolored streams of light, forming a misty, colorful cloud that enveloped the entire cave. Rumble! A muffled thunderclap suddenly resounded in the originally clear sky, causing the 5 elements of spiritual energy to vibrate. Lingaming is about to form his nascent soul. The other 3 mountain lords who came out with him were also slightly surprised to see this scene. Yiyuan Dao Palace is, after all, a sacred place, and this generation also has Taoist disciples and saintesses. The Taoist's name was Chen Lingaming, and the holy maiden's name was Xiao Yuli. The only requirement for being selected as a Dao child saintess by the Yiyuan Dao Palace is the ability to cultivate the Hunyuan Dao fruit. Among them, Chen Lingaming has the heavenly earth spiritual root, while Xiao Yuli has the earth spiritual body. If Chen Lingaming can successfully form his nascent soul, then according to the rules of the One Yuan Dao Palace, he will become the master of the Dao Palace and the next Grand Elder. Thinking of this, some of the mountain lords looked expectant, while others frowned. But immediately everyone sighed. The clouds of calamity dispersed in the sky, and the originally condensed spiritual energy of the 5 elements began to slowly dissipate. This means that the process of forming a nascent soul has failed. Cough, cough, cough. Please forgive me, my mountain lords. I have failed the expectations of the Dao Palace. A handsome young man emerged from the cave. After coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, starlight emanated from his entire body. In no time, his energy and spirit were fully restored, and he seemed to have traveled back in time to before he formed his nascent soul. This is the last of the 3 lights divine water in the Dao Palace. The Grand Elder really did leave it for you. Seeing this, Master Jin spoke with some disappointment. In his view, with the aptitude of the heavenly earth spiritual root, he should have been able to successfully form a nascent soul directly. You failed to form your nascent soul and used up the 3 lights divine water, so there's no guarantee that Yu Li can form her nascent soul next. Just as the mountain lord of Mewed was speaking, a 5-colored spiritual light flew over, and a female cultivator with crescent-shaped eyebrows and exquisite features landed. She looked coldly at Chen Lingaming, who had failed to form his nascent soul. She is none other than Xiao Yuli, the holy maiden of the Yiyuan Dao Palace in this generation. There are still some 5th-grade spiritual materials in the Dao Palace. If you too are willing to go down the mountain, you can go to Dongyu to find Xingshan Daozong to exchange for the 3 lights divine water. The mountain master of Mewed was quite mild-mannered. He could also see that Xiao Yuli was on the verge of reaching the nascent soul stage, and he offered a solution. There's no need for Daozi and the holy maiden to go down the mountain together. Lord Hugh hesitated for a moment before speaking. The last time Daozi and the holy maiden came down the mountain, the impression they left on him was too deep. The 3 lights divine water of Lingaming was left to him by the Grand Elder, so it doesn't count as using the Dao Palace's resources. If the Dao child and the holy maiden want the 3 lights divine water, they still need to take this risk. Of course, if they intend to risk their lives, none of us have any objections. The words of the Water de Mountain Master caused Chen Lingaming and Xiao Yuli to fall silent. This disciple is willing. The life-saving effect of the 3 lights divine water was so important that after thinking it over, they were all willing to go down the mountain. In that case, there's one more thing I need to tell you. There's a Chen Kingdom in the eastern wilderness. Half a day later, the restrictions on Mount Wudi opened a portal, and Chen Lingaming and Xiao Yuli stepped out. They concealed their identities and left Yiyuan Immortal City via a teleportation array. After traveling through countless routes, they finally stopped in a medium-sized market town in the eastern lands. Why did you deliberately fail to form a nascent soul? Xiao Yuli asked Chen Lingaming. Do you think forming a nascent soul is really that easy? I just lacked the talent, which is why I failed. Chen Lingaming answered calmly, and Xiao Yuli gave him a deep look before not continuing the topic. Xiao Yuli, should we go to the Star Heaven Dao sect first or the Eastern Wilderness? Chen Lingaming, let's split up. That way, even if the demonic forces come after us, our chances of survival will be much higher. Xiao Yuli, where do you want to go? Chen Lingaming, you choose first, I'll take care of the rest. Xiao Yuli ultimately chose the Star Heaven Dao sect. After all, she desperately needed the Three Lights divine water. Just as the two were about to part ways at the teleportation array, a sudden surge of intense spiritual energy erupted from the center of the market town. Several core formation spiritual lights then flew up, seemingly fleeing in panic, but soon an orange-red ray of light flashed out and caught up with them. One by one, human heads fell from the sky. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that the Yiyuan Dao Palace had once again sent out a Dao child, and a holy maiden after more than 100 years. He was busy overseeing things at Mingjing Mountain, directing Yue Zhudao in the east to collect the main and auxiliary medicinal ingredients. Within the immortal sects, there exists a pure yang condensing true qi pill, which can help cultivators with the yang fire attribute improve their cultivation and condense their true qi. It is also the best pill for nascent soul cultivators of the pure yang scroll. However, in the immortal sect, when the Yuan Yang ancestor was still alive, only a few batches were refined, mainly to improve the cultivation of his disciples so that they could wield the Yuan Yang sword. After it was confirmed that Pluto had completely moved away from Earth, this wasteful behavior was stopped. After Chen Mobai achieved nascent soul, Qing Nu began working on improving the elixir formula. However, this fourth-grade high-quality pill was almost as difficult to make as the infant nurturing pill. Even she spent a long time trying to master it. With the help of the Eastern Wilderness and Eastern Barbarians, Yue Zhudao has basically collected 80–90% of the hundreds of auxiliary medicines. As for the few that are left, Yue Zhudao has also purchased them from the Eastern land. Only fourth-tier main ingredients are extremely precious, even in the Eastern lands. Moreover, they are basically not available for purchase with spirit stones. They can only be exchanged for medicinal herbs or spiritual materials needed by the other party of the same level. Fortunately, the Five Elements sect is now large and powerful, and with the addition of the resources of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace and the Wang sect, Yue Zhudao quickly reached a deal with the Eastern land. However, fourth-tier medicinal herbs were far too precious. Yue Zhudao felt that if he were to go to the Eastern land forces to exchange them, he would probably be robbed by some unknown cultivators as soon as he stepped out of the mountain gate. Therefore, he strongly requested that Chen Mobai go there in person. Considering the local customs and habits, Chen Mobai felt that Yue Zhudao's words made sense. Although he didn't really want to go to the Eastern lands, it concerned his cultivation, and since he was proficient in walking through the void, Chen Mobai felt that there was no danger on this trip, so he took a trip using a large teleportation array. Because he remembered Yi Qing's promise to take him to meet Xu and Tian Zhenjun, Chen Mobai did not inform Yi Qing after arriving in Jiyushan Immortal City. Instead, he quietly went with Yue Zhudao, carrying a storage bag full of fourth-grade medicinal herbs, to trade with the various forces he had agreed upon. As it turns out, Yue Zhudao's concerns were entirely correct. Every time he finished a transaction and left the house, Chen Mobai could feel a faint gaze following him. Every single time. However, not many people actually took action. Only two forces, perhaps unaware of Chen Mobai's cultivation level, continued to send people to follow him. On this day, Chen Mobai arrived at a medium-sized market town, which was run by a nascent soul faction called Tayan Palace. In this market town, after exchanging a fourth-tier purple chi wood with Yue Zhudao at a sect pharmacy, he was about to leave when he suddenly found the gate tightly closed. Then 6 golden core cultivators emerged from the shadows, holding array flags, and formed a low-grade fourth-order array. "Let's act quickly. We still need to give Tayan Palace some face," said the leading golden core cultivator. He was an elder of the Maple Leaf Pharmacy, and he and 2 other members of Chen Mobai's faction were planning to make a fortune. Since the market they were in was established by a major nascent soul sect, it naturally had rules to ensure safety within the market. However, that's just how things are in the Eastern continent. As long as you're honest, the Treading Smoke Palace won't bother them just because of a dead person. This pharmacy has done this several times before. So after he finished speaking, the other 5 core formation cultivators all nodded, then injected their spiritual power into the array flag, which transformed into a dark purple smoke screen that pressed down on Chen Mobai and Yue Zhudao. This is a low-grade fourth-order dark purple smoke array, produced by the Tayan Palace. Even ordinary nascent soul cultivators will be unable to use their true energy for a short period of time if they are covered by the light screen. Originally intended for sale to pharmacies within the market for self-protection, they unexpectedly became tools for them to ambush and kill core formation cultivators. Just as the dark purple smoke was about to engulf the two, the leading core formation cultivator noticed that Chen Mobai and Yue Zhudao remained expressionless, and suddenly felt a sense of unease. At that moment, Chen Mobai unplugged the green gourd from his waist and took out his newly mastered, 4th-level Yuan Yang Sword Fiend. A bright orange-red ray burst forth, easily slicing through the dark purple smoke screen. The 2 core formation cultivators who were at the forefront didn't even have time to react before they were cut in half at the waist. Oh no, it's a nascent soul stage monster. Seeing this, the remaining people immediately realized they had angered the fishermen. They immediately used the array flags in their hands to detonate the dark purple smoke array, and then took advantage of the shockwaves and surges of spiritual energy in the market's spiritual veins to escape in different directions. Amidst the thunderous roar, the Maple Leaf Pharmacy in the center of the city was suddenly in an uproar. Because it had triggered the spiritual veins, it was immediately noticed by the nascent soul cultivator who was in seclusion at the Tayan Palace in the distance. Master Lanyan immediately took the teleportation array and rushed to the market. Hurled. As soon as Master Lanyan stepped out of the teleportation array, she noticed Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli, who had both reached the peak of the core formation stage. If she hadn't sensed another unfamiliar nascent soul aura in the market, she would have almost thought it was because of the 2 of them. Close the teleportation array. After giving Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli a warning look, Master Lanyan gave an instruction to the elder who had followed her, and then headed directly towards the nascent soul aura in the distance that made her senses feel a slight sting. She had just flown out of the teleportation array when she saw a streak of orange-red light soar into the sky. Amidst the thunderous sound of swords, it instantly circled around and cleaved all the core formation cultivators fleeing in 4 directions in half. He's actually a nascent soul sword cultivator. Upon seeing this scene, Master Lanyan felt a chill run down his spine. Among those of the same cultivation level, sword cultivators are people no one wants to provoke, because their combat power is simply too strong. Upon seeing Chen Mobai fly up from the ruins of the pharmacy, Master Lanyan hesitated for a moment. Considering that this was his territory after all, he still went to meet him while wearing a defensive magic artifact. "Brother Taoist, why are you making a move in my Tayan Palace market?" Chen Mobai greeted the beautiful female cultivator in front of him politely, and then explained why he had taken action. "This is outrageous. I never imagined that the Maple Leaf sect would be such a corrupt and filthy force. Please wait a moment, brother. I will immediately send people to wipe out this sect as an apology." After learning that Chen Mobai was a sword cultivator, Master Lanyan had no intention of fighting him. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's reason, he immediately knew that this was an excellent way out. She first apologized to Chen Mobai for her negligence, then angrily summoned the four core formation cultivators from Taiyan Palace in the market and ordered them to exterminate the entire Maple Leaf sect, which was 100 miles away. Brother Dao, although my Taiyan Palace is a small, rustic sect, we do have some refreshing fruits and vegetables. Why don't you come over and try some? Master Lanyan very politely invited Chen Mobai to visit his sect, and also intended to apologize to him. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. I have some matters to attend to at home, so I won't bother you any longer. Chen Mobai shook his head and refused. At this moment, Yue Zhudao had already collected the storage bags of the 6 core formation cultivators he had killed. There were also 2 4th-grade medicinal herbs that they had brought to exchange. Master Lanyan pretended not to see it and personally escorted Chen Mobai and the others to the teleportation array. Activate the teleportation array to escort our distinguished guest. The elder, who had just sealed the teleportation array as instructed by Master Lanyan, grimaced and mustered his spiritual power again to reactivate it. Farewell. After saying a few words, Chen Mobai and Yue Zhudao disappeared into the teleportation array one after the other. The blue smoke master, who had just smiled and said, "Take care," without seeing them off, suddenly turned gloomy after they left. I've only been in seclusion for a little over a decade, and they dare to provoke nascent soul sword cultivators. Do these bastards really think that my blue smoke rules are just for show? Hearing Master Lanyan's angry words, the 3 core formation elders beside him fell silent. Investigate them all. Anyone who has done this kind of thing, expel them from the market. The core formation elder in charge of the market immediately left, thinking to himself that he mustn't be discovered for what he had done in previous years. What happened to those 2 core formation cultivators? At this moment, Master Lanyan could not see Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli, so he asked the elder in charge of the teleportation array. After the teleportation array was sealed, they left, probably somewhere in the market. Both of them were at the peak of the core formation stage, and the elder who had to guard the teleportation array naturally dared not pursue them. Upon hearing this, Master Lanyan immediately took to the air, unleashing his powerful divine sense at the nascent soul stage, which instantly enveloped the entire market. However, nothing was found, and it seemed that Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli had already left the market. After noticing that Master Lanyan's divine sense had disappeared, Chen Lingaming put down the concealment talisman in his hand. The 2 of them were in the market. That nascent soul sword cultivator was very powerful. As Zio Yuli spoke, not far from the 2 of them was the corpse of a cultivator who had been killed by the Yuan Yang sword fiend. With the sword fiend Thunder Sound Realm, plus the 4th-grade high-level sword fiend, the next step is to condense it into threads, a method that makes the nascent soul invincible. In comparison, Chen Lingaming was also a sword cultivator and was even more aware of how terrifying Chen Mobai was. I wonder which sword sect's patriarch it is. Judging from the appearance, it's a fire attribute sword technique. Could it be a nascent soul cultivator from the 5 meridians of burning heaven? They could also be from a holy land. I wish I had that level of cultivation. After talking for a while, the 2 expressed their great admiration for Chen Mobai's swordsmanship. As the Taoist disciples and saintesses of the sacred land, they clearly knew that those who could condense swords into threads, even if they could not become gods in the future, would at least be able to dominate the nascent soul realm. Among sword cultivators in the eastern lands, those with this level of skill are few and far between. Both of them could sense Chen Mobai's immense vitality, indicating that he was not very old, but he was already on the verge of condensing sword energy into threads, suggesting that he was very likely to achieve such a level in the future. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that he had just missed the chance to meet the true Taoist disciple and saintess of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. After collecting all the materials for the pure yang condensing true pill, he returned directly to Dongyi. After summoning Fu Zhangju and Sheng Jiaxi to help guard Mingjing Mountain, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu went to Wanhua Immortal City together. Although this was the first time the pure yang condensing true pill had been refined, with Qing Nu's help and Chen Mobai's assistance, who possessed the Du Shui fire, the success rate was naturally not a problem. A year later, the pure yang cauldron was activated, and 9 pure yang condensing true pills, which had been fully nurtured, flew out and were all collected by Chen Mobai using the Tei-5 smoke gauze. This pure yang condensing true qi pill was like a fiery jade, gleaming with a crystal-clear luster. Just by smelling it, Chen Mobai felt that the pure yang true qi in his body had become more condensed and refined. King Nu took 1 pill for testing and found that it contained a significant amount of erysipelas, almost 1%. However, Chen Mobai was immune to all poisons and didn't care at all. Once the elixir was completed, Chen Mobai immediately returned to the immortal sect to go into seclusion. Because he possesses the heavenly origin pearl and a 5th-order spiritual vein, it doesn't matter where he takes pills. The reason he's at the immortal sect is simply to leave a record of his cultivation advancement. Time flies and another year has passed. Chen Mobai took 3 pure yang condensing true qi pills in succession. On that very day, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Wangwu Cave began to converge towards his residence. Strands of pure spiritual energy condensed into droplets of dew, like a light drizzle falling on the rooftop. Shi Wanyu and her daughter Chen Ziohe walked out curiously. Then, a sword rang out, and Chen Mobai burst out laughing, having already broken through to the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. End of this chapter.